Bai Yan's fury, for, under Bai Yan's oppressive and nerve-wracking stare, Cece instinctively cowered backwards and became too afraid to meet that gaze. Even worse, the lady had no more room to cower because there's a huge chunk of all behind her back. Exactly then, right as the wolf lady's lost on what to do, her eyes suddenly caught sight of the familiar contour. "Brother, you, quickly save me, this boy has been faking it the entire time." "What?" Trembling in his already injured body, Zhongyu fell over backwards from the loss of balance. He's absolutely white right now as he stared at the little steam bun in incredulous and disbelief. "You bunch of dummies think I will be schemed against with your level of intelligence? I only used your plan to my advantage. Thankfully it's useful and mother came to find me like I thought." Despite the disastrous and destructive acts he's done so far, like setting fire and stuff, he's behaving like a little angel while in Bai Yan's presence. How? How can this be? It's over, it's all over. I should have listened to father's words and kept to the stable life here. If I did, then none of this would be happening. Now not only will I be killed, my entire clan will also fall with me. Bang! With a sudden swinging kick, Bai Yan directly knocked Cece over when the lady showed signs of stepping back. It's excruciatingly painful for the wolf lady to be attacked so heavily and without indication. Sadly for her, Zhongyu seems to have no intention of saving her despite the bleak appearance. To the man, he only wanted to flee right now and save himself at this point. But right as the wolf man's about to sneak away while everyone's attention was preoccupied by his companion, Bai Yan abruptly shoots a glare behind herself and sends a beam of force into the man's ankle. And as if that wasn't enough to subdue the bastard, a powerful aura had come down from the front, crushing him and pressing that body down like a mountain. While Bai Yan and Bai Xiaofan both noticed this behavior at the same time and looked over, the kid only showed an astonished face when his eyes fell upon that silvery-haired figure. However, the woman herself was a different story. When the husband and wife met and made eye contact, it was the male who first made a surprised look before turning it into anger. So, for a moment, those who are being suppressed actually thought there's a chance for them to live based on Di Tsang's reaction. This was especially true for Zhongyu and Cece. Perhaps the relationship between the king and queen isn't so good after all, otherwise why else would he be so mad? Is it Di Xiaofan? Asked the man with seething flames spewing out of that tongue. He's furious and didn't remember to catch his breath when speaking. Startled on her face, "What?" Bai Yan's fury, 5, "Is it Di Xiaofan who told you? Is it her who found a way for you to come here? I just knew it's going to be her when it comes to these things. When I get out of here, I'm going to break her leg as punishment." The anger was now seething out of Di Tsang's voice when he spoke, making him practically losing control. That stinking girl knows damn well how dangerous this place is. How can she let Yan Yan come? I'm going to make sure she learns not to cross the line again. Bai Yan narrows her eyes in over that mutter. "Xiaofan lost contact and you didn't tell me? And what of it that it's Xiaofan who told me? If it wasn't for her, I would still be in the dark. I knew it. This time I will make sure to beat her till she learns." While the man grinds his teeth in frustration, Bai Yan only snickered a laugh at her husband's childish behavior and reached over to choke him by the collar. In this moment all of the demons and people were dumbfounded by what they saw. How noble is the king! He's someone who would beat the princess if he wants. How can this human woman be so daring to treat the king in this way? It couldn't be helped that they would be so shocked. These demons stationed inside the secret domain have never left their homes for a long time now. It's normal for them to lack the latest news regarding the relationship of this pair from the outside. Di Tsang. Bai Yan spoke with flair all over her face. "Who did you say you were going to tie up and beat?" By now Di Tsang's anger has mostly dissipated due to his wife's harsh voice. Then after some thought, he decides to answer honestly upon weighing the pros and cons of lying. "Di Xiaofan." In response to that answer, Bai Yan only started to chuckle menacingly. It's nerve-wracking, making even Di Tsang feel uneasy. Yen, there's a lot of celestial rank people here in this secret domain. Out of worry for your safety, that's why I forbade Xiaofan from. You shut up. Bai Yan's yell instantly made the man shut up that lip. I'm going to ask you one last time. Who did you say you were going to hang up to beat? I only wanted to, but before he could finish that sentence with his sister's name, Bai Yan's expression had already turned dangerously dark, causing Di Tsang to change his wording right away. I want to hang myself to beat. Only then did Bai Yan smile and pat him on the shoulder. Now that's good. In front of you, I am always very good. May your hubby here know if you will reward me with a daughter? That will depend on your performance. Bai Yan's smile grew even deeper. Although she failed to keep the promise between her and the demon princess and allowed Di Tsang to know of the fact, but, what's so hard about protecting that girl? I am always good. Do you want to see for yourself tonight, Yen? A rosy smile evokes out of the man's lip while his voice whispered into the woman's ear. Bai Yan's fury, 6, sweeping his eyes over to the wolf couple, Bai Xiaochen's mouth immediately puckered to one side like a little kid. These people lied to me and claimed to be my family. They also gave me some sort of drug that is supposed to make me lose my memories. If not for mother feeding me all sorts of medicine since I was little, they might have succeeded in their plot. Di Tsang's expression began to grow menacing and dark when listening to the whole story. It's not the same type of outcry he made when talking about the demon princess, rather it's the silent type that sends chills down anyone in the near vicinity. Naturally, the target of his ire was the wolf couple on the floor that's currently drenched in sweat due to the pressure they felt. Di Tsang, do you want to do the deed or should I do it myself? Bai Yan also chimes in with a menacing voice of her own just then. Of course I will handle these troublesome wolves, there's no need for you to deal with such small matters, Yen. The demon king glares down at the kneeling couple, his voice grim with the tone of a swinging bat at everyone's heart. The demonic wolf clan is wild with treasonous thoughts, daring to threaten their prince is an unforgivable sin. From this day forward, I never want to see them around again. Yes, king. The demons that arrived with the man echoed their response like howling beasts, their voices loud and clear as it roared across the sky. Zhongyu became paralyzed through everything. He had wanted to seek his father for help after making his escape and abandoning his wife, but it seems even that little hope was now squashed. Yen, my subordinates will clean up this mess in our stead, let's go home shall we? Di Tsang suggests. Let's go home shall we? Tightly holding her son's hand, Bai Yan finally reveals a laxed smile after coming to this domain. Alright, let's go home. Mother, wait, Bai Xiaochen suddenly pushes the woman's hand away and ran over to the leopard boy's side. With a bright smile, little leopard, you come with us as well. The shy kid bit his own lip like he's uncertain, nevertheless he eventually spoke with carefulness in his voice, can I? Yes you can. There are many demons living in the demon realm, and no one will dare to hurt you there. I also have a cute little sister I want to introduce you. The little steambun kept holding onto his friend's hand when he said all that. He's sincere and showed not a hint of lie on his outer appearance. Okay, little leopard finally nods, I want to leave with you. Ecstatic now in his mood, Bai Xiaochen drags his friend over to Bai Yan's location and began to sparkle in his big blue eyes. Mother, little leopard is a good friend I met while staying in this secret domain. I got injured and it was he who helped me. Can we take him away with us? Ruffling her boy's hair over how cute he's acting, Bai Yan just couldn't resist a chuckle. Of course, as long as you are happy my son. That's great. Hugging the woman's leg after getting the approval, Mother, I miss you so much during these days, let's not separate again. Okay, we won't separate again. How could Bai Yan not miss her boy during this period? If not to exercise and help improve this little fella's ability, this doting mother would have long came on her own. Meanwhile to one side, Di Tsang was currently stretching his face downwards from displeasure. Why do I feel like I'm only an extra whenever this little rascal is around? Yen, I see your mental condition is not very good, let me take you back so you can rest first, okay? Bai Yan smiled deeply at the tentative care. I don't know what's going on, but I've been very tired lately. It's good to have a rest like you suggest. Bai Yan's fury. 7. Even if she's a celestial rank cultivator, Bai Yan still requires rest like any ordinary person if they're tired. Sure, going for several months as a practitioner wasn't a big deal if they absorbed the natural energy in the air, but that would only alleviate the body's hunger and fatigue for an undetermined period of time. In the end, everything in existence requires rest no matter their strength or power. It's been like that for a while already. Nervously grabbing his wife's hand, Di Tsang's expression was filled with unease. Are you sick? Do you want me to check your pulse for a checkup? Bai Yan couldn't take it anymore and bursts out a chuckle at that frantic appearance. Are you silly or something? Us cultivators are physically strong and would rarely get sick. Ever since I broke through to the king rank several years ago, I have never gotten sick again. Just like how she doesn't need to eat, any virus or bacteria would be incinerated as soon as they come into contact with Bai Yan's body, hence the reason why ordinary folks would say cultivators looked like gods because of the halo glow coming out of their pores. What's more, this lady was already at the celestial rank, a genuine person who have stepped into the realms of what they could call a demigod both in terms of lifespan and strength. But, out of consideration for Di Tsang's worried heart, she nevertheless sighed and began to examine her own pulse. Next second later, her face froze like she's seen a ghost. What's wrong? Finding the increasingly tenseness in the air, the Demon King gulped and asked again like he couldn't control his own tongue. He's trembling and downright fearful of what the final answer would be. Please, Yen Yen, are you okay? You must tell me if you are sick. Inhaling deeply, Bai Yan took a moment to gather her composure after closing those eyes. Then with a trembling voice of her own, I'm pregnant. Yes, during the recent days, she's been incapable of focusing entirely like how she used to in the past. Whether it be making a breakthrough, or refining the Dan pills back at the Holy Land, everything was done with a sense of reluctance due to her mood. Bai Yan assumed it was due to the fatigue. Of course, she did run around a lot recently. What she didn't expect though was this news of herself being pregnant. To be clear, it's not that this woman was being careless about her own health. During the first pregnancy when she carried Bai Xiaofan in her tummy, Bai Yan would always feel stuffy and with a loss of appetite. Now this time there's none of that, so of course she wouldn't think in that direction. What did you just say? Di Tsang didn't move, only standing there like a statue while his expression produced all sorts of colors like a rainbow. Ecstatic? Excitement? Disbelief? Regardless of what his emotions were over this explosive news, the Demon King only knew one thing, and that was he's going to be a father again. He couldn't be around during his wife's first pregnancy, but now he has a chance to make it for it. Bai Yan suddenly pats her own forehead with an upset face. I'm already 3 months into my pregnancy. If I match it up with the timing, it should be our first night together. Thank goodness I was able to withstand the lightning strikes when I made a breakthrough several days ago, otherwise this child would have been hurt. If she had known about her own pregnancy, then this lady would have made preparations ahead of time so the baby doesn't get affected. While the soon-to-be mother of a second child felt annoyed at her own carelessness, the father in this case only stood there with a goofy grin on that face. It's quite apparent this man still hasn't come back to his senses. Mother, it's then Bai Xiaofan pokes his little head over. Am I going to have a little sister? Bai Yan knocks the boy's head with her knuckle. And how do you know it's going to be a sister? I've told you before already. I had a dream, mother. I dreamt about my little sister. Although I didn't get a good look, but I'm certain it's my sister, a lovely and sensible sister. She's going to be the most beautiful little princess in the world. Bai Yan's fury. 8. In Bai Xiaofan's mind, his sister would naturally be the best. Even if he exhausted all the adjectives in the vocabulary, it would be far from sufficient to depict his sister's excellence. Yen Yen. Not letting the mother and child to continue, Di Tsang suddenly exclaims after coming back to reality and firmly pulled his wife into his arms. nearly trembling in his voice due to the overwhelming joy. "This is the best gift you could give me. From now on and into the future, me and our son will do everything to keep our daughter and you from any danger. We won't let any harm come your way." Like a good little supporter, the little steambun hurriedly gnawed in agreement. "I am a man now, I will protect mother and my little sister. I won't let anyone harm you." Raising a hand to rub her still flat belly, Bai Yan's heart naturally melted away due to this pair of important males in her life. Back when she first gave birth to Xiaofan, she was alone and up in the mountains with no one to help her during labor. At the time, she vowed to protect the newborn life no matter the circumstances, but now, perhaps it's because of Di Tsang's presence, or her boy's promise, but she never felt so happy due to the strange feeling tingling inside. What's the phrase? She's not alone anymore? Yes. She's no longer alone. She has a family that would go through hardship and share in the happy moments with her. Congratulations, sire, congratulations to the future princess. Di Tsang's followers all kneeled again, their heads showing joy as well at the future baby that would come into this world. For the sake of our daughter, the attack on the celestial realm will need to be pushed forward. I will definitely give you and our daughter a peaceful world to live in, the proud man vows. I believe you. She believes in him, and believes that day wouldn't be too far off. Spirit Realm. Within a luxurious manor, Spirit Lord He-Fei Xiang was currently staring down at a group of men whose strength are comparable to those of the celestial rank. However, the aura they gave off were somewhat unstable and odd in comparison to the real deal. "Everyone, I'm sure you've all heard about my son's death at the hands of those animals in the human world not long ago. You're all gathered here today because I want to make an announcement. I've gotten word from a reliable source that Demon King Di Tsang is currently not inside the demon realm." Curving those lips into a dark menacing grin, "Without their king, those animals are not a threat. As for that demon princess, the girl only knows how to play and wouldn't be able to stand up against us, so." Narrowing his eyes in now, his voice grew cold and frosty. "I've made my decision. Everyone is to follow me to attack the human world. I must get my hands on that miracle. By then, I won't even need the secret method in my possession to produce these fake celestial rank cultivators. Afterwards, that whatever demon king will fall like all the rest. Your subordinates will follow and obey." The crowd complied by making that answer like a booming speaker. "Good. Chuckling like a snake, we will head out at the next light. I want the human world to be turned upside down. This time he won't just take the miracle, he's also going to get revenge for his boy that died out there. Regardless of those people being involved or not, it doesn't matter to this spirit lord, they are all going to die." "Yes, my lord." Pleased by the loud response, He-Fei Xiang didn't say more and turned for the room behind himself. However, unbeknownst to this arrogant man, a certain lady has been eavesdropping on the entire gathering event. It's Lu Qingyu, the spy sent by Bai Yan. Right now this lady of the spirit realm was looking terribly pale because this information must be passed on immediately. Once she figured no one was paying attention, the woman promptly made a run for the outside. Bai Yan's fury. 9. Elder June. Lu Qingyu cries out to her trusted follower as soon as she's made it to her residence. There's sweat pouring out of her forehead as she spoke. "Things are not good. Miss, what's going on?" Getting up from his chair, Elder June appears puzzled by the frantic appearance of the lady. "That man, he intends to attack the human world in person. I can already see the calamity and the destructive image. Go now, go inform the mistress. She must hide as far away as she can. Father's strength has reached the middle level of the celestial rank, so no one is his enemy now. If he really is set on a person, then there's no escape. The most urgent task is to let Bai Yan find refuge in the demon realm, only there will she have a chance." "I understand then, milady, I will make a trip to the human world right away." Elder June didn't delay and began to walk towards the main exiting passage. However, right as the senior finished opening the door, he was shocked to find 2 guards already standing outside blocking his path. "Elder June, miss, we've been ordered by the Spirit Lord that none is allowed to go outside. Please return to your residence." "No one is allowed to go outside?" Getting cold in her tone, Lu Qingyu lashes out by raising her voice, outrageous. "I'm sending Elder June out to buy me some goods for me, why are you not allowing him to go outside?" "Miss, this is the Spirit Lord's order, please forgive us." Despite the guard taking to the knee when explaining, the tone they gave was neither humble nor respectful. Now she's starting to sweat due to the panic she felt. Grinding her teeth in frustration, "I said it already, I'm only sending him out to buy me some goods, he will be back very soon. Now move aside and make way." Sadly, the mildly veiled threat in the lady's voice didn't make these 2 guards budge and remained like a mountain. It's no secret that Fei Xiang had recently given this lady great commanding power, but the Spirit Lord remains to be the head of this realm. The man's order comes first before everyone else, including the man's own children. "Miss." Seeing how Lu Qingyu's about to lose control on the suppressed anger, Elder June knew he must intervene. Pulling at her arm, he spoke just loud enough so the 2 men could hear, "It's only a small thing, we can buy it later anyways." That done, he immediately gave a signaling wink indicating they should move out of sight before further discussing the issue. It's definitely a smart move by the senior. If they had forced the matter and demanded to leave, then it would surely arouse the suspicion of the Spirit Lord. By then, not only would it not help the problem, it would only draw unwanted attention. Fine, huffing a long breath, the lady turns without looking back, "We're going back inside." While the 2 occupants left of their own volition and didn't show any indication worthy of suspicion, the 2 guards still gave a distrustful stare in that direction. Then with a wave, they called for a 3rd person to come over and muttered something secretive into the newcomer's ear before running off again. Back inside her room again, Lu Qingyu paces back and forth. "What should we do now, Elder June? If something happens to the mistress, then no one can help us." At the beginning she was still unwilling to submit due to her own proud nature, but now, she has long understood the only one that could help in her mission of taking down that man was none other than Bai Yan. Bai Yan's fury, 10, what's more, Lu Qingyu's voice stalled for a moment, "If she dies, we won't be able to live either." After returning to the spirit realm, this lady had more than once tried to remove the poison in her own system. Sadly, regardless of her effort, she couldn't lift it. This also proves that their life was now firmly tied to Bai Yan as a person. If she lives, they live, if she dies, they die. This won't do. I must save her. "Miss, we'll try to leave the spirit realm again during the night. However, if we leave this time, then we won't be able to come back again." The senior sighs over their own future. It's exactly as Elder June claims. If they leave now, then it's indicative of their crime, meaning they would become wanted throughout the spirit realm. Returning would be a death sentence. Lu Qingyu didn't speak as her body quivered so slightly at the thought. She's contemplating what to do right now, for the final decision lies with herself. Undeniably, the lady doesn't hold much affection for this spirit realm and would love to see it perish. However, this place, there are too many memories of her and her mother together. "Elder June," a bittersweet smile comes out, "but what choice do we have other than that? If mother was alive, then I'm sure she would also hope for me to leave this wretched place. To be free and to be not bound by the restraints provided by this forsaken realm." Closing her eyes, a pang of pain surfaces from the girl's appearance. "Miss," the senior's expression also showed pain after hearing that, "do you want to visit the madam again?" Shaking her head, "No, that will only arouse the man's suspicion even further. We will leave tonight as you suggested." Raising her head, she then looks upward to the open blue sky. "Maybe this will be the last time I see this picture again." Night time. Dressed in a clad of black, Lu Qingyu and her accomplice were silently running through the courtyard until they reached the exit again like this morning. Giving Elder June a signal, they swiftly came behind and attacked, removing the 2 guards without any sound or struggle. However, Right as the two issued a breath of relief at their own success to remove the obstacle, countless torches instantly lit up around them, surrounding the pair and cornering them to the spot. Lu Qingyu froze over in that moment. Stiffly turning her head around, the picture of Hu Feixiang immediately came into view. "Father." Trembling in her voice, there's white all over that face as the sweat soaked the lady's dark clothing. "My good daughter, where are you going when it's this late?" asked the spirit lord in a calm manner. Twitching nervously in the corner of her mouth, "I noticed a jade hairpin the other day and didn't bring enough money. Then when I sent Elder June to go get it for me this morning, these guards forbade us from leaving, that's why I want to sneak out tonight to buy it." "Are you going to buy a hairpin or to go give those humans word of our invasion?" He Feixiang sneered and approached his daughter with dangerous air. "I've been thinking about it ever since the last assault. Do we have a traitor among our mix? But you know, our spirit realm isn't a place where ordinary people can leave and go as they please. That leaves you as the main suspect." Cackling now like an evil overlord, "You know why I called a meeting out in the open today? It's to set you up. I wanted to see if you will really fall for the bait I set." Elder June's death, 1. He Feixiang stopped coming closer, instead he now made a disappointed look on his face. Whether or not it's genuine was another story though. "Oh, how I wish none of this is real. Your brother and sister were both killed by those demons, now you are my only daughter. What are you not satisfied with? In the future this spirit realm will be yours, yet you would betray me for those inferior insects?" The more he spoke, the gloomier his mood became until it's hit rock bottom. The man won't deny he's been giving this daughter of his the cold shoulder over the years and neglected the girl's mother during the final moment, but he's never hit or scolded the girl at all. What reason does she have to hate him as so? It just didn't make any sense to this spirit lord. By this point Lu Qingyu had already recovered from her initial stiff appearance. Instead of panicking or begging for mercy, this spy only showed a bleak smile of pain when she snapped back, "And did you forget how my mother died? It was because of you. She was killed by you. Do you think she would have fallen into depression and died from a broken heart if it hadn't been for your heartless cruelty?" Eventually tears began to swell out of the lady's eye and trickled down that flushed face. "Even in death you still won't see her. And me, you won't even allow me to take on your surname after I was alone. I hated you for what sort of cruelty you've shown me and my mother. Is it because my mother got that incurable disease and became ugly? Is that it? Because she's not beautiful anymore that you would abandon her and me?" He Feixiang's expression had grown incredibly ugly right now. Yes, he stopped caring about the girl's mother because of that disease which made the woman age and become an old hag. But it's not like he's going to shout this truth out for the world to judge. "So for that you would betray me? Would kill your own brother?" Losing any sort of disappointment from the eye after remembering his son's death, the spirit lord now got all red in the face like he's staring at the enemy instead of his own blood. Snickering with sarcasm in her voice, "Brother? That kind of person is not fit to be my brother. From young to old, that person had constantly abused me. If it wasn't for my inability to challenge you then I would have killed that so-called brother long ago." Gently closing his eyes like he's coming to terms, He Feixiang eventually opened them again but with a sharp glaring light in them. It's that of a blade shooting out at its target and slicing through the flesh. "Then don't blame me for being ruthless, this is your choice. Someone come, subdue these two traitors and make them pay a heavy price for their actions." Tightly gripping his hand until it's a ball, rage stirs from within. "Also, I want to make one thing clear. Your mother turning ugly and old is only part of the reason why I stopped caring about her. The main reason is because she's too vicious as a person. She's killed too many of my concubines. If not for her exceptional beauty, I would have long removed her from my harem." Snickering a sarcastic cackle again, "As for not allowing you to take on my surname, humph, a tramp that is born of such a vicious woman couldn't be any good, and I was right. You are just like your mother, murdering your own brother and sister with your betrayal." Inhaling deeply like she's suppressing her own indignation, Lu Qingyu forcefully held back the tears because her own pride wouldn't allow it. No matter how vicious I am as a person, I am nowhere close to your level. So what if I killed my own brother? You would kill your own wife, we're not that different. Elder Jun's death, too, humph. The lady's words sounded very unsavory to the man's ear as he huffed a grunt. Waving his men from behind to move forward, what are you all still standing around for? Go tie this girl up. Yes, milord. Arching their fist, the crowd immediately drew their weapons and rushed over to surround the pair. Elder Jun's expression had changed to a whiter shade already upon reading the situation. Quickly pushing his mistress behind himself, the senior stands ready in a protective stance. Miss, go. Elder Jun. Biting her own lip, Lu Qingyu knows what her faithful subordinate meant by that holler. Ever since her mother passed away, this old man has been her only family in this world, and now she must abandon him and flee on her own. Miss, quickly leave. Don't forget you must still avenge the madam. Finding there's no movement behind himself, Elder Jun cries out for the second time to urge the lady's departure. Slightly trembling with her body, tears finally poured out of the woman's tear duct when she realized for the first time how big and broad that old senior's back truly was. Never in her life did Lu Qingyu feel so helpless and ashamed than now when she turned to run. Want to go? He Fei Xiang sneered and pounced with his full might in pursuit. However, right as he's about to make contact, a powerful surge of power suddenly explodes out of Elder Jun's body and created an invisible wall around the area, blocking everyone from leaving. None of you are allowed to touch the lady as long as I'm here today. That year it was the madam who saved him from a lethal injury, and it was from that day he swore to forever serve that amazing female. Now that the madam was dead, it's natural that his vow would fall onto the lady. Regardless of his own fate, he must uphold his own oath and protect the madam's blood. Standing with stoic posture, Elder Jun becomes engulfed in a blazing flame that seems to be fueled by the air itself. Are you mad? He Fei Xiang goes pale from the sight. You're burning your own soul to forcibly enhance your strength, is that really worth it? For the sake of the lady, everything is worth it. The senior's tone was as firm as ever. He's unshakable and unyielding in this matter. Ha ha ha. Snarling with a heavy grin, and you think your sacrifice will be enough to save that little tramp? Even if you exhaust your soul, you are still no match for us. What can a brief moment of delay do to stop us? Without the Demon King's protection, the human world is nothing. By then Lu Qingyu will also die in vain along with those insects. One could literally hear the gnashing of teeth when the Spirit Lord spelled all that out. Although it's as the person says, Elder Jun stood no chance against the foes presented before him despite the sacrifice, but the flames from his burning soul were deadly scary even to the strongest of the bunch. The only flaw was the time frame. A soul could only fuel the forbidden technique for so long. Once depleted, it's all over and all the Spirit Lord and his goons had to do was wait here. Firm and expressionless still on his face, the spirit realm will eventually perish, pity though the madam is buried in this dreadful place along with you bastards. No matter, I'm sure the lady will return one day and transfer her grave to a happier location. Perhaps his own remark had brought back the memory of that beautiful and proud woman, but Elder Jun's pale face was now showing a deep smile that could only be found in someone that truly held deep emotions for another. Elder Jun's death. 3. Quit dreaming. Making a crunching noise from his fist, one could literally see the veins popping across He Fei Xiang's flushed face. My spirit realm will never perish. Ha ha ha. Breaking out into hysterical laughter, Elder Jun's madness reverberates across the darkness as the tears slowly trickled down his cheek. The reasoning? It's because the old man could already see the person whom he longed for all these years. It's his former mistress. She's beckoning him to cross over to the other side with that smile. A clear sign his life has come to an end. Sadly, before this faithful follower could reach out with his old hand to grasp onto that illusionary shadow, it was too late. Right before those fingers could make contact, his body began to disintegrate and wash away by the bristling breeze of this cold night. Before anyone knew, his entire existence was gone. It's as if he never existed in this world. Back over at Lu Qingyu's side, the lady was still the middle of fleeing through the thick forest when her heart felt something snap and made her stop on the spot. Turning her head around, her eyes dilate in horrific sadness. Elder June. Tears wouldn't stop dripping down her beautiful face. She's quivering instead of openly crying her hearts out, all because she's afraid of drawing attention from anyone that might be lurking nearby. After a long while, the lady finally stopped whimpering and grew hard and cold in the face. Don't worry, Elder June, I will one day avenge you and make these people turn to dust for what they've done. Giving one final glance at the light that's quickly drawing closer, Lu Qingyu didn't hesitate anymore and sprinted for the darkness and away from the source of her sorrow. Moments after the girl fled, several celestial rank masters promptly landed on the spot, their gaze sharp as they scanned the area. If we're not wrong, the mist should have fled in this direction. The Lord's order, her ladyship must be exterminated on sight. Despite her will and effort, it didn't take long for Lu Qingyu to notice the powerful auras that's rapidly closing in on herself. Bracing her nerves, the girl runs even harder until it's hurting on the chest. I'm almost there, just a little bit more and I will be at the border of the demon realm. I will be saved once I get there. Finally, the sight of the huge gate signaling her salvation was in sight. Flashing a joyous look, the lady decides for who knows whatever reason to turn around again to take another peek behind her back. That's when her soul felt like it's been ripped out of her flesh. The reasoning? It's because the pursuers are now firmly right at her back and only needed several more leaps to overtake herself. The shock of discovering how close her pursuers are definitely affecting the lady here. Right before contact, Bai Yan's dainty fingers had clamped down at that fist, causing the torrent of energy to disperse and left Zhang Yu flabbergasted at the suddenly dispersal. The wolf man looks up in shock. Isn't she a human? Human beings are weak, how can she? Zhang Yu tried several more times to muster up his powers then, but it's to no avail. He's been firmly locked away by Bai Yan's control. And then... boom! In an explosion of force, Bai Yan directly sends a punch of her own as retaliation to the wolf man. This resulted in Zhang Yu shooting outwards like a soccer ball until he lands on the passing crowd. Though he didn't suffer any major damage from the fall, but the punch definitely left a heavy dent in his chest. Cece on the other hand was now gasping from the side. She's horrified by what she saw and didn't know what to do. Elder June's death, Lu Qingyu was on her last leg at this point. She still hasn't managed to make those people pay the price, nor has she been able to avenge Elder June's death yet, so how could she die here? Bang! Striking preemptively, she didn't want to die here today. Sadly, before the lady's fist could connect with the old man's chest that was coming at herself, the person had caught the strike mid-flight. Then almost immediately, a soft palm taps against her own belly and sent Lu Qingyu flying several meters back away. By the time she landed on the ground again, blood was constantly spewing out from the woman's mouth due to the injury. Despite this, she insisted on trying to stand up right away. However, the second she struggled to push herself, that's when the sharp pain stung the girl's innards, causing her to lose the air right out of her lung. Am I going to die today? In her desperation and iron will, Lu Qingyu finally got up again. With her best effort, she limps toward the celestial rank masters that's watching with open indifference to the lady's struggle. Today, even if I must die tonight and be buried on this earth, I still want you all to pass on a message to that old bastard. He will pay for his sins, if not now then in the future, he will. Ha ha ha. He will pay for his own sins. When crying out the last part of her sentence, the lady had already fallen into a maddening laugh that could raise a person's hair. It's very eerie and creepy. Once she was done with her antics, Lu Qingyu did not intend to run anymore and made a sarcastic smile on that bleak face in anticipation for the oncoming attack. Against this behavior, the pursuers didn't say much, only exchanging a glance among themselves before releasing a glow of green around their fists. They know very well what this girl could do or what she couldn't do. If they so much as slapped her with their current strength, it's still more than enough to kill her on the spot at this point. Who is so bold to fight at the demon realm's gate? If you people want to fight, then get lost, disturbance will not be tolerated. From out of the blue, an old and solemn voice rocks the air, deafening those who were unfortunate enough to be caught in its shockwave. Next second later after that statement, an old figure gradually emerges from the void and left the pursuers stunned for a brief moment. They never thought someone from the demon realm would show up here. This is the spirit realm's private business, do not interfere. One of them speaks up after deliberating on what their options are. It's not that they're afraid of the newcomer, they're also celestial rank cultivators of course, but this wasn't the right timing to start a war with the demon realm. At least not in the open yet. Lu Qingyu on the other hand didn't care what her enemies were thinking. In her view, this stranger was her salvation and the light in her eyes immediately began to burn with life. Nearly shouting in her voice due to the excitement, "This demon senior, I am Lu Qingyu, a subordinate of your queen. Please save me." That did it. Right before the newcomer wanted to leave, he stopped after hearing the lady's screaming plea. Turning to stare down at the female, a frown appears on that old face. "Did you just say our queen is your mistress?" Nodding fast to answer, "I've already submitted myself to her before. Her Highness can prove my identity. I beg you, please save me, these people want to kill me." Those pursuers never expected Lu Qingyu would be related to Bai Yan. Exchanging a look between themselves for the second time, they were of the same opinion and that they couldn't wait any longer. Whether this newcomer was dangerous or not, it doesn't matter. Their only mission was to kill the lady and that's exactly what they are going to do. However, right before the group could rush in front to pummel that body to mush, the old senior in the air finally took action. In a flash, he was now in front of Lu Qingyu's presence and blocked off any chance for these men to reap the girl's life. Elder Jun's death, 5, with a banging sound of explosive nature, the force from the old senior's punch promptly flew towards the nearest pursuer, causing that unfortunate individual to blow apart from the chest area and allowing the blood to spray out like a fountain. As for the remaining two poor fools, they are also too late to flee. Before they could react or know what's happening, a razor-sharp blade that looked like a claw had swiped across their belly, causing their innards to fall out and creating a grotesque scene of gore. Upon witnessing how easily the three had fallen while she herself fled like a frightened rabbit earlier, Lu Qingyu didn't know what else to say. One thing's certain though, she doesn't need to run anymore nor does she need to fear at this point. Arching her fist to show respect, "Thank you for the generous save, sir. You just said you're our queen's servant?" The old man furrows that brow as he spoke. "I hope you are not lying to me, otherwise I will make your death even worse than these people." "Do not worry, sir, you will know I'm speaking the truth as soon as we meet Her Highness." Only with that promise did the senior release the frown. "You don't need to keep calling me sir. I am First Elder of the Demon Realm, so you can call me that. By the way, why are these people hunting you?" Lu Qingyu's body quivered for a second upon remembering her goal. That face showing a touch of hate as she spoke. "I am the Spirit Lord's daughter. Not long ago, because I was fed a type of poison, I am now Her Highness's servant." She made no effort to hide the part about her origin. It's true the lady didn't submit willingly at first, but now she's fully on Bai Yan's side. "But Mistress didn't keep me by her side and sent me back to the spirit realm. She wanted me to spy on that man." Of course, the man she's referring to was He Fei Xiang, the Spirit Lord. The girl would never call that man her own father, one because he's not worthy, and the other she hates him to the core. So, when I learned that man was going to attack the human world himself, I conspired with my only follower Elder Jun to inform the mistress. What me and my follower didn't expect was how devious and sly that man was. He long suspected us and set a trap just waiting for us to fall in. Out of desperation, Elder Jun sacrificed himself to let me run to this point. Throwing herself to the ground in a bowing posture, her face sobbed with tears, "First Elder, please take me to see my mistress. If we wait any longer then it might be too late." Raising the girl from the floor with his own hands, First Elder didn't rush and explain the issue here. "Her Highness is not here in the demon realm, nor is she in the human world, so you won't be able to see her for now. But you can follow me back to the palace and wait for the queen." "Then what about those in the human world?" "That man already knows of my betrayal, he will surely rush to attack that land. A river of blood will flow if we don't act." First Elder didn't comment on that. "Come back with me first, we will discuss this at the palace and make arrangements." "Okay." Clenching her lip, Lu Qingyu knew this was the best option at the moment. What's more, she's very aware of Bai Yan's relatives being in the human world still, so the demon realm wouldn't ignore their presence. Not wasting any more time, First Elder turned for the gate leading into the demon realm with Lu Qingyu in tow. And thanks to his identity, the demons patrolling the palace didn't stop the pair or check the lady's identity. The whole trip was smooth and unobstructed. However, it doesn't mean the senior would just simply trust a random lady he met in an outing. Right after he left the girl to her own bidding in the room he arranged for her, First Elder immediately called for a palace guard and muttered something into the other person's ear, "Keep a close eye on her." "Yes, First Elder." The guard arched his fist and complied by retreating into the shadow. P1, Elder Jun's death, 6. It's right as the palace guard was about to leave that he called out again, "Hold on, go call the rest of the elders from the council, I have something to discuss with them." "Yes, Elder." Half a ring later, the other elders of the demon realm have all gathered and were walking through the main entrance. It's obvious they still didn't know what's happening because their faces were filled with smiles. "First Elder, is there a reason for summoning us all?" Softly issuing a sigh at his gathered brothers, First Elder began to explain, knowing this news wouldn't be what they want to hear. "Yes, I got something big to tell you all." His words promptly removed the smiles from their face. "Please don't scare us, First Elder, is something the matter?" "Don't tell me, are those bastards from the celestial realm attacking?" Seventh Elder had the smallest courage among the group, so he's the one who spoke with that trembling voice. "It's not us here in the demon realm, it's the human world. I've gotten wind that the spirit realm intends to do something big over there, and the Queen's family will also be caught up in the mess. I've called you all here because I need you all to be ready." Pausing to let his words sink in, he continues, "We will be setting off for the human world in a bit. They could ignore the fate of those unrelated humans, after all, they are denizens of the demon realm. However, Bai Yan's human family have to be cared for, otherwise the king would tear them apart after they return from the secret domain." "Understood." Fourth Elder also spoke up now after they all confirmed with that cry, "First Elder, are we heading out right now?" "Yes, we will go right away." Showing a heaviness in his eyes, First Elder seems to have remembered another crucial factor. "Also, this matter must be kept secret from the princess, I do not want her demanding to come with us to the human world. The danger is too great to involve the princess." In First Elder's opinion, Di Xiaowan's strength still hasn't recovered to the level of prior years. Even if the girl does follow along, she would only be a baggage and cause more trouble than good. Therefore, the optimal choice would be to keep her in the dark. Suddenly, the old senior's ear pricked up like he's heard something. Hurrying to gaze upward, a flash of joy sparkles in his old eye. "First Elder, what's wrong, did something else happen?" The gathered crowd did not understand the change in their brother's mood and asked in haste. "The entrance to the secret domain is open again, His Majesty is likely back. In this demon realm, the only ones capable of opening the domain other than himself would be Di Tsang and State Teacher. Since the entrance was being opened from the other side, it could only mean one thing. That's great, His Majesty is back." The rest of the elders also raised a smile on their faces. In their view, as long as their king was back, then those from the spirit realm would never succeed. "Someone come." Making a cough to clear his throat, First Elder didn't forget about the anxious lady. Go bring Miss Lu Qingyu to the side hall, I will go meet her in a bit. Confused by his brother's words, fourth elder attempts to get more detail. Who is this Miss Lu Qingyu? That, she is the daughter of the Spirit Lord. According to her claim, she's the queen's servant. I didn't fully trust her, so I had the girl stay in a corner of the palace under close watch. I don't dare to let her wander around until I can confirm the truth in her words. Shaking his hand to end the discussion, but enough of us talking here, let's go meet the king and queen first. The rest of the elder council didn't object to the idea and followed from behind. They're also of the idea to meet Ditsang before continuing this conversation. P2, Elder Jun's death. 7. At this moment within a valley, a flash of bright brilliance booms out of thin air and materializes a bronze gate that swung wide open at the same time. Following that was the appearance of a family of 3. The man seductively devilish, the woman blindingly beautiful, and the little kid cuddly and adorable. Together, the trio were almost surreal, like a painting itself when gazed upon. Welcome home, king, queen, and prince. Kneeling on the ground, their voices were respectful and united. As usual, Ditsang's expression remains as indifferent as ever when he waved his hand to push the group back up from the ground with his power. Did anything happen while I was away from the demon realm? First Elder was hesitant to report the various incidents but did so out of loyalty. A lady by the name of Lu Qingyu came tonight and seeks an audience. She claims to be the queen's servant. Lu Qingyu is here? Bai Yan sounded surprised and startled by the news. Did something happen in the spirit realm? Go, bring me to her. Yes, queen. Now that he's confirmed the two ladies' connection, First Elder's last bit of unease finally dissipated. He's afraid of bringing a spy or assassin into the fold. If anything happens to the king or queen, then it would be him who's the cause. He would become a sinner. While Bai Yan and Ditsang headed out to conduct their business, Bai Xiaofan and his little friend was left behind to do their own thing for now. Don't worry, little leopard, there's nothing to be afraid here. I am the prince, no one will try anything. Finding the unease hovering around his friend's behavior, the little steam bun attempts to reassure the boy. It's not that the leopard boy didn't trust the little prince or the influence he wields, but he's always lived alone until now. To come to a place filled with so many of his kind at once, he's just not used to the large company. Let's go, I'll bring you to play at Auntie Suzaku's place. She loves children, so I'm sure she will like you too. Unlike First Elder, who had left the premise in order to lead the couple away, the remaining elders were still here. When they overheard the kid's comment about bringing the leopard boy to meet that great one, it's equivalent to a grenade being thrown in front of their faces ready for exploding. Hurrying to block the kids from going, Prince, this isn't right. Lady Suzaku hates being bothered by outsiders. I fear she might hurt your friend if you go. Bai Xiaofan immediately puckers his lip up. How can that be? Auntie Suzaku is great and nice, I'm sure she will like my friend. Come little leopard, let's go. Without looking back, the leopard boy followed along like a good friend that he was. Since Bai Xiaofan claimed that Auntie Suzaku wouldn't hurt him, then of course he's going to believe him. As if a couple of strangers could change his mind? Finding how the little steam bun wouldn't listen to their advice, the remaining elders all twitched in the corner of their mouth. As much as they would want to stop the tragedy that's going to unfold, blocking the prince was something they didn't have the guts to do. Side hall. Lu Qingyu had been pacing back and forth after being brought over to this location. She's full of urgency on the face when the door swung open and in came that stunning couple whom could wow the world. Mistress. Bang! Not a hint of hesitation, she plops to the ground into a kneeling position, her face full of tears as that shoulder quivered with emotion. You're finally back, growing serious on the face as well. Bai Yan knew this couldn't be good and asked with sternness, what happened? With biting lips, that man is already rushing towards the human world with most of his main fighting force. Mistress, if we don't do something soon it will be too late. What? Trembling from the shock, Bai Yan nearly stumbled over when she took a step backwards. Fortunately Ditsang was around. Right as the woman's about to tip over, his hands immediately reached around to catch her by the shoulder. Elder Jun's death. 8. It took a long while before Bai Yan could digest the news. Di-tsang, I want to go back to the Holy Land. Okay, I'll go back with you, the Demon King softly replies. Gradually, his voice turns cold and menacing. If those from the spirit realm dare to touch my father-in-law, then their existence will no longer be needed. You're right, the spirit realm's existence is no longer needed. Agreeing with her man, Bai Yan's frosty face told everyone her sore spot had been hit this time. As a consequence, something drastic and terrible was going to happen. It's then several elders also came in at this moment, making it less complicated for her to give the next order. First Elder, you gather a force to attack the spirit realm. If there are those who are willing to surrender, then you can lock them into a slave contract. For those unwilling to surrender, you don't need to keep them around. They will pay for trying to touch my family again and again. Furthermore, I have here a bunch of Godhood Dan pills. You and the other elders take one each. Godhood Dan pill? First Elder spoke up due to the doubt they had. Queen, these Godhood Dan pills can help those at the saint rank break through to the celestial rank in one go and without side effect. After throwing this bomb out there, Bai Yan didn't say more and turned for the exit. However, right as she does so, Lu Qingyu's voice interjects. Mistress, can they take me too if they're going to the spirit realm? No response came, but it did make the woman herself stop to listen to the next bit. Elder Jun died in order to protect me from those bastards. I want to avenge him with my own hands. Fine, you go with them. After a brief musing, Bai Yan gives the go-ahead. First Elder, take her with you. She didn't get the full story yet, so the death of that old senior was news to her, and an unexpected one at that. It's true they had been in a dispute when their connection started, but Bai Yan didn't hold any bad feelings for that old man. And undeniably, Bai Yan holds a certain level of responsibility for Elder Jun's death, since they only ran for it in order to bring news of the attack. Di-tsang, let's go. After dropping this sentence, Bai Yan completely removes herself from the side hall. Ever since Bai Yan left the human world to rescue her own boy, the Holy Land has been at peace for a while now. Even so, the occupants here didn't relax. Their emotions were still tense, fearing who knows when the people from the spirit realm would attack again. Sure enough, on this bright sunny day, a dragon flying through the sky had shattered this calm with his outcry. Not good. Not good. Those people from the spirit realm are coming again. Everyone hide. Just like the huge fella, the rest of the demons patrolling the Holy Land's grounds promptly broke through the main gateway and scrambled to find a hiding spot. They didn't want to die in vain. How many of them came this time? Lord Chu Ran goes white as well when inquiring for more detail. It's estimated to be about 20 or so. 20 or so? Then that's good. The number isn't too large, we still have a chance to handle this. But, the dragon remains worried. Those people are very strong, stronger than the last batch of celestial rank cultivators. What? Chu Ran shuddered from that. What do you mean by that? The 20 or so are all celestial rank cultivators? Elder Jun's death. 9. The dragon nodded while his tone remains unsure. How can we resist with that many celestial rank cultivators? Even if there are Sir Little Rice and Lady Tsing Yi here, we still wouldn't be able to fend off that many. Lord Chu Ran remained silent for a while. Turning to Bai Chong Feng of the medicine sect and the rest, he finally spoke. Since we are all at the celestial rank now, we must shoulder the responsibility. Later when the enemies come, let us go confront them until Bai Yan's return. Maybe we will still have a chance at salvation if that lass comes back. Okay. Bai Chong Feng then turns to the crowd behind himself after giving that confirmation. You all wait here, no matter what happens next, do not come out. After throwing that order down, he left for where the Holy Lord stood without any regret in his behavior. Against this picture, Little Rice could only shake his head in acceptance. Tsing Yi, get on my back, we will also go stop those people." The dragoness didn't object to the idea. In a smooth flip, she was now up on the tiger's back and off they went like the wind itself. Meanwhile, over at the main gateway, the two doorkeepers were still standing in their post. Despite the shivering appearance, they didn't leave. One for a sense of duty, the other being Lord Chu Ran still hasn't given them permission. "Lo Lord." One of the guards whimpers a cry after Chu Ran and his party came out. The master of this place nodded, understanding what the man wanted to say. "Don't worry, go back inside. Remember, no matter what happens, do not come out." "Yes, Lord." Needing no further urging, the two loyal gatekeepers immediately turn tail for the inner reaches of the Holy Land. Seeing that everyone has left, Lord Chu Ran then casts his gaze upward until it's staring straight towards the open sky of the morning horizon. Smiling bitterly, "I never thought I would be fighting alongside you guys one day. Ho ho, and I never thought I would be Chief Wu Wei's in-law either." Bai Chong Feng chimes in as well. "Although I have a lot of dissatisfaction with this old guy, but at least he's trying to make up for it. If my daughter comes back, then I guess he would be a good relative." Perhaps it's the moment of death drawing near, but the grudges they held between themselves no longer seem to matter. Instead, their voices are carrying traces of regret. Sighing at the mentioning of his name, Chief Wu Wei also speaks up, "I'm sure she will return one day. My son Yunfeng is still waiting for her, you don't need to worry about that." After saying that, the Misty Fairy House's chief then turns to his own wife with gentle care. "My love, are you afraid?" Jun Tianyu immediately responds with a shake of her head, "I am not afraid, the only worry I have is Yunfeng and his brother. If the spirit realm attacks only us, then that's that. The thing I'm concerned about is those people slaughtering the rest of the human world. In that case, I fear Yunfeng and them might encounter further danger." For a while, none of the old seniors present knew what to say. They too are worried for the youngsters if they fall today. In contrast, Hualuo and her group of faithful followers didn't speak, only quietly waiting for the enemy's arrival. To these people who were once struggling to survive at the bottom of the feeding barrel, death wasn't something they feared, it's humiliating themselves without putting up a fight. Then, without giving them more time to dwell on or lament the matter, several powerful auras hit the group like a powerful tidal wave. All faces turned a shade whiter as they gazed up to the source in the sky. Elder Jun's death, 10, in the endless sky, more than 24 figures stands floating there against the bristling breeze. Their eyes are sharp and menacing as they stare down at the defenders of this holy land. "He's a middle divine." Xing Yi's complexion changed greatly upon recognizing the power of the leader. "What is a middle divine?" Bai Chong Feng turns around and asks the dragoness with a furrowed forehead. "Take you all for example. Since you only recently broke into the celestial rank, you would be considered bottom divine, then there are the middle divine, high divine, demi-divine lords, and true celestials afterwards in that order." Bai Chong Feng and his peers were all stunned by this news. They did not expect there to be so many variations within a single rank which was non-existent in the previous levels prior. Furthermore, how are they supposed to fight someone that's a whole tier higher than themselves? "So it's you insects down there who killed my boy?" He Fei Xiong glares down at the group below on the ground, his eyes slowly narrowing into a sharp slit that could shoot daggers if he tried. Little Rice was the first to step forward. "I am the one who killed your son, what about it? That bastard dared to cross my mistress and her family, he deserves to die." Boom! Exploding with power, He Fei Xiong completely releases his aura to press down at the tiger. As a result of this feat, Little Rice nearly crumbled into the dirt due to the mountainous pressure. Despite his bones being nearly crushed and making a creaking sound, the stubborn tiger didn't relent and forcefully pushed himself back up through gritted teeth. Little Rice. Going white from this, Tsing Yi exclaims and hurried over to her companion's side to help support him. Then with fierceness in her own eyes, glares right back up to the Spirit Lord in retaliation. Humph. He Fei Xiang huffs a grunt upon seeing the resistance. What wrong did my son do? You insects took his life and is still unrepenting, now I will make you all pay for his death. But surprisingly enough, having this many celestial rank cultivators gathered in one place did catch the Spirit Lord off guard. Now it made sense on why his son would perish during the first assault. It looks like I really did underestimate these people. If I had known there are so many variables involved, I never would have sent him along. Your son killed so many innocent people, and he wanted to slaughter the entire continent of its occupants. You're telling me that's not wrong? Tsing Yi snickers a laugh of irony at the man's logic. Ha ha ha. The Spirit Lord went mad with laughter at that rebuta, allowing his echoing voice to spread across the entire Holy Land. Nothing but a bunch of insects, as if their lives are comparable to my son's life? He came at my order, he did no wrong. On the contrary, you bunch here are unforgivable. How dare they compare my boy's value to themselves? He's hundreds if not thousands of times more important. Spirit Lord, one of the old elderly attackers spoke up then, I get the sense that they're trying to stall for time. We shouldn't waste any more effort with their nonsense, so let's just kill them. He Fei Xiang nods with indifference at the idea, his bloodshot eyes sweeping through the group beneath. Today this world will know my wrath. I will use the blood of all your lives to honor my son. Lord Chu Ran of the Holy Land knew a battle was inevitable at this point. Taking a deep breath, he draws his long sword and charged for the group of attackers that's also moving for his position after they got permission to begin. Chu Yifeng's return, 1, foolish pig. He Fei Xiang didn't even need to move while up in the air. While he snickered a laugh, a huge shockwave suddenly explodes out of his body and smacks right into Lord Chu Ran's chest, sending the other fella falling right back down to the dirt. Chu Ran. Bai Chang Feng and the others exclaimed with great fright at this scene. The poor man was puking blood like a fountain and they feared he might die at any second. Thankfully the group still had the healing pills Bai Yen left for them and that stabilized Chu Ran's condition after taking one. Not going to bother with the fool who dared to challenge his might, He Fei Xiang returns his gaze over to the tiger. This white tiger killed my son, he will be the first to suffer. As for the rest of you here, I will personally deal with you all afterwards. Wiping the blood from the mouth, Lord Chu Ran forces his own aching body up to put up a stand. Even if we all die together today, someone will eventually come avenge us. When that happens, I will have nothing to complain, ha ha ha. Besides, your son's death is inseparably related to me. Said the Holy Lord with a sarcastic tone, if you have the ability then come kill me first, I have never cowered before anyone. The provocation infuriated the Spirit Lord and definitely irked the man's ego. Did you not say you're going to avenge your son? Come on, I'm right here. If you got the ability then come kill me. Chu Ran. Going white in the face, Bai Chang Feng hurries to pull at his peer's arm. Whispering, have you gone crazy? This is not the time to be getting rash and running out on your own. Furthermore, what's with the provocation, you don't want to live or something? Chu Ran smiled bitterly in response, last time my Holy Land got lucky and the reinforcements from the demon realm came in time, but it's obvious we won't have such luck today. It's as the Holy Lord says. The last time they only managed to bide for time due to the island's barrier. Without that option available, what other choice do they have besides hard resistance? Sure enough, the Medicine Lord releases his grip around the man's arm and made a bittersweet smile of his own. To Bai Chang Feng, he's experienced many dangers over his long lifetime, but to be taken down like this was just sad for him. Turning back up to the old man in the air, Chu Ran continues to make his stand. Come then, I can bear anything you can throw. To this Lord and Master of the Holy Land, he's never feared death. However, if he had anything to say he couldn't let go, it would be his two children. Closing those eyes to reminiscent Chu Yifeng and Chu Yi's face in his mind, the man immediately shoots them back open with absolute determination. Ho ho! The Spirit Lord bit the bait as expected. Snickering with anger, you want to die? Fine, I will oblige your request in full. Boom. In an instant, the man's body transformed into a gushing storm as he swooped downwards for Chu Ran's head. However, despite the Holy Lord not moving and having his eyes closed to anticipate the oncoming punches, nothing came. Seconds later, finding it to be quite off, Chu Ran slowly opened his eyes again to an unbelievable scene. Chu Yifeng's return, too, despite having only that back facing himself, Chu Ran could still immediately recognize who that pristinely white figure was. Yifeng? Yifeng, he's back. The new entry didn't respond to the name, only staring up to the foe using those frosty eyes that could slice a person if they crossed his path. Bang! Giving a slight shove of force, Fei Xiang was promptly repelled backwards by several meters in length due to the act. "Who are you?" the Spirit Lord asks with shock apparent all over that face. "This land still has people who can resist my attack." Chu Yifeng. His answer was bland and indifferent, just like someone believing it's a waste of energy to even respond. Chu Yifeng? He is Chu Yifeng? Chief Wu Wei nearly popped his eyes out over that name. He's lived his life out inside the isolated misty fairy house, so it's no surprise that this chief never seen the young man before. So this man in white is that very young man. I've heard he's a real talented person, but isn't this a little too much for mere talent? I don't care who you are, anyone who crosses me today must die. There's fire spewing out of the Spirit Lord's eyes right now when he made another swing at Chu Yifeng's body. Sadly for him though, it was a mistake because the attack did not connect, instead his punch was firmly caught by the young man's own hands. I don't care who you are either, those who trespass onto the Holy Land dies. Following every word from the young man's mouth, Fei Xiang would feel increasingly more uncomfortable, like blood's going to gurgle out of his throat. Next thing the Spirit Lord knew was a sudden sharp rise in the gripping pressure around his own fist. Clack! That's the sound of bone breaking, and it was his. Little Rice didn't miss this at all and sparkled with deviousness. "Young lord, these assholes are here to steal my mistress's miracle. They want to hurt my mistress." Boom! A huge surge instantly seeped out of Chu Yifeng's body, causing his whole existence to become dangerously cold. "You people are here for Yener?" This time Fei Xiang couldn't hide the panic that's come to grip his heart. The reasoning? It's because this Spirit Lord could tell for certainty this new individual was at least in the middle divine tier or higher. "Speak, are you here for Yener?" Chu Yifeng reiterates his question, that tone freezing even to the coldest of terrains. Speaking through gritted teeth, "That's right, I'm here for the miracle, what about it? This land never should have had it to begin with." Little Rice only shakes his head over how dumb the foe was for answering. "Did you hear that? He's here for the miracle, that means he's here to steal it off my mistress." The troublesome tiger would of course lose the fearful appearance he showed earlier now that a powerful reinforcement was on his side. In fact, he's wiggling that tail and getting all playful and cheeky. Death. One punch, that's all it took for Chu Yifeng to blast the Spirit Lord right back out. The other celestial rank cultivators from the spirit realm naturally wanted to attack after seeing their lord being injured, but Little Rice already expected as such and blocked the men from joining in with his massive size. At the same time, Tsing Yi and the others also began to move because, well, truth was these people aren't all that much stronger than the last batch of attackers if Fei Xiang didn't stand at the forefront. It's quite plausible to come out on top at this rate with Chu Yifeng suppressing the Spirit Lord. Chu Yifeng's return. 3. Chu Yifeng's arrival has completely turned the tide in the Holy Land's favor. Staring down at the old ignorant man below himself, the young man's eyes were full of killing intent as he brandished his long sword for use. "I will make sure you regret ever going after her, now die." With a cry, he stabs the blade straight into the Spirit Lord's right eye, causing the foe to let out an excruciating scream of agony. Chu Ren almost cried out as well to the side after watching his son's outburst. He's very sour right now, this stinking boy only knows how to chase after a girl's skirt. What about his old man here? I am the father. I should be the first order of concern. At the same time, over at the outskirts of the Holy Land, Bai Yan and Bai Xiaofan was hurrying over to the epicenter when they overheard the sharp screeching cry of the Spirit Lord. It's painful and eerie to even their ears from afar. Startled at first, Bai Yan immediately turned to her own husband that's tailing her. But, Di Tsang, take me over there right now, I need to go. Okay. Without objection, Di Tsang immediately whisks his wife and son away and flew off in a flash of red light. When they eventually arrived, due to the incredible speed produced by the Demon King, the scene that came into view completely left the woman stunned on the feet. Godfather. Breaking free from his mother's arm, Bai Xiaofan throws his tiny little body at the handsome man wearing the white silky robe. Due to the heat of the moment from the fighting, Chu Yifeng's sword had wanted to slash down again at the unexpected entry. However, the familiarity of that cuddly voice promptly stopped the act mid-track and allowed the kid to throw himself into his stomach. Godfather, I miss you so very much. Hugging that thigh, the little steam bun had stars shining in his eyes when staring up to the man's still unreadable face. Finally realizing what's happening, Chu Yifeng's eternally cold face softened. Giving the kid a rub on the head, this person then immediately turned to look over to the oncoming woman. In this moment, his eyes were seemingly in a trance, like he's recalling back to the scene of their first encounter. Back then it was Elder Zheng Qi and his brothers who brought back the blood-stained girl. At first he couldn't even see through to that face due to all the grime and red. However, his attention never did leave the lass due to the baby boy in her arms. How could one be so severely injured and still care for a child? Well, Bai Yan did it back then. Despite not having a single good patch of skin left on her body, the lady not only kept her boy safe from harm, she wouldn't even let a single droplet of blood to get on the kid's clothing. That's right, it's her strength and courage that's won Chu Yifeng over. It's not her face, it's not her beauty or talent, it's her perseverance to do what's right. In that second when they met, the seed had already been planted. Perhaps in this lifetime he would never be able to rid himself of her image and glory. Yenner, it's been a long time. You look just as beautiful as you are ever. Of course, the latter part of his sentence could never be said aloud towards this woman and could only be kept firmly inside his heart now. It's been a long time indeed, Yifeng. Bai Yan draws a mesmerizing smile of her own, recalling back to their last encounter at the fighting competition over in the Luhua Kingdom. Even if she couldn't fall in love with him, he's still an important member of her family. That fact won't change no matter what. Has he been good to you? After musing over his response, Chu Yifeng still ends up throwing this nonsensical word out there. Going black in the face over the question, Di Tsang immediately got all defensive and wrapped his arms around Bai Yan's waist. She's my wife, so of course I will love her with my all, that you don't need to worry. Chu Yifeng's return, as if he's unable to hear the Demon King's words, Chu Yifeng's focus remains entirely on Bai Yan's body. To him, it's as if the world doesn't exist and only this woman does. Not minding the extra attention, Bai Yan knew she must first appease Di Tsang's hand before turning back to the kind man. Smiling on the face, Yifeng, you don't need to worry about me, he's been very good so far. Also, I'm pregnant with another child again. The news instantly made Chu Yifeng's hand tightly grasp into a ball. This should have been a joyous occasion, but to him, this only felt like a hand was ruthlessly ripping at his heart and causing excruciating pain. But in order to not make the woman in front of himself worry, his handsome and pristine face only showed a gentle smile. Then I am happy for you. In this life, I only want you to live well, and that's all I want. Hearing this from the sideline, Lord Chu Ran could only sigh at the pair's relationship. He's a father, so of course he would want his son to have happiness. Sadly, love mustn't be forced, and he knows that much. What a shame this is. Yenner, what did you just say? You're pregnant again? Bai Changfeng apparently forgot the situation they're all in and stepped out to ask, his voice trembling with excitement. It wouldn't be that you are deceiving us old guys, right? Bai Yan chuckled at her grandfather's outburst. However, before she could respond to that doubt, the little steam bun had already broke away from Chu Yifeng's leg and cocked his tiny head upwards with a proud face. Mother is pregnant with a little sister, my little sister. I will protect my little sister from now on and not let those bad people hurt her. Especially baddies like Baddie Father. I will protect my little sister from people like that. The poor woman almost wanted to cry at her boy's logic. Bai Yan could already see her future son-in-law being driven away and knocked to level. An overbearing father-in-law, a brother-in-law with a little sister complex, who could handle such a relationship? In the end, the one to suffer would be her own daughter, the future baby that's going to come into this world. Lord Chu Ran, grandfathers, grandmother, and my Shifus, are any of you injured? Asked Bai Yan with an apologetic face for coming late. Bai Chong Feng shakes his head at the inquiry. It's thanks to young Yi Feng over there who came in time. Thanks to him, none of us is hurt. He didn't need to elaborate on what comes next because everyone knew the other outcome would only be negative. They really need to give thanks to the young man afterwards, they owe him their life. Eased by the confirmation, Bai Yan figured it's time she dealt with the one who caused all this. Smirking at the injured He Fei Xiang, so you're the spirit lord? The old man shuddered at being their focus. He Fei Xiang had already recognized Di Tsang's identity as soon as the Demon King made his appearance, so he didn't say nothing. Di Tsang, help me abolish his strength and then have someone send him back to the spirit realm. Bai Yan spells out her wish, leaving her grandfather and the rest confused as to what she intends to accomplish by doing so. Contrary to the confusion felt by the others, He Fei Xiang on the other hand only felt a ray of light shining down on his injured self that was missing an eye. Is this woman going to let me go? Bai Yan didn't explain though despite all the looks coming her way. Making a lazy stretch, I am tired so I'll go rest first. Xiachen, let's go. Okay. The little steam bun didn't delay and hurried back to his mother's side, that face showing innocence and joy at being able to share a bed with Bai Yan again. As for the remaining celestial ranks here, grandfather, you and the rest can handle them. This is a good chance for you all to test your strength for consolidation. Giving a yawn, she then promptly led her boy for the inner parts of the Holy Land. Chu Yifeng's return. 5. After testing herself and discovering she's pregnant, Bai Yan has gotten into the habit of taking naps whenever possible. Sadly, regardless of how much she sleeps, that endless fatigue just couldn't go away. This little one in my tummy, it can't be a lazy one, right? Rubbing her own abdomen, a faint smile slowly evokes out of Bai Yan's face. If not, then how else was she supposed to explain her current condition of being so sleep-prone? Mother, it's fine if my little sister is lazy. If she doesn't want to walk, then I'll carry her. If she wants to sleep, then I will keep her company. If she doesn't want to eat, then I'll feed her. You mustn't ditch her just because she's lazy. Out of fear for Bai Yan abandoning the unborn baby, Bai Xiachen hurried to beg in place of his expected sister. But what if it's a little brother? She asks with amusement all over her voice. The little steam bun didn't reply right away. Only after a long musing did he come up with an answer. Then I will break his leg if he gets lazy. Or mother can toss him away and make another sister instead is fine too. 3 black lines literally appeared across Bai Yan's forehead. This little guy, isn't he too biased? Scraping the boy's nose in a doting manner, didn't you say you want a little brother to help you manage the demon realm? If he's lazy, then he won't be willing to be the crown prince. In that case, I won't be able to accompany my little sister to wander the world and enjoy the various places. If not, why don't mother make another that's less lazy? For Bai Xiachen, a little sister must be used to dote, while a little brother could only be used to abuse. If this baby really is a boy, then he will cry if he hears your word, Bai Yan said with a sigh. Tilting his head in a pondering manner, the little steam bun suddenly lights up with a light bulb hovering above his head. In that case I won't beat him at least. If mother tosses him, then I will just go pick him back up. No big deal. I can always make him wear a dress and put on makeup. Using him to practice is not bad, it will give me experience for my future little sister. A puff of mushroom smoke explodes out of Bai Yan's head right then and there. For a second, she's discovered how difficult it would be for her second child if it's really a boy. It's going to be bad enough having Di-tsang and this little steam bun being so gender bias, but this was too much. But a really sweet smile comes off of the boy as he reached up with his hands to touch her belly. The baby will definitely be a sister. Little sister already told me she's coming, so it can't be anything else. Finding how stubborn her son was about the gender, Bai Yan knew it's pointless to argue. Pinching the kid's cheek, all right, it's a little sister like you say. Gleefully showing his teeth in that smile, Bai Xiaofan began to swing his mother's arm around as he spoke. Mother, I will properly teach my little brother when you get one in the future. I will teach him how to protect my little sister together. Okay, your little sister's safety will be in your hands. Greatly enjoying herself as well, Bai Yan tickles her boy's nose before giving her following instruction. Xiaofan, go call Dragoni and them over. Oh yes, call Mo Li Shang, handsome youth, as well. Okay, mother. With a pop, the little steam bun sneakily gives her face a kiss before running off with his little legs in the other direction. Watching her son's behavior, Bai Yan just couldn't resist a chuckle as she rubbed her own belly. I wonder how disappointed he will be if this child is not a girl. Just when the lady was busy pondering on the idea, Bai Xiaofan had already returned with the group like she asked. However, it's far faster than she expected. Clearly they were nearby to begin with. Dragoni, you mustn't bump into my mother, she's now pregnant with my little sister, so you must be gentle. Bai Xiaofan comments upon seeing how the little missy was about to rush at Bai Yan out of excitement. Elated with joy on the face, Dragoni cries out with glee as well, really? Mother, you really have a baby? Chu Yifeng's return. 6, that's my sister, not your sister, and this is my mother. Bai Xiaofan did not get the news regarding his new god-sister, so the kid immediately got irate after hearing that sentence. Xiaofan, intervening since it's her fault for not bringing the topic up earlier, Bai Yan attempts to explain. Not long ago I had taken Dragoni as my goddaughter, I just didn't have time to tell you. Originally the boy was still steaming on his cuddly face when he heard that. Turning from grumpy to surprise, a big "oh" was what became the shape of the boy's mouth when he turned to apologize. Dragoni, I am sorry, I did not know mother took you in as her goddaughter. I was too impulsive, I'm sorry. It's all right, I don't blame you. Dragoni shakes her head with a broad smile of her own. Dragoni, Shan, I still have here a few Godhood Dan pills. Take them. Handing out the extra pills she reserved for the group. As for the extras, Dragoni, you can give them to the ones from the border city. Remember, only those at the saint rank can use them. Godhood Dan pill? Wuxia and the other slaves behind the little missy were all showing incredulous looks on their faces. Great lady, when I arrived here I found that there are many who are at the celestial rank. It can't be, is it because of these Godhood Dan pill? Wuxia nervously asks without blinking at all, afraid the act might turn this into an illusion or whatnot. Boom! Like a lightning baton, the news smacks everyone right in the face and left a huge imprint. It wasn't all that long ago this woman was being chased by them from the border city, and now she's able to produce celestial ranks at will? Oh mistress, you mean, we are also included? The big burly man that was Wuxia from the border city gulps, his eyes spewing with desire. Due to these pills being in limited quantity, I cannot give every one of you a pill. Whether or not you can get one will depend on your performance. She explains with mild calmness that was very different to the tense air hovering above these slaves. In terms of importance, Bai Yan holds her family first, then the demons from the demon realm, then these other Micella's people underneath. That's why they are going to have to compete for an opportunity, otherwise where else was she supposed to get the ingredients to meet the demand? He Ling, the other powerful slave from the border city, was filled with excitement as well. He's hardly able to contain his emotions at the chance. This man knows, this would be his only chance to break free from the restraints of the saint rank and into newer heights. Others were of the same opinion right now. For a time, these extras are trying hard to highlight themselves in front of Bai Yan so they could get a spot for the prize. Of course, not everyone here were interested in these beady little things. Yen, a Mo Li Shang, youth, shakes his head after glancing over at the pill. I don't need this thing. Startled by that answer, why? It's useless for me. You need to have confidence in me. Even without this pill, I can still reach the celestial rank and protect you. The youth sounded very sincere, making it hard for others to doubt him. She didn't insist since it's like that. Nevertheless, Bai Yan still left the option out there for him. All right, but remember to come to me if you need this in the future. I will always have one ready for you. Okay. Mo Li Shang breaks out a chuckle, revealing his teeth to the sunlight and making him look all the more bright and handsome. Queen Mother, are you back? Suddenly, a childish voice came from the side. Chu Yifeng's return, 7. When Bai Yan turned to face the source, all she saw was a dolly-looking child toddling over to her location with a very thick smile on that face. And due to how short his legs were, the dolly boy would always look like he's bouncing around when running, making him appear extremely cute to the onlookers. First giving the pregnant lady a huge hug on the thigh, then turning for the little missy. Dragony, why are you always hiding from me? The human form piggy just didn't understand why the little missy would keep avoiding himself. He didn't do anything wrong. Dragony promptly took several steps back at the question, because I hate pigs. But I like you very much. Molly, piggy, didn't get discouraged and continued to toddle over to the missy. Watching how this dolly boy wouldn't stop chasing after his girl, a nameless anger erupts out of the little steambun's heart. Reaching out to snatch the baby up by the dojuo underwear, you stop pestering Dragony. Originally the dolly boy wanted to refute the request without a second thought, but the intimidating air coming off of the demon prince had caused him to give pause and shrink that head inwards. He's so sad right now. But I want to be with Sister Dragony. From the first time he saw the dragoness, he's already dead set on protecting her. That's a belief the piggy won't give up no matter what. Now if only the girl would just stop hiding from him, then that'd be perfect. Cringing up into a stern face, Bai Xiaochen stumbled for a proper excuse. Dragony doesn't like you, so you must stop pestering her. Otherwise I will hit your bum. I'll hit it until it blossoms. Shrinking into a roundish shape due to the intimidation. Don't hit my bum please, my bum will hurt. If you stop pestering Dragony then I won't hit you. As reluctant as the dolly baby was about the idea, he did give in under one condition. Then what if she's not against it? Does that mean I can be by her side and protect her? Bai Xiaochen's anger grew even deeper. I know. Why? I say no is no. Bai Yan was all smiles at this picture. How aggressive her son was getting, how her goddaughter was hiding behind the boy for protection. She could already see the pair getting along together well in the future. Truth was, rather than being a goddaughter, this pregnant woman would rather have the dragoness become her daughter-in-law. Son, don't scare Molly anymore, come rest with me. Bai Yan's sentence immediately made the little steambun drop the baby and run back over. Mother, are you tired? I will help support you back to rest, you watch your steps. With his help, the mother and son began heading for the island at the center of this place, but that's not before the boy called out to her newfound sister. Dragony, why are you still standing there? Come help me with mother. Dragony's eyes lit up at the beckoning. She's elated to be able to help and hurried to help support Bai Yan's other free arm. To be treated like a patient by both her children, Bai Yan just couldn't help but make a helpless smile. I am not this weak yet, but you two, you look so adorable like a nice little couple. What is a little couple? Asked Dragony with a clueless voice. Dummy. Bai Xiaochen knocks the girl's head. You are so dumb. A little couple is people like mother and baddie father. Oh. Dragoni nods her head like she's got it now. But me and Gidge, older brother, are siblings. I don't want to be a little couple. Bayan's face got all black with lines running through it. She did not expect the one to reject the idea to be the girl here. Normally in these situations it's the boy who does the refusal out of embarrassment. Chu Yifeng's return, 8, by Xiaofan also nods his little head in seeming agreement. Mother, Dragoni is right, we are brother and sister, so how can we be husband and wife? Wouldn't that be incest if we do so? Bayan's face grew even more black as her throat garbled for a proper response. It's as if a rock just got chugged down the poor mother's throat and left it there. Where did they learn such words? Moreover, they are not even related by blood. Since the two little fellas had no intent for each other, then that's fine. It's not like Bayan must have them become a pair. After all, love mustn't be forced. Whatever they do would be their own choice in the future. Spirit Realm. Standing above in the bristling air, Lu Qingyu was currently gazing down at the crying and pleading group of people that once brought nightmare into her life. She's feeling absolutely refreshed and pleased to the point where her lips had curved into a grin. These people, they're finally getting retribution. This lady would never forget how these people treated her mother after she lost favor. The humiliation, the ridicules, and the laughs, those pictures would never leave Lu Qingyu's mind. But now, her revenge has come, and they are going to pay for everything. First Elder. Fourth Elder gallops over from the distance, his face smiling when reporting, "We are almost done here with this group and some of them are willing to surrender to us. What should we do with them?" Nodding in understanding, "Let them enter into a slave contract with me, I will let them live if so. On the contrary, if they refuse then kill them as is." All right. With the permission granted, Fourth Elder promptly went back to the holding compound to drag those who are willing to obey over. Many are shivering hard right now in front of all these demonic beasts parading around their location ready to tear into their bodies at the first sign of resistance. Heck, some were so scared at this point where their pants had started to urinate, thus creating a foul odor in the air. Everyone listen. Though faint, First Elder's voice was clear and thunderous when speaking to these frightened captives. If you want to live then be contracted by a slave contract, otherwise your other option will be death on the spot. No rejection came from the gathered crowd at the threat. They're all trembling and hanging their heads low due to the fear they felt. Seeing how there's no struggle, the elder promptly released his aura to blanket over the bunch. Very soon, the ritual for the binding was beginning to materialize and bond with their souls. Exhaling a long breath after the deed was done, "All right, you will all come back with us to the demon realm as slaves for life. This spirit realm will no longer exist." But right as he's about to turn and leave, something unexpected occurred and interrupted his departure. It's a huge white tiger, and in its jaws were a man that were quickly recognized by the various captives once they took a look. There's shock and disbelief in their eyes over the identity of the individual. Originally they thought the invasion upon the human world would be a given success with the Spirit Lord leading the attack force, but what are they seeing? But what's this they are seeing? He Fei Xiang's been captured? Flying over with one huge leap, Little Rice spits his baggage out with a grossed-out face. "First Elder, this is something my mistress tasked me to bring you. Don't worry about his strength though, the king already abolished his Dantian core so he won't be putting up any resistance." Since the moment of He Fei Xiang's appearance here, the man's daughter Lu Qingyu could no longer hold back her excited emotion. Covering those lips with both hands, tears came boiling out from those eyes. He Fei Xiang finally has his day. Ha ha ha. Talk about retribution and karma, he finally got what he deserves. Look mother, this man finally got retribution for what he did to us. Chu Yifeng's return, 9, you are alive? He Fei Xiang's gaze promptly revealed a look of dismay and panic as soon as his eyes met with his daughter's. He just couldn't believe Lu Qingyu was alive and well because he had sent several celestial rank cultivators after her that night. There's just no way in his opinion for the girl to flee under such pursuit. Snickering a cold laugh, a dagger instantly flashes into existence around the woman's hand. Are you disappointed that I'm alive? I am your father Qingyu, what are you doing? Father? Lu Qingyu seems to have heard something hilarious and bursts out into a hysterical cackle. If you really thought of yourself as my father, then would you send someone to kill me? Not only did you cause my mother's death, you also caused Elder Jun's death. Once again, the image of her mother's desperation and Elder Jun's unyielding determination flashes across her mind again, causing her hand to grip tightly and eyes turning red from hatred and resentment. Don't you always want to know why I went to the human world before? I can tell you now. It's because I accidentally overheard your talk about the miracle there, that's why I went. I wanted to get it before you do. Turning a taunting smirk at the crippled man, but I didn't get it, as you can see. I was caught by Bai Yan after failing to do so, and then I willingly submitted myself to her. Regardless of their first encounter, or the fact that she's now a slave to another, just the part that Bai Yan could deliver this dreaded man to her face for judgment was more than enough to earn Lu Qingyu's loyalty. He Fei Xiang's heart started to shake hard. He finally knows why the woman back in the human world didn't finish him right then and there. It's for this moment. That woman is truly ruthless. Even at death she won't let me have my dignity. I am your father Qingyu, that fact won't change because my blood runs through your veins. If you kill me, then it's a crime against the heavens. In the future, fate will definitely punish you and lay judgment in the afterlife. A stream of seething mockery filled the lady's voice. What about the heavens? What about my afterlife? As long as I can kill you, then I am satisfied. Regardless of the consequences, I am willing to bear it. Swoosh. The dagger in her hand has sprang into action and directly stabbed into He Fei Xiang's chest. As she jerked the blade back and forth to make the pain as high as possible, the blood came pouring out and splattering across the lady's face and making her look incredibly frightening, like a mass killer. Perhaps this world really does have karma. But right away thunder began to boom from above and the rain hammered the ground like it's just escaped from a long drought. This sudden downpour washed away the blood while also masking the trickling tears from the lady's cheek. As He Fei Xiang stared wide in disbelief, he cried out using the last of his strength, I should have killed you in the cradle back then, I should have strangled you when I had the chance. Sadly for this once lord and master of the spirit realm, the blood has almost run dry through his body at this point, causing him to lose the last of his voice. In the end, he just suddenly dropped backwards in the rain and gradually. He breathed his last breath in resentful silence. Clank. Dropping the dagger in her hand over this picture, Lu Qingyu suddenly shouts out towards the sky as she knelt there. The cry was endless, filled with emotions, and even contagious to those around because it was clear to everyone how much suffering was in that voice. Mother, Elder Jun, do you? I killed this man by myself, I've avenged you. Unfortunately, you'll never be able to see this. Chu Yifeng's return, 10, Elder Jun. Recalling that determined face of the senior in her mind again, I've succeeded, but you're no longer by my side anymore. I've waited a long time for this day to come, yet when I succeeded, the last of my family has already left me. Slowly standing up from the ground, Lu Qingyu began to wander through the rain like a zombie towards the back mountain. First Elder. Fourth Elder decides to speak up after getting worried from the terrible state the lady was in. Shouldn't we follow her? This girl, she seems to have suffered quite a shock there. Shaking his head over the suggestion, no need, just let her go. These sort of stuff needs to be solved by herself, we can't do anything for her now. Oh yes, remember to go examine the treasury hall here. Those items are to be offered to Her Highness the Queen after we leave this place in a bit. Understanding the first elder was right, fourth elder immediately clambered up and began the cleaning process for this chaotic battlefield. As for the rest of the survivors of this spirit realm, what else could they do when their leader has died before their very eyes? Aside from regret, they didn't show much sorrow for the dead man because they are worried about themselves and what awaited themselves in the future. A while later, Lu Qingyu returns again from the back mountain. But unlike before, she was holding an ash urn in both arms and giving off an air of lonely sadness. "First Elder, can I go back to the demon realm with you all?" she eventually asks after a long while of silence. Answering after a brief deliberation, "You belong to the Her Highness, so of course you can return with us." Moving those lips in haste at the agreement, "Then can I take my mother's ash with me too? I do not want to come back to this place ever again in this lifetime." "That's not a problem. All right, I will also task those underneath me to help your mother find a suitable burial ground. This way she can rest in peace." This girl was Bai Yan's subordinate, so it's reasonable for him to do this small favor. "Thank you." As much as Lu Qingyu would want to bring Elder Jun's remains along as well, the senior's body had already turned to dust and disappeared with the wind. "The hour's getting late, we should begin heading back to the demon realm soon." First Elder turns to his peers and continued, "But this spirit realm isn't bad. Fourth Elder, after we return you can go expand the entrance gate to these parts. We will fold this into the demon realm's boundary." The territory of the demon realm couldn't be called big in comparison to the human world, so it's time they expanded the territory using this spirit realm as the jumping point. After all, certain demonic beasts are quite productive when it comes to their offspring. "Yes, First Elder, I'll have this done as soon as I get back." Fourth Elder complies and confirms the order. "Let's go then." Slowly turning away, "It won't be long before the Queen and King returns from their own trip. We can discuss the next course of the plan afterwards. It's about right after 1,000 years of growth. Even if our demon realm isn't at the peak of its strength, it's still capable of challenging the celestial realm at this point. By then, whatever is owed will be paid back in full." The First Elder's gaze gradually lowered as the pictures of that cruel war slowly emerged in those old eyes. War's Prelude, 1, Holy Island. At this moment inside the bamboo cabin located at the center of this lake, a woman in red was currently taking a quick nap against the long bench bed with her head pressing against the pillow. Exactly when all was quiet, two little heads suddenly poked out from the doorway, their eyes scanning curiously at the inside. "Dragony, stay very quiet, we mustn't disturb Mother's rest." Putting a finger against his lip in a hush-hush manner, the little steam bun slowly crept forward through the doorway. Despite the boy keeping a low profile, Bai Yan's senses had long picked him up the second he drew close. The only reason she's still keeping her eyes closed was because she's too lazy to open them due to the pregnancy and the fatigue. Gradually the boy and girl had come before the sleeping beauty. With one hand up, Bai Xiaofan gently places it against the still flat belly while he spoke, "Dragony, come touch too, but be careful to not hurt my little sister." He then slowly rubs it back and forth like he's touching some sort of great treasure. "Aha!" Making that complying sound, the young dragoness also comes forward with her hand outstretched. "There really is a sister, my hand felt something kick it." Her eyes are sparkling and filled with excitement when she quickly murmured that comment after giving it a touch as well. "Dummy, that's just you imagining things. Sister is still small so you can't possibly feel anything. Grandfather said it before, it takes 7 months before there are any movement." "Is it?" Blinking her eyes in uncertainty, Dragony could swear she felt some movement during the initial contact. Meanwhile on the other end, Bai Yan could no longer keep her chuckle back after hearing all those childish remarks, thus surprising the poor boy up and making him jerk backwards. "Mother, did I disturb you?" Bai Xiaofan asks with tears swelling out of those eyes. Smiling right up, Bai Yan shoots the thought down, "If you want to touch your sister then you should do it out in the open, why be so sneaky?" The little steam bun promptly puckered up his lips in grievance, "That's because Batty Father won't let us get too close to you, Mother. He's afraid we will be too reckless and hurt you and injure little sister, so I..." Not needing to hear more, Bai Yan promptly pulled her son into a lovely hug with one arm while bringing Dragony into her other one for a matching pair. "Zaken, you are my child as well. Even if I have more children in the future, you will still be my most beloved son." Also, you don't need to be so careful around me, I won't get hurt, nor will your little sister because she's not so fragile. Bai Xiachen finally bloomed a bright smile at that promise. Hooking his arms around the woman's neck in a childish manner, I will be careful from now on and not let anything reckless happen. I can also help protect you, mother. You are so good. Pleased with delight, she gives the kid a smooch on the forehead to seal the deal. During those days where she was wandering around outside and without anyone to rely on, it was this precious boy who brought a ray of light into her life. Without him, Bai Yan doubted she could have made it through the long ordeal. For that reason, her first son would always carry a special position in her heart and no one could replace it. Mother, you have a good rest first, me and Dragoni will go out and play first. Jumping down from the bench bed, the little steam bun makes a gleeful smile as he spoke. I found a really interesting place some time ago, let's go check it out, Dragoni. War's Prelude, 2. Dragoni has always been very obedient, especially in regards to Bai Xiachen's words. After getting the call, she immediately got up from her spot as well and was dragged away through the door again. Looking up at the two playful little kids, Bai Yan couldn't be any more happy and allowed herself to return to that lazy position of leaning against the bed for sleep. Unfortunately, someone here apparently didn't get the memo and decides to interrupt her nap by swooping in with his blasted hand and touching the cheek. Are you awake? Giving a lazy stretch, she gazes up with an unreadable smile. Did you tell Xiachen and Dragoni to not come around me? Di Tsang could literally hear the rock dropping in his heart. Pondering on the pros and cons of lying or telling the truth, he decides to nod in the end and come clean. Di Tsang. Retracting her smile, the dominant wife promptly grasped onto her husband's collar. Xiachen is my son. I know, afraid the struggle might cause an accident, Di Tsang hurries to bring his wife into a hug so he has a good hold on her. I know a woman is the most vulnerable during their pregnancy, that's why I told him not to come by. I was afraid he might hurt you with his recklessness and hit you. Who told you I was vulnerable? She demands with narrowed eyes of daring warning. Your grandfather, your grandfather. Grinding her teeth in frustration, she makes a snickering sneer at that answer. And am I a normal person to you? That only applies to ordinary folks, you idiot. When I got hit by the heavenly thunder, did I get hurt? Am I not fine in front of you right now? How can a little child cause me harm? Di Tsang could clearly feel the seething flame quickly growing inside his wife's voice, so the man promptly meeked up in hopes of winning some forgiveness. Are you angry? Despite Bai Yan saying nothing and only pricking up that brow, the poor demon king already knew the answer. Hurrying to defend himself, Yen, I only told Xiachen to not get too close to you, I didn't tell him not to come see at all. You know how he always rush into you whenever he sees you, I was afraid he might. That's right, he's afraid his wife might get hurt from the little guy's careless tackle. In terms of importance, a daughter would always be more important to this demon king. Di Tsang, I know you are worried about me, but Xiachen has enough awareness that he won't do anything dangerous around me. So, you don't have to. I understand, next time I won't again. Tightening in his grasp around her waist, the blasted man prints a kiss on her lips before getting permission. Shame though, the act he himself caused had ignited a desirous flame in his lower part which promptly got hard and long. If not for the child in his wife's belly, he would most certainly have a go right then and there. Letting go before he loses control, Yen, I actually came to tell you something. My subordinates that was inside the secret domain have all been summoned back, we're ready to begin the assault against the celestial realm. I want to use the border city as our jumping pad for our forces. That fast? She asks with a hint of surprise. Because I want to give you and our children a secure and safe place to live. Combing his long fingers through her silky hair, his behavior was full of gentle care. I want to go with you. Pursing her lip, Bai Yan couldn't allow this. No, I can't trust you in behaving. You and the kids stay at home and wait for me. I am not as fragile as you imagine me to be. Also, I believe my children aren't that fragile either. Holding her man's hand to reassure him, Bai Yan puts on the most seductive yet clean voice she has ever mustered by whispering into his ear, "Did you not promise to never leave me behind? I want to stand beside you, I want to fight alongside you in the battlefield." Looking at the woman's determined face and his own increasingly painful crotch due to that voice, Di Tsang submits and finally nodded, "All right." War's Prelude, 3, Yen Yen, Can I? Di Tsang casts his gaze downward towards the woman's alluring body. Due to how she was sleeping earlier, Bai Yan's clothing had partially been loosened, allowing part of her snowy white breasts to vaguely show through around the collar. As a result, the man had become very dry in the throat, like he's parched and stuck in a desert. "I refuse." Figuring out what her husband wants by the fire in the man's eye, she hurriedly covered her own revealing part and shot a glare as warning. "I promise to be careful." The man doesn't give up and began to bite at her senses due to his whispering voice into her ear. In kind, Bai Yan also began to redden up in the cheeks due to the hot puffing breath. It's making her all uncomfortable. Not yet, lowering her eyes until the focus lands on her still flat belly, a maternal glow comes forward from her existence. "For her sake, you must hold back." However, before she could say more, Di Tsang had already sealed her lip with his own and shot that ill-behaving tongue inside. It's rough, strong, and overpowering in what it's doing inside her own mouth. "Di Tsang," she eventually cries out after breaking free with anger sprayed all over that face. "Be good." Di Tsang doesn't relent and continues to bite at her defenses. "I won't do anything, I only want to kiss you." Seeing how her husband doesn't intend to force the matter based on where those hands were touching, mostly only her waist and back, she figured it couldn't hurt since it's only the exchange of lips and saliva. Gently closing those eyes, Bai Yan allows the man to do as he please. Precisely then, a maid carrying a tray with a bowl of chicken soup had arrived on the scene. But instead of acting all flustered over the couple's intimacy, the girl only halted for a second to conclude she's not intruding before coming straight in with casual grace to place the food down. Apparently this sort of behavior has become so commonplace that the maids and servants in the Holy Land didn't even find it strange anymore. To them, it's just another day and another scene of a couple kissing. Half a ring later, after the maid left, Di Tsang eventually releases his grip around the lady's mouth. Scooping a spoonful of soup up, he attempts to feed her. "I can do it myself." "I know, but I am your husband, so let me feed you." "I can't do anything besides this because you are the one carrying our child." "Let me do this much at least." Bai Yan's body literally quivered from the emotion she felt in that moment. Staring down at the spoonful of soup, she no longer resisted and opened up her mouth for pampering. "Di Tsang, when do you intend to start?" After a long thought, she decides to ask. Placing the kitchen utensils down, Di Tsang didn't reply right away. Instead, he showed a complex face like he's deliberating on the matter. "Actually, after the demon realm was sealed back then, not every demon managed to make it back to our side. Take the Abyss Forest for example, those demonic beasts are the offspring of those stayed behind, and in the celestial realm are of the same. So what do you intend to do with them?" Standing up from the spot, Bai Yan asks with increased interest. "Those demonic beasts, their treatment under the rule of the celestial realm is worse than being slaves. Snickering a sneer, and those of my demon realm can only be punished by me. In other words, whether it be demons or demonic beasts, they are only permitted to be punished by he and he alone. If anyone dares to touch his underlings, then they are going to be punished for the insolence." Bai Yan's gaze actually fell into a trance for the first time when staring at her husband. Even though it's widely known around that Di Tsang could be quite scary at times, but the fact that his followers are so loyal wasn't without its reasoning. War's Prelude, 4, Yen Yen. Di Tsang's expression weren't as cold as before, but the sharp look remains when he spoke. "The demon realm is second only to you and our children in my heart, so I can never let them go for hurting the denizens of my realm. In particular, those people also harmed you, the greatest weakness of my heart. I will make them pay for ever touching you in the previous life, and they will pay dearly." Border City. Ever since the great seal around the demon realm was shattered by Di Tsang a while back, the barrier in traveling between the various realms have mostly disappeared. And as the nexus between them all, this small city was detrimental for any attacking force from a logistical standpoint. As a result, the mood hovering in the air here have grown increasingly more tense in recent days due to all the demons arriving on the site. Right now inside a majestic palace inside the celestial realm, several old figures were sitting silently around a long table when the door to their meeting were interrupted. A guard partially takes to the knee when speaking, "Esteemed ones, we still haven't heard from the Celestial Lord yet." The news immediately made the occupants all show an ugly face. It's been 1,000 years already, the Celestial Lord still haven't come out of the shadows of that event? Keeper Ling, were we wrong in forcing his lordship before? One of the seniors wearing an ash-colored robe sighs with a frown, "He's left us for 1,000 years and never once returned, and now there's not a trace of where he's disappeared off to. Perhaps if we didn't make him choose then he and the lass would have gotten together already. What's the point of mentioning that girl now? It's not like we had a choice back then either. We also wanted the lass to be with his lordship as well, but who told her to get together with the demons? And there's that prophecy. She's the one who's going to subvert the celestial realm. For the sake of peace, she must die." The one known as Keeper Ling makes a cold smirk and showed no sign of guilt in his behavior. It's as if whatever he did was for justice and without fault. Boom! Suddenly, the door to this meeting room was pushed open again by a dainty hand. It's a woman who walked in on the group. Wearing a fluttering white dress, this lady looked like a true fairy with that air of divinity hovering around her existence. "Keepers, did the Celestial Lord not return yet?" Ruoshi, the ashen-robed elder, was full of sadness when speaking. "Don't worry, we will be sure to have Chu-Yi God come back. He is the Celestial Lord and this realm cannot be without him, not to mention you also waited a millennium for him." Yun Ruoshi smiled bitterly at the failed comfort. If he had wanted to come back then he would have done so a long time ago. "Keepers, please let me know if there's news of him." That said, she then makes a slight bow before taking a leave with her maid in tow. Against this picture, the ashen-robed keeper couldn't help but shake his head. What a good girl she is. How can his lordship not cherish someone so wonderful when she waited so long for him? War's Prelude, 5. Miss Yun is an amazing girl with prestigious background. Furthermore, the prophecy already foretold of her extraordinary future. She will one day stand at the pinnacle of this world. Only such a woman is worthy of being by the Celestial Lord's side, unfortunately. Another keeper laments the fact and shakes his head as well. Unfortunately, the Lord doesn't have her in the heart. As I said, we shouldn't have killed that lass back then, abolishing her strength would have been enough. That way we can give her to the Lord as a concubine, that way he would willingly marry Miss Yun with peace in mind. Another offers his opinion. Men having multiple wives in this world is nothing new, yet these old guys here demanded we kill that girl. Now we can't even get his lordship to return after 1,000 years. No, such a scourge is better off dead. I remember I destroyed her soul so there's not a chance for reincarnation. Only that way will we be able to live in peace. Keeper Ling sounded cruel and ruthless when recalling back to the past, refusing to accept that he made a mistake. They can't blame me. For the sake of this world, sacrificing that girl is a must. Even if she is someone we've watched growing up, but compared to the survival of the celestial realm, nothing is more important. Keepers. A rush of footsteps suddenly came running through the door. Kneeling with one knee, the reporting guard spoke in a hurry. The seal to the demon realm has been destroyed. I've gotten word from my subordinates that the demons are beginning to move and has the sign of attacking us. What? With a bang after slamming the table, Keeper Ling promptly rose from the chair. How did we not get the news earlier if the seal is broken? Tapping the table with a finger, another keeper wearing a green robe spoke. I suspect the reasoning is because of the Celestial Lord. He likely subdued the shockwave created by the seal's destruction and hid the fact from us. Celestial Lord? All of the keepers were stunned by the notion. They didn't understand why their lord and master would do such a thing, especially when both realms are destined enemies. Shouldn't we begin to make preparations as well if those demons are moving? The ashen-robed elder suggests with a dark frowning face. The guard gulps hard after hearing that suggestion. Keeper Zun, I also got a direct message from his lordship after getting news from my subordinates. Pausing for a second like he's hesitant to speak, he said, the Celestial Palace is not to be involved. If we do, he will never return again. As shocked as their hearts were, these elders that controlled the direction of this celestial realm were just as much angered by the command. The main reasoning would of course be over the illogical order, the other regarding the dilemma of why Chui God would act this way. After all, it was Di Tsang who stole the girl away from him back then. If anything, they should be attacking with everything and not holding back. Say, do any of you think that lass is still alive? Keeper Zun, Ashen Robe, suddenly came down with this idea and throws out this sentence. Keeper Ling promptly shakes his head in response, impossible, I've personally shattered her soul and saw it disperse into the wind. Even if that demon king is powerful and far above ourselves back then, he still wouldn't be able to reunite her soul. Naturally these keepers wouldn't know about the price Di Tsang made in order to resurrect Bai Yan and place her soul back into the cycle of life. That's a secret he made sure to keep. Meanwhile outside the room, Yun Ruoshi had been eavesdropping on their conversation despite giving off the impression she had left earlier. After hearing what they said, her hands instinctively began to clench tightly from, what's the word? Frustration? Or was it jealous? Maybe it's hatred, yes, hatred would be more like it. She's not dead yet, she mutters in denial. How is it possible? That sort of injury should have removed her from this world entirely. There's no way, just no way. This won't do, I must go investigate this in person. I must find out if it's related to her before it's too late. War's Prelude, 6, a cold flash emulates out of Yun Ruoshi's eyes as she slowly turned around. However, that quickly changed to disgust when her sight fell upon her own maid that's standing in wait. It's a look of loathing and irritation because the maid was originally from that woman whom she forcibly grabbed over. Come with me, she snaps. The maid needed no hinting at what the other person wanted to do. She's been with this horrible mistress for 1,000 years, so how could she not know Yun Ruoshi's habit? Just that in the eyes of the outsider, this prestigious lady was kind and beautiful, so even if she appeared with scars and bruises all over that body, no one would suspect the other person. Holy Island. Inside the bamboo cabin, Bai Yan continues to snuggle into Di Tsang's arm when the sun came through the window. However, her expression weren't that of peace or comfort, it's a tight furrowed face like she's having some sort of nightmare. In the dream. Beneath a dark sky of unknown origin, Bai Yan stands in a daze as she stared down at the familiar scene that's currently happening beneath herself on this mountain. It's a little girl covered in blood, and she's struggling to push the other little girl beside her forward. This place should be safe, so those bad people shouldn't be chasing us anymore. Relieved, the little girl takes a medicine out and attempts to feed her friend. Seeing this scene, Bai Yan's heart instinctively clenched up and made her body move on its own of wanting to snatch that bottle away. No, don't save her, don't save her. There's horror in that voice. Perhaps it's fate that's guiding her, but she has a strong belief that it's wrong to save the other girl and that the move of kindness it would ruin herself in the process. Pity. Right as her hand was about to make contact, what came into touch was nothing but air. Her fingers simply passed through the bottle. That's right, she doesn't belong in this place, meaning she couldn't stop any of this. As the scene continues to unfold, the injured little girl has now finished taking the medicine. Bai Yan, thank you for saving me once again. The mini version of her responds with a genuine smile of warmth. We've been dependent on each other for so many years, so of course I will save you. Oh right, are you hurt anywhere else? That said, she then makes a frown as she remembered something else. Removing the crescent moon-shaped amulet from her neck, Ruoshi, I was born with this amulet, so it's been with me for a long time. I don't know what use it has, but it has protected me through my life. Now, I'm giving it to you." As Bai Yan stood helplessly beside the two children, the panic in her heart continued to grow more severe when the amulet was finally brought up. You can't give this amulet to anyone," she screams in agony. The mini version of Bai Yan suddenly raises her head with a puzzled look. "Did you hear someone crying out to me?" "Ruo," she shakes her head. "No, it must be your illusion. Maybe." War's Prelude, 7, with a smile on her face, Mini Bai Yan helps lift the mini Ruoshi up from the ground. "This place still isn't the safest, so let's go, we need to find a better location." Bai Yan wanted to catch the mini version of herself when realizing they were about to leave, however, that's when a beckoning voice interrupted her act from the outside. Yen. Right as she opens her eyes from being awakened from the dream, the first thing that come into her view was the stunning face of a man staring down at herself. It's the look of worry and love. "Yen, what's the matter? Why is your complexion looking so pale?" Startled by that comment, she quickly checked her own cheeks and found the temperature to be exceptionally cold. It didn't take much to guess the sort of face she had at the moment. "Di-tsang, I saw memories of the past again. If at first she didn't know what the bloody battlefield was, then she most certainly do now. It's about her previous life, and the scene of herself and another girl just proves of it." Of course, the reasoning for such resentment remains a mystery for herself, but one thing's sure, Bai Yan holds a very strong grudge that couldn't be erased even after a lifetime. Understanding his wife needs comfort, Di-tsang hurries over to wrap his arms around her shoulder to continue listening. "What I saw this time is a pair of friends. Based on their conversation alone, I can tell they've been dependent on each other for a few years. It's just, I don't know why, but I hated that friend very much when I saw her. That kind of hate goes deep into the bones, so it's unmistakable. So, I suspect, perhaps she might have done something unforgivable to me in the previous life?" Bai Yan looks up to her husband, hoping for some kind of support in that theory. Hugging that body even tighter. "Don't overthink this anymore, I won't let anyone that hurt you before go." Bai Yan did not object to the idea. Leaning her head against his chest, she's finding this man increasingly more reliable to the point where only by being with him does she have a peace of mind. "Okay," she says after a long while of silence. No matter what happened in the previous life, Bai Yan knows that as long as she has him, then that's enough. On the Holy Island, Bai Xiaofan was currently sitting at the edge of the lake with his feet dangling off the water, thus causing a rippling effect on the surface. "Highness." It's unsure when Dragoni had come before the boy, but she didn't hesitate to take a seat beside him. "What are you doing?" Dragoni, mother and baddie father may be starting their attack on the celestial realm soon. Unlike his age, a deepness that was normally found only in adults were shrouding over his face. "I would likely have to go with them by then. I need to protect mother and protect my little sister in her belly. Can you go back to the demon realm and wait for us?" "Why?" The girl blinks and blinks. "I want to go with you, I don't want to be left behind." "Listen, this is too dangerous. With mother's character, I know she won't want you to be in danger either." Hardening up in the face, the little steam bun remains stubborn on the matter. "So go back to the demon realm like I say." Despite lowering her head over the persuasion, Dragoni has become rather sneaky as of late and showed a cunning light in those eyes. In her view, she could just secretly follow them from behind because she's not going to be a coward on this. Oblivious to the thoughts running through his friend's head, Bai Xiaofan instead got up from the spot when his ears picked up the sound of someone coming from behind. "Baddie father, mother. Xiaofan, Dragoni, you two go pack up. Once you are done, we will go say goodbye to your grandparents and head back to the demon realm," Bai Yan says with a faint smile. War's Prelude, 9, Chu Yifeng furrows his forehead tightly as he mused over that knowledge. Shaking his head, "No, I do not know him." "That's so," Bai Yan sighed, "perhaps it's a coincidence." You and him are so similar that I thought you would be related to him in some way. Maybe I'm overthinking this matter and it's possible for two different people to look the same. Yifeng. Drawing closer to the man, Bai Yan wants to make sure her thoughts are made clear, so her following words are exactly what she feels. No matter what happens, you will always be Xiaochen's godfather and my godbrother. I believe one day your faithful one will appear and you will be able to stop focusing on me. She now has nothing else to ask for now, only for this man to drop her from his heart. Only by doing so would he be able to find happiness like herself. Not answering right away, Chu Yifeng's gaze met the woman's before breaking out into a faint chuckle. Okay. From the first day that I met you, when have I ever refused your request? It's just this request, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it for the rest of my life. This time the man hid his sadness very well, to the point where Bai Yan couldn't even pick it up. Patting that shoulder foolishly like she's solved a lingering dilemma. Alright, I'm going to go now because Ditsang is going to get impatient soon. You shouldn't stay outside so much either. Your father is a good man and he worries for you. That said, the woman didn't linger around and left for where her family should be waiting. To be clear, it's not like Bai Yan doesn't understand having someone give up on their love was a hard thing to do, the issue was she doesn't have any other solution. It's not like she could just give in to the other man's feeling and go behind her husband's back. That would be cheating on Ditsang, and she's not that type of woman to play around. Ditsang was already waiting by the exit when Bai Yan arrived at the mentioned spot. Finished? He asks with no discernible sourness. Shrugging at her husband's question, I've said what I need to say, whether he can let go is up to him. Anyways, why did you not stop me from being alone with him this time? Pulling his wife into an embrace, he gently strokes through that silky black hair with grace. You're my woman now, no one can steal you away from me. The main reason for his hostile behavior towards Chu Yifeng was because Bai Yan still hasn't accepted him, but now. Ho ho, she's already his woman, what more does he need to fret? He's never allowed anyone to escape his grasp before, and he most certainly won't allow that to happen with his own wife. Let's go. We will first return to the demon realm to discuss the plan for attacking the celestial realm. Bai Yan says this with a sweet smile of her own. It's never a bad idea for a woman to be wanted, and she's no different. Mother, it's then Bai Xiaochen decides to interrupt the couple's lovey-dovey moment. How's godfather? Realizing they're not alone again, Bai Yan hurries to gather herself and looked downward at her boy. Don't worry, he will be fine. Declaration of War. 1. It's then Di Xiaowan, Demon Princess, came running from the rear. Right as the girl's about to throw herself into Bai Yan's arm, Di Tsang had already stepped in to stop her with a holding hand. Black in the face, don't you see your sister-in-law is pregnant? How can you be so reckless? Staring wide-eyed now over that knowledge, the demon princess's gaze slowly locked onto her sister-in-law's belly before popping them eyeballs out in surprising glee. Sister-in-law, are you pregnant? Am I going to have another nephew? Due to how emotional she was, Di Xiaowan's voice was trembling with excitement, causing her to go back and forth between giving a hug or staying back due to the threatening face of the man next to herself. Auntie, Bai Xiaochen sounded very displeased. It's a little sister, a little sister. Puckering her lips in a childish manner, Di Xiaowan began poking at that logic. And how do you know it's a little sister? My sister told me personally, so it will be a sister. Saying the unborn baby was a boy has now become a taboo for the kid because he immediately got all defensive. It's clearly a beautiful and good little sister, why does Auntie say it's a boy? Okay, it's a little sister as you say. Rubbing her nephew's head, the demon princess didn't want to argue on the subject, which promptly earned her a happy grin from the boy. I will be a good big brother, I will protect my little sister. The little steambun's comment completely wins over the demon princess and made her give him a peck on the cheek. It's just too cute. Sister-in-law, letting go after her act, Di Xiaowan finally returns her attention to why she's here. Can I come with you? No. Bai Yan didn't need to think on the matter and refused right away. Your strength is too weak, so you can't go to that battlefield. sister-in-law. Pleading by swinging Bai Yan's arm, the demon princess appears all pitiful with that puckered lip. I really won't be a baggage, really. When you break into the celestial rank then I'll take you. Bai Yan wasn't going to budge on the decision, so her answer remains firm. Hanging that head in a depressed manner, okay, but my strength is sealed away and brother won't help me lift it. That said, the princess then shifted her sight onto the demon king like it's his fault. State teacher is already out looking for the materials to help lift your seal, bear with it for now. Really? Di Xiaowan's eyes lit up with a cheeky smile of huffiness. Don't think I will forgive him just like that. If it wasn't for him, sister-in-law wouldn't have run away from home. Anyway, it's all his fault. If he didn't secretly make a substitute for brother behind everyone's back then none of that would have happened. He won't get forgiveness so easily. You stay here and wait for state teacher to come back. Bai Yan pats the girl on the head to settle the matter. Turning to the rest of the elders, it's about time, we're leaving now. Yes, Queen. They respond with resonating unity. Mother, it's then the little steam bun tugged at the woman's sleeve. Are you not going to bring me? Xiaofan, you wait at home for me too. Why? Getting teary red in the eye, I went into the secret domain so that I can protect you mother, why won't you let me follow? Declaration of war, too, pained at her boy's tearful face, Bai Yan almost crumbled if not for her motherly instinct to protect the baby. Leaning down, she gives him a gentle kiss on the forehead. Xiaofan, I'm only going there to access the situation. I will come back for you once I'm done with that, okay? The battle hasn't begun yet nor does she know the strength of the enemies, therefore taking her son along would be too risky to take. Really? Staring up with sparkling eyes of hope, mother is not lying? Of course. Pressing down the cringing discomfort in her heart, she wraps her boy into a warm hug. Believe in me, I will come back. Okay. Lowering his little head in thought, it took a moment for him to respond. I will believe you mother, I will wait here for you to come pick me up. As reluctant as she was, Bai Yan finally releases herself from the kid and turns to her husband. Let's go Ditsang. The demon king naturally knew how much his wife disliked the separation, but this must be done. Using his own hug to warm her, he hopes the act would give the woman a peace of mind as they left with the rest of the group. In the background, Bai Xiaofan never moved from the spot as he watched everyone leave. In fact, the light he's been showing in the eye until now has gradually disappeared and has been replaced with a darkness that's only been found several times before. Highness, Dragoni nervously gives the boy a tug on the sleeve. Though the young missy doesn't know what's happening but she's getting rather scared right now. Di Xiaowan and the other elders had already left to conduct their own business so it's just the two kids left in this garden. Returning to normal after that brief lapse, Dragoni, did you not say you want to follow mother too? Since mother won't take us then we can just tail them from the back in secret. Shining with light in the eye over the suggestion, can we really? Of course, I can't be at ease if I'm not by mother's side. We will sneak quietly past everyone so the elders won't notice. If they find out then they will not let us leave. If they won't let me go then I can just sneak around from the back. What they don't know won't hurt. Border City. He Ling, a slave, and others like him have long gotten wind of Bai Yan's coming so their group were already waiting since early morning. And sure enough, their efforts were soon rewarded with the familiar figures appearing in their line of sight. Mistress, King, you're finally here, the slave says with excitement in the voice. At the same time, the demons and demonic beasts gathered here are also waiting by the city outskirt. Greeting to the king and queen. Their voices powerful and resonating with power. Supporting his wife as they land, Ditsang first scanned the surroundings before speaking. How are the preparations? Sire, we have finished most of the preparations and only need your order to begin the attack. Good, we will begin to move once nightfall comes. Yes, sire. The demons kneeled again and respectfully complied. Furthermore, go prepare a separate yard for my wife, no one is allowed to disturb her while there's nothing of importance. Yes, sire. They answered again but with less vigor than before. Everything done, Di Tsang immediately turned back to his wife, those supporting hands careful and nervous. Declaration of War, 3, Yen, be careful, I'll help you go rest. During this period, you don't need to do anything, just wait here for my good news. Bai Yen instantly went black in the face. I am not so delicate that I need to be carried, not to mention I'm only 5 months into my pregnancy, there's no need to be so nervous. But I'm afraid you will get tired. Against this sort of behavior from their king towards their queen, the demons and demonic beasts gathered here were all gawking their mouths out in shock. Even though they've heard of Di Tsang's love for Bai Yen from the various rumors, but not many of them have actually seen the real thing until now. That level of pampering was too much for their small hearts. However, that doesn't mean shock was the only emotion running through their minds, there's also envy circulating among the female body. Thankfully these had self-acknowledgement and didn't have other intent in mind, otherwise Di Tsang and Bai Yen would have to deal with another situation like that snake and fox fiasco. Once settled in on the courtyard prepared by the residents of this city. What are your plans for attacking the celestial realm in the evening? Bai Yen asks with a serious face. I'm first going to head to the ancient battlefield that lies beyond this border city. Since that place is controlled by the celestial realm, it is bound to be defended by their forces. However, it is also filled with countless treasures lost through the ages. I intend to first conquer that place and then gather the items hidden underneath the ground for you. Afterwards I will then begin the assault on the rest of the celestial realm. Understanding now, Bai Yen reaches over to grasp one of her husband's hand. I want to go with you. Yen, pressing the woman's shoulder with his own free hand, his tone grew heavy as he spoke, you are pregnant now, I don't want you to work so hard. The defenders stationed at this ancient battlefield isn't too strong so you can be at ease, nothing will happen, I promise you. Just wait here and rest until I come back. Until I come back. These 4 words hit her hard. Remember Di Tsang, we are bound together by the soul. If I notice that you are in danger I will come for you no matter the danger, remember that. Turning solemn in the face after saying that, so, for me, you must pay attention to your own safety. Di Tsang didn't argue with that request, instead he pressed his own lips towards her to let the woman know his inner feelings. After the kiss, the man's voice grew hoarse and longing, I promise you, for you and our children, I won't let any harm come my way. Reassured now, Bai Yen shows a genuine pleased smile, remember what you promised me, otherwise I will follow you to death if I must, we will be together. This time it was Di Tsang who got hit hard by the words. Pulling his wife into an embrace, he holds her tightly to relish in this moment. Yen, getting a bit dry in his throat at what he's about to say, I also started to remember some things. I remember a long time ago I failed, I couldn't protect you, and I lost you for that. Then going sharp in the eye like a ferocious beast, I will never let that happen again, never. This was his promise to her, a promise he intends to keep for this life and the next and forward. Declaration of War, 4, go ahead, rest for now, letting go of his woman as he says that, I'm going to discuss the matters of this evening with First Elder, I won't disturb you. Staring up to the man's gaze, Bai Yen eventually nodded and allowed her man to give a peck on the forehead before their separation. In the study, several elders had already been waiting for their king when he arrived on scene. Majesty, they arched their fists in respect as the man took a seat on the main chair. First Elder, give me the report to this ancient battlefield. Yes, sire, taking a step forward, the senior goes over what he knows. The enemy troops stationed at the battlefield are all celestial rank warriors, most are bottom divine with a few that has barely stepped into the middle divine stage. Gently tapping the table over this information, and what about the treasure lost in the ancient battlefield, do you have any information regarding those? We're unable to locate any relics so far because our people still haven't been able to examine the region, but we are able to confirm there are a lot of rare medicinal herbs growing on the land. The soil there is rich with nutrients so it's quite abundant. Squinting his eyes, herbs. That's good, very good, I can take those and give it to my wife for use. In any case, this ancient battlefield will be mine. First Elder's mouth twitched at that statement. He could already guess why their king specifically picked the ancient battlefield as the first stage for the invasion. It's probably for the herbs and treasures to give to the queen. Also, go pick several powerful demons out there to protect my wife. Di Tsang still doesn't feel completely at ease for leaving, so he wants to make an insurance. Yes, sire. First Elder arches his fist in compliance. Even after all these years, the king's love for the queen is still deep into the bone, no one can match. A moment later, Di Tsang speaks again. This battle on the ancient battlefield, First Elder, you don't need to participate. I will bring 10 other bottom divines with me and that's it. Taken aback by the order, the senior promptly protested, but why, sire? Sneering coldly, this battle will inevitably raise the attention of those in the celestial realm. I don't want them to know our full strength, so 10 is enough. Truth was, he alone was more than enough to wipe out the forces stationed at the battlefield. However, he's not going to waste time mopping up the weaker ones, so the 10 demons were for that, to handle the ones he couldn't care less to fight. First Elder naturally understood what his king was intending to do, and it made perfect sense. It's never a good idea to reveal all the cards before the final clash. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Not delaying, the senior immediately went out the door to carry out the command and left Third Elder and Fifth Elder exchanging looks among themselves to one side. What are you two still doing here? Shuddering upon the realization of their dismissal, the pair hurriedly cusped their hand. Yes, sire. Alone now in the study, Di Tsang sat quietly there like he's brooding over something. Night time. This evening was a dark one. Perhaps it's the raising of the curtain for this great war, but the moon was firmly hidden behind the dark clouds of this night, making it all the more difficult to see anything in the shadows. Declaration of War, 5, Ancient Battlefield. On the edge of this stretch of land burdened with scars from ancient wars, a brightly lit manor was currently holding a festive banquet within its compound. There are dancers, beauties, and most importantly, there's a greasy middle-aged man relishing in the bounties of whatever this place had to offer. Oh beautiful, come drink with me. The greasy man directly pours the wine in his glass down the beauty's throat with a boisterous laugh. As a result of the act, the female in question naturally coughed from the choke. Nevertheless, she continues to put on a smile. My lord is so bad. Huh, of course I am bad. Otherwise how am I supposed to make you all love me? Wei Xingping then went ahead to wrap his greasy hands around the breasts of the nearest ladies around himself, allowing those fingers to squeeze and pull at their tits to make them moan. Bang! Suddenly, a loud ruckus came from the outside, causing the slimy greaseball to jump up in haste. Who came to mess with this ancient battlefield? After he arrived at this ancient battlefield and made it his home, no one has dared to come make trouble. As such, he's been much less interested in guarding his position as the dominant overlord here and grew lazier as he enjoyed the fine things of life. For example, playing with these fine women at night and letting his fitness go due to all the food he's been consuming. Not good, my lord, it's a big deal. Perhaps it's due to how frantic he was. The guard in question ends up running over some of the dancer girls and making a mess of things when he tumbled over to Wei Xingping's spot. My lord, the demons are coming. What? The greaseball became shocked. Demons? What crap are you going on about? Demons are the lowest of the low in the celestial realm. What trouble can they cause to make you so frantic? How many came, 1 or is it 2? Although there are indeed demons living in the celestial realm, but due to the level of poaching by the various forces here, the numbers are always on the small side. It's within reason for Wei Xingping to assume it's only 1 or 2. It's 11. 11, the greaseball repeats the number with a frown. That's actually a pretty high number, but it shouldn't be enough to make you panic, right? The guard gulped hard. The leading demon, he seems to be very powerful. Humph. Sneering in his voice, isn't it just a demon, how powerful can he be? How about this? If he's more powerful than me, then I'll betroth my beloved daughter to him, ha ha ha. The last bit was obviously full of sarcasm, like the idea was impossible. The gifted demons have mostly been tamed over the years, so there's only the weak ones left out in the wild. Now for the disobedient ones, they've obviously been wiped out, so it's within reason for this man to assume that logic. Unlike his lord's belittling opinion about the attackers, the guard on the other hand was shuddering with fear just remembering the powerful image of the demons. As such, he knew the only way was to make the greaseball see for himself. Wei Xingping snorted and strode out the door at his subordinate's pleading. Immediately, the exceptional color of that silvery-haired man had caught his eye. The greaseball gulps. This demon, isn't he too beautiful for a man? What a shame, if only he's a female. Declaration of War 6, the greasy fatso laments on the face, if only this demon is a woman, I would love to take this one into my harem. You demons are getting more and more courageous lately, daring to come make trouble on my territory. Wei Xingping starts rolling his fat greasy self towards Ditsang as he says that, but I can make a deal with you. If you lose, then you must surrender and submit to me. If I lose, then I will marry my daughter to you, how about that? Ha ha ha. However, unlike the boisterous laugh of the fat greaseball who's lost in his own humor, Ditsang's expression had become more and more dark. This is a great deal for you. My daughter is peerless in both beauty and talent, giving you a chance to marry her is your greatest gift. Of course, that's only if you can defeat me. That was the last straw for Ditsang. Flashing a cold murderous glint in those eyes, this great demon king didn't even want to spend a single word answering this clown that's flaunting in front of himself. It's as if the very act was a humiliation in itself. So, he directly attacked. Boom! In an instant, the mountainous aura shot out by Ditsang's body completely overwhelms the greasy fatso. The poor guy didn't even know what happened when he got sent flying and crashed into a nearby wall. If it wasn't for the extreme pain along the front, he might have just kept staring out shock. How can this be? Didn't the strongest of those in the demon realm get exterminated thousands of years ago? How can there be such a strong demon here right now? Wei Xingping wanted to climb back up after realizing the extreme danger he's in, however, it's too late because that dashing figure was already in front of his face. Perhaps the air coming out of Ditsang was just too frightening, but the fat greaseball didn't dare to move an inch anymore. It finally dawned on him why the guard would spout those words earlier. It's not them exaggerating, it's he himself underestimating the foe. With another loud bang, Ditsang's foot stomps down at the person's chest, causing his body to make a huge human-shaped dent on the ground. Who are you? Wei Xingping shakily asks. Resistance? Forget about that, he's lost all will to fight at this point. Aside from the blood leaking from the corner of his mouth, this greasy fatso didn't want to do anything else aside from saving his own hide. Sneering, Ditsang shows a sly smirk, those who are here to rob you. The demons who came with the man were all showing dumbfounded faces with dark lines running across them. To rob you? In other words, what difference are we from bandits? Although our current behavior is the same as bandits, but still. The greasy fatso struggles to speak as blood came pouring out of his mouth. Please, I will give you anything you want, please don't kill me, I don't want to die. Finally releasing his leg from the man's chest, Ditsang pulls the human out from the dented ground and stabbed his sword right into Wei Xingping's left eye. There's no need to act because the pain from losing his eye was excruciating. Now all that remains in the right eye were that of fear and horror. This man, he's not a demon, he's a monster. Declaration of War 7, if you look at me again then I will poke your other eye out and turn you into a blind man. Ditsang's intimidating existence felt like he could kill from mere words alone. Furthermore, if you say another word then I will slice off your tongue. Wei Xingping trembled profusely at the threat. Keeping his head low, he's too afraid to bring the threat to test with his own life. I will wait here, go bring your treasures over. Releasing the captive in his hand, Di Tsang wasn't worried at all about the person trying to escape because all these people are already rats in a cage, there's no escape. Shuddering hard at the command, Wei Xingping didn't dare to delay and rushed for the treasury vault like a second of slowness would warrant his own beheading. Go gather everyone that's left on this ancient battlefield. Capture those who doesn't resist and slay those who rebel. Di Tsang then turns to his subordinates to give this order. Yes, sire. Unlike the happy laughter and dancing from before, this manor has now become a very different place altogether. It's filled with a tense air of unease that's making the dancers and songstresses all curl up around the corner in shivering fear. Then again, it did make sense as to why the females here were so scared of Di Tsang and his men. Who does that? A few words and you would poke another's eye out, that's downright barbaric. Back over at Wei Xingping's side, the greasy slime ball was currently rummaging through his prized possessions like instructed. It pains him to lose everything of value, but it's far better than losing his own life. What sort of bad luck is this? It's been so quiet around this place for so long, how did such a demon suddenly come barging in here? Right as the man had finished packing away the stuff he spent so many years gathering into his personal storage ring, a loud feministic cry suddenly boomed out from the rear and made him jerk. Father! This lady was like a shining example of what it means to inherit a parent's gene pool. She's extremely chubby and literally shook the ground whenever she walked, but more importantly, it's that eyebrow which she inherited from her old man that gave her lineage away, it's a straight line like a single brow. Aside from the white skin, there's hardly anything worthy of note that could be called beautiful. Aya, my sweet daughter, why did you come out? Hurrying to pull at his daughter's arm so she would go back, you need to find a place to hide until those people leave. I can't afford to let those savages get any funny ideas once they get a look at your beauty. If Di Tsang and those demons that came with him were to hear the Wei Xingping's comment there, then they would surely throw everything out from their stomach right then and there. If such a woman could be called beautiful, then there wouldn't be an ugly woman in this world. However, due to Wei Qingqing never having left this ancient battlefield, plus her father's men were always complimenting about her face, this lady has now become delusional to the lies of being the #1 beauty of this ancient battlefield. As a result, confidence in her own face wasn't an issue. You can't go back on your words. Twisting her hair in a shy manner, Wei Qingqing mutters under her breath like she's too embarrassed to look up. She's never seen a man look so good, naturally this lady wouldn't want to miss out on being Di Tsang's wife. Now this time Wei Xingping didn't know what to do anymore. He's stiff as a rock because that remark about marrying his daughter was nothing more than a joke, it wasn't real. Furthermore, he's not stupid enough to believe his own daughter was a real beauty, he's only saying that to not hurt his precious girl's heart. Declaration of War, 8, Qingqing. That guy is not your fated man. He is too cruel and ruthless, but most importantly, he's a demon. Said the greaseball with exasperation in his voice. Making a humping sound with her voice, Wei Qingqing clearly didn't think so. He beat you as soon as you mentioned me, I'm sure it's because of my fame as the #1 beauty here in this ancient battlefield. He specifically came to marry me. Qingqing. He cries out in a panic. Although he has a lot of concubines to service himself, but he only has this one daughter, that's why he doesn't want her to go die in vain. Father, are you planning to send him one of your concubines instead of me? Is that what you are planning? It has to be mentioned, Wei Xingping does have such an idea in mind. All those wives of his were beautiful to most out there. If he could use one to win the favor of such a powerful demon, then why not? His lost eye could easily be recovered with a Dan pill, so the former grudge doesn't mean much if he could get such powerful backing. That man's strength is so strong, do you think your little concubines are going to be able to endure at night? Only with my body can I bear his manliness, not to mention I am the #1 beauty in this ancient battlefield. Which part of me is not worthy of him? Wei Qingqing waves her own hand up into the air like the act would showcase the strength in her arms. However, no reaction ever came from her old man, which causes her to start shaking the poor guy's shoulder instead. "I don't care, father, I'm going to marry that handsome guy, I must marry him." But what if he already has a wife? That's even simpler. All men have multiple wives, I only need him to demote his current one to a concubine and make me the main wife. Cocking her chin up like an egotistic peacock, Wei Qingqing proudly and generously states this like it's a given. The idea didn't sound so bad to the greasy fatso at all actually. He has so many wives in his harem already, losing a couple to satisfy that demon wouldn't hurt if he uses them as a offering. With so many gifts, he's sure Ditsang wouldn't mind taking his daughter afterwards as a thank you. Yes, that will do, he will surely accept Qingqing once I give him so many good things at once. What man doesn't like wealth and beauties? Wei Manor. In this gathering hall, Ditsang props against the main seating chair with a bored expression as he gazed down at the group of unimportant flies huddling together for protection. However, his focus quickly changed as soon as his senses picked up a familiar aura from the outside. "Didn't I say you don't need to come out tonight, why are you here?" he asks after rushing out the door. Under the darkness of this night, the woman's eye-catching dress of red were hypnotically mesmerizing when matched with the owner's peerless contour. It's breathtaking just seeing this level of perfection. "Majesty, I wanted to stop Her Highness, but your orders are to put the Queen's command above all else. I didn't have any other option but to follow." Reporting this was First Elder, who also tagged along from behind. He's making a wry expression like someone that's both troubled and blaming because this really wasn't his fault. Bai Yan chuckled at the Elder's swift explanation. "Don't blame him, I was the one who wanted to come out. I couldn't feel at ease, that's why I came." Since his wife was already getting on the defensive, then he had no reason to press the issue. Holding Bai Yan's hand in a careful and gentle manner, he leads her away for the main chair to sit in. "Just sit here and rest, Yan Yan, I will handle everything, you don't need to do anything." Bai Yan nodded and didn't object to the request. They're already at the edge of the celestial realm, a place where there are numerous powerful beings. Regardless of how she thinks, worrying has become an undeniable fact of life for her at this point. Only by being by her husband's side would this wife be at ease. Exactly right when she's about to take a seat like suggested, Wei Shengping has returned from the treasury vault, and behind him was the huge thick walking ball that was Wei Qingqing. Declaration of War, 9. Wei Qingqing only needed a glance at the woman sitting beside Ditsang to become enraged. Stomping that feet, she screams, "Father, that woman over there, which number of your concubines is she? Also, why is she sitting on my seat? That is my seat, tell her to crawl over here to me." For a moment, everyone's attention was now firmly plastered on the ugly fat woman. This includes Bai Yan with her narrowed eyes and Ditsang's gloomy face that's about to go murder this bitch. "When did my queen become your concubine?" The Demon King's voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell, strangling and choking everyone inside the hall. Stuttering to speak, the fat greaseball hurries to correct his own daughter. "Qingqing, you mustn't misunderstand, this is not my concubine, quickly go admit your mistake." "Admit my mistake, why should I do that?" Locking onto Ditsang with her love-struck eyes, Wei Qingqing apparently didn't have the brain to process anything at this point aside from ogling the man of her dream. "Didn't you come here to marry me, the number one beauty on this ancient battlefield? What's the deal with that woman?" Due to being so spoiled by her family and the lack of interaction with those from the outside, Wei Qingqing continues to believe she's the main reason for all this fuss. Really, doesn't he know how to show some sincerity? Why would he bring another woman with him if he wants to marry me? But Ditsang was done listening to the nonsense of this bitch at this point. Before another word could come forward from that foul mouth, the cup in his hand had already shot out and smashed into Wei Qingqing's forehead, causing the girl to start bleeding profusely from the wound. Why is he attacking me? Why is this man hurting me? Shocked beyond belief, the fat bitch didn't know what to make of this and just stood there with wide eyes. Outrageous. First Elder finally snaps after watching this nonsensical show. Who do you think you are to speak about our queen in this manner? Also, how dare you have thoughts about our king with your ugly appearance? Queen. Plopping to the ground, Wei Xingping nervously looks upward at the two with great fear in his voice. Yo, you are from the demon realm? And the king and queen at that? Yes, apart from the demon realm's rulers, who else can defeat me so easily? This time I'm really screwed. Ignoring her old man's blatant display of submission, Wei Qingqing instead grew mad from being called out as ugly. I am the #1 beauty on this ancient battlefield, how dare you say I'm ugly? Only someone like I can withstand his strength in bed. Furthermore, look at that woman, she's so weak-looking that I bet the child in her stomach won't even make it out alive. At first Bai Yan could care less about this clown that's flaunting in front of herself, but bringing her unborn child into the conversation was another matter. In a flick of her hand, the teacup in her possession also flies out like deed songs and smashes directly into the girl's face. How dare you jinx my child? She slams the table and exudes a menacing aura of murder. For the demons that came with the lady, especially First Elder, they're all horrified by what they've just heard. It's no secret their king cared deeply for his wife, and the children was the big sore spot for the queen here. Hurrying to get up to soothe Bai Yan's mood with a rub on the shoulder, Yen, let me handle this matter, you mustn't stress yourself from being so angry. It's not worth it for someone like that. Declaration of War. 10. This Wei Qingqing's previous behavior has already challenged his bottom line earlier. If not for his attention being divided by deciding on what sort of punishment to use, Di Tsang would have long smashed that face up to stop her from getting any closer. First Elder, drag this woman away. Di Tsang's gaze gradually fell upon his target, those eyes no longer showing the warmth he made to his wife earlier. Let her experience what it means to have 1,000 knives got through her body. If I find that she's still alive after being bled dry, then you will all be held accountable. Stumbling backwards in shock, didn't you come here to marry me? Why are you doing this to me? No, I don't want to die. Father, save me. Idiot. First Elder snorts derisively, you are dirt in comparison to our queen, how dare you say the king is here to marry you? Where do you even get such confidence to think such a thing? No, I didn't lie, he clearly admitted it when he bested my father. They made a deal to offer me as the bride if he wins, and he never vetoed the idea. If that's not agreeing, then what else? Seeing the two demons drawing increasingly closer to herself, the fat bitch grew more and more flustered as she backed off. That's because he's not qualified to have me respond to him. Di Tsang's answer was like a slap across the face for the foolish bitch. How did this happen? Her eyes have changed from the initial panic to despair at this point, and even as she was being dragged away she never once stopped staring up at the handsome demon king. Wait! Bai Yan's sudden call made the two demons stop. What's the matter, Yen? Di Tsang hurries to ask with concern in his voice. Taking in a deep breath, Bai Yan looked like she's suppressing some sort of fire in her chest. If you do that, then she will die from the pain first. As a result of that remark, Wei Qingqing's despairing eyes were once again alit with hope. Can it be? This woman is going to let me go? Or is she going to let me have a quick ending? Not bothering to look at the fat bitch, Bai Yan instead turns to First Elder as she continued, I have here some medicine. It can make her unable to die from the extreme pain of having 1,000 knives stabbed into her body, nor can she faint during the process. Take it and put it to good use. And this is the price of jinxing my child. Wei Qingqing's eyes once again grew dim and started to struggle. Father, help me. You vicious woman, you. Too afraid to let any more curses to come out of that mouth, the two demons hurried to draw their swords and slash down. Immediately, a huge chunk of flesh came flying off of the fat bitch's arm. Ah! Wei Qingqing screamed out in agonizing pain. Whatever curses she had in mind evaporated on the spot because it's too intense for her senses. Throughout the entire exchange, the girl's father Wei Xingping never once stepped in or pleaded for mercy. Sure, the fat bitch may be his own child, but when it comes to shove, you never know what one might do in the end. Where's the treasure? Di Tsang's voice once again rang out after the screaming stopped, his gaze looming over the fat greaseball's existence. Bandit Di Tsang, 1, frantically rummaging through himself for the storage ring. Wei Xingping then carefully presents it before Di Tsang's face to show he's not trying anything funny. The treasures are here. Here Yan Yan, tossing it to his wife without any care for the ring, see if you like anything in there. If you find nothing you like, then I'll just finish these people off first before looking elsewhere to rob. Wei Xingping could start peeing himself at this point after that comment. He's dreadfully afraid he would lose his head the next second if he moved. If I had known this ancient battlefield is so dangerous, then I never would have come here to guard this place. Rubbing her chin after scanning the content with her senses, Bai Yan spoke with a pleased smile, I will take some of the herbs inside, they're what I need to refine some more Godhood Dan pill. As for the others, I don't need them. Pricking his brow like he's not amused by what he's heard, Di Tsang promptly turned back to the fat greaseball, are you hiding anything else? Pale as a ghost at the added attention, of course not, absolutely not. This is already everything I have in my home. Then, alright, out of consideration for the herbs you've presented, I will leave your body intact. Di Tsang spoke with a sinister smirk and causes the other person to collapse entirely to the floor. The poor greaseball didn't expect he would still be killed after he handed everything over. However, that frightened mindset of his did have a brain, because his attention swiftly turned to the concubines huddling in the corner of the room. Grabbing several of the dancers and songstresses, he pulls them to Di Tsang's location. Oh great king of the demons, please let me go. If you do, these beauties are all yours. Hurrying to push one of the dancers beside himself to go forward, what are you all waiting for, quickly go serve this great one. As frightened as the lady was based on that shivering appearance, she nevertheless plucked up her courage and walked towards Di Tsang. However, scram! Before she could even get in front of the man, Di Tsang's aura had exploded outwards and sent the lady flying and crashing into the nearest wall. Blood came pouring out of that mouth and dyeing the woman red from the chest down. I had wanted to give you an intact body once you die, but it seems you don't want that opportunity anymore. Dumbfounded, the slimy greaseball hurries to speak, is this one not to your liking? No problem, it doesn't matter, I can find any beauty that is to your liking. As long as you let me live, then anything is fine. That pleading cry only made Bai Yan shake her head. She's absolutely baffled by how clueless this person was and how he could be so oblivious to his own mistake. No wonder your daughter is so stupid, it's due to your influence. First Elder chimes in with a sarcastic tone, His Majesty is angry because you keep trying to send those women to his side, yet you are still blind to the fact. How stupid can you be? No wonder you were sent here to guard the ancient battlefield. Wei Xingping just gawked his jaws there. He didn't think there would be a man who doesn't like beautiful women, and to refuse one at that. Not wanting to spend any more time with the fool, Di Tsang returns his attention to his wife. Giving her a hug to not give anyone other ideas, Yan Yan, don't be angry, I will cheer you up, okay? Breaking out into a giggling laughter, where do you see that I'm angry? If he wants to send women to you is his business, you just need to not accept it. Not to mention, if you did dare to accept it, I will kill one if there's one, kill two if there's two, and kill dozens if there's dozens. Oh Yan Yan, there's no need for you to dirty your own hands, your husband I will personally deal with these people. You just sit there and stay put. Bandit Di Tsang, too. Di Tsang curses inwardly at the bastard that wants to incriminate himself. This Wei Xingping really doesn't like to live. Thank goodness Yan Yan didn't misunderstand me, otherwise I will make sure his fate is the same as his daughter. How can this be? Muttering to himself in an incoherent manner, the fat greaseball still doesn't believe what he's seeing in front of himself. A man having multiple wives is normal in this world, even my own daughter who is so proud is willing to accept that fact. Why can this single woman up there monopolize someone so powerful to herself and not be reprimanded? Wei Xingping, I will let you die with a clear answer so you don't go wondering what you did wrong after you become a ghost. First Elder couldn't resist mocking the fool. Foxes are naturally charming and seductive by nature, that's a racial feature. Now look at the females beside yourself. What makes you think they can even compare to the fox race when the king can have so many better if he so much as said a word? In His Majesty's eye, he only has the queen and no one else. So, tell me, what makes you think sending other women to his side is a good idea? In fact, do you think he needs you to do that? You must be real stupid in the head to say something like that in front of the queen. The more he spoke, the colder the senior's expression became. Drag him away as well. Di Tsang throws out this command to his nearby subordinate. His punishment will be dismemberment. Yes, sire. First Elder complies by arching his fist and immediately looked to signal his men beneath. No. In his urgency, Wei Xingpeng forcefully breaks free from the arms of those dragging him away and sped away for the exit. However, before he could even take a single step outside, an old figure had already blocked his path. Want to leave? With a cold snarl, First Elder roars out a punch at the person and sent him flying across the hall, thus allowing the two demons to do their work of dragging the sack of meat away. Sire, what do you wish to do with the rest of these people here? The senior asks with indifference, like he could care less for the lives of these individuals. Those above the celestial rank can stay if they are willing to submit, otherwise you can kill them on the spot if they resist. As soon as the last bit came out, the hall was immediately shrouded in an air of murderous intent, causing many of the weaker ones to choke and gasp for air. Done with his order, Di Tsang then returns to his wife that's sitting on the main seat. Wrapping his hand around her waist in a hug, Yen Yen, it's getting late, why don't we go back and rest? Okay. Bai Yen nodded and smiled at the nice suggestion. She's indeed getting a bit tired. Right as the couple's about to leave, the Demon King didn't forget to throw out one last command. Go locate all the spots with the richest cluster of herbs in this ancient battlefield. I want to give them to my wife. As you wish, sire. Left to carry out his business, First Elder wasted no time in sorting through the kneeling females in this room. However, when he saw the level these dancers and songstresses held, his face immediately turned into a frown. What to do with these people? They're obvious not of standard. He mutters to himself. Milord, please spare our lives, we were all kidnapped here by Wei Xingping and forced to follow him. Please let us go, we promise we won't ever appear before your eyes. Despite the tear-stricken faces of these beautiful ladies that could sway most men out there, First Elder's expression never wavered in the slightest. He's stern and hard, intent on carrying out his command to the teeth. Bandit Di Tsang, 3, however, not everyone was made of stone. This includes the First Elder who's been living for over 1,000 years. When his eyes fell upon the shivering ladies who's clearly helpless before his might, he sighed and relented, knowing he's going to be disobeying the king's order. Tell me, how am I supposed to know there's no ulterior motives inside your hearts? He asked with a much softer but still harsh tone. One of the braver girls once spoke with pursed lips. We don't know, but we will do anything you ask of us. Fine then, I will carve a part of my powers into your soul. This allows me to control your actions during any moment that I wish. If you agree to this, then I will let you girls leave, otherwise, you know what happens. The girls looked startled but nevertheless didn't resist. They just hung their heads there before looking up at the elder. We are willing. To be in control by another is still better than losing our lives here today. Since it has come to this, First Elder didn't say more. Pulling forward his powers, he forcefully imprints his mark onto their soul. You can go now. Remember, nothing here is to be revealed to the outside. We understand. The girls became delighted. They didn't lie about being kidnapped here to serve the fat greaseball. Now that they are free to leave, it's natural they couldn't be happier. So, the group didn't waste any time at all before rushing out the door and disappearing from sight under the cover of darkness. Celestial Palace. Several old men were sitting in the conference room discussing certain matters when a guard hurriedly barged in through the main entrance. "Honorable keepers, those people from the demon realm have invaded the ancient battlefield and Wei Xingping, who is charged with its protection, has been killed." "What?" Keeper Ling, arrogant, became stunned. Jumping from the chair, he snaps with seething rage, "How dare they attack the celestial realm? What do we do now, keepers? Ask the guard that's kneeling on the ground." Keeper Zun, Ashen Robe, and others turned quiet instead of arguing. "We can't let this stand. That demon king's potential is limitless. If we allow him to grow, then it will surely endanger the celestial realm. But if we leave the palace, then the Lord will become aware of it. He won't let us interfere, so it's useless even if we went." Another keeper frowned and sighed, "The power of this demon realm is not to be underestimated. Even after all these years of our suppression, they are still capable of breaking through to the celestial rank. So, we must not allow this to continue. My dear keepers, allow me to handle this matter." Just then a soft voice came from the rear and causes the seniors present in the room to turn their heads. What they saw was a woman that's as pristine as a fairy and gave off an almost halo effect with the light coming off of her body. "Ruo Shi, you are an important daughter of this world, we can't risk having anything happen to you." Keeper Zun, Ashen Robe, frowns as he said that. "Keepers, I have been in your care for all these years, for that, I am extremely grateful. However, I believe it's time I did something for the celestial realm. As long as this world is safe, then I don't mind paying for it with my life." Showing a pained smile like she's running off to meet her end, Yun Ruoshi's appearance was difficult to find fault in there. Sure enough, the seniors here were all moved by her words. What a good girl she is. The Celestial Lord did not return for 1,000 years and she is still willing to take such risks for this world. "Ruoshi, you must take your amulet with you." Keeper Ling, arrogant, softens up in his voice after the earlier outburst. "A certain person told us years ago that your crescent-shaped amulet is the key to saving this world in the future. You must firmly keep it on your body and never lose it." Bandit Di Tsang, 4, tightly clenching the amulet around her neck. "Please be assured, since I am destined to ascend to that position, then no danger will come my way." "You go then." Keeper Ling relents by waving his hand. Since she has gotten what she wanted, Yun Ruoshi promptly paid her respect and bid farewell to these rulers of the celestial realm. Looking at the direction of her departure, a faint smile gradually comes out of the most arrogant of the bunch. "That wretched lass at least did one thing right back then, and that is to bring Ruoshi to us." "Oh right, how is that crazy old coot doing?" "This." The group exchanged various looks among themselves, unsure how to answer Keeper Ling's question. In the end it was Keeper Zun, Ashen Robe, who sighed to break the silence. "As usual, he's still as crazy as ever since Bai Lassie was destroyed by us in both soul and body. He cared for the girl the most, so it hit him the hardest." "Humph." Keeper Ling huffs a snort. How dare he lose his sanity after all he's done? If it wasn't for him bringing that wretched lass to the Celestial Palace, would the Celestial Lord become like so? He definitely held a grudge against the mentioned crazy old coot for what happened in the past. Not only did the guy not support their endeavor in slaying Bai Yan's former incarnation, he also tried to stop them. "Enough, let's stop talking about him and continue our cultivation," a green-robed keeper suggests to his peers while getting up to leave. Since one of them was intent on going, then the others weren't going to linger around either. Very soon, all the others were getting up to disperse as well. It's just that. Right as they were out the door, the group were stopped by the mentioned crazy old man that was rushing over to their location. This individual wore similar clothes that's shaded white instead, but unlike them, this crazy old man had straws sticking out of his white hair that showed his sanity wasn't right. "Bye-bye, where are you? Don't hide from Grandpa, I see you." Bumping over in an erratic fashion, the crazy old coot eventually stopped after hitting Keeper Ling on the side. Immediately, his eyes lit up. "Bye-bye, I finally caught you, this time you can't hide from me." Little Bye-Bye, do you know why I named you Bye-Bye? It's because you were so adorably white as a kid, that's why I named you Bye-Bye. Note, bye is the word white depending on how you use it in a sentence. That does it for Keeper Ling going from green to white, then from white to green. The usually arrogant senior snaps and forcefully pushed the crazy old coot away. I am not your Bye-Bye, get a good look. Stumbling backwards from the shove, the poor fella that's being alienated turns into a daze like he's seeing something from the past. My Bye-Bye, where my little Bye-Bye? Woohoo, where is my good granddaughter? Extremely unsightly in the face now, Keeper Ling didn't want to hear any more. Nothing but a little beggar that you picked up off the streets. How can you even think of her as your granddaughter? She's not even born of your son. Damn it, if you want to be crazy then go do it somewhere else. It's all your fault that everything is like this now. As someone that has a screw loose in the head, the crazy old coot clearly didn't hear a single thing there. Instead of arguing, the poor fella simply ran for the exit to leave the palace in search of his missing granddaughter. I'm going to find my good granddaughter. Where are you, my good granddaughter? Trembling all over from rage at this point, Keeper Ling wanted to explode but couldn't out of his own pride. He's the sane one here, so he's not going to stoop to the level of someone that's not right in the head. Hey, nothing will happen if we let him run off like that, right? Keeper Zun, ashen robe, comments from one side after seeing his former companion's deteriorated state. No matter what, they were once considered brothers, so his heart still ached for the poor fella. If he wants to find her then let him go look. Regardless, that girl no longer exists, so even if he turns the celestial realm upside down, he will still not see her. Making a heavy flick of his sleeve, Keeper Ling did not want to spare another glance in the general direction of where the old coot went and turned for the back mountain. Likewise, several of the other keepers also sighed and shook their heads in disappointment before turning for their own rooms. They may have chosen to side with Keeper Ling, but they also lamented the fact that the once strongest of their bunch has regressed to the level of becoming the weakest. Fate sure likes to play tricks on the living. Bandit Di Tsang, 5. Just as these rulers of the celestial realm were discussing on how to handle the demon realm, Di Tsang and his gang of bandits had already robbed through countless cities in their path. Naturally, the treasures from their venture were handed over to Bai Yan in the aftermath. It's just that news tended to travel fast in cases like these. When Di Tsang arrived at his next targeted location, the whole city had already evacuated and took with them the treasures that would have been sitting here for his taking. Sire, what do we do now? A guard turns to ask with a nervous voice. Dark in the face, the Demon King raises his hand and gives the order, continue. He doesn't believe there's nothing to gain today. The corner of the guard's mouth began to twitch at this ridiculous situation. When did the king become so bandit-like? At the same time while that was occurring, a small little head carefully sticks out from the corner of the demon palace gate leading to the outside. When those eyes saw that no patrols were nearby to get in his way, he immediately beckoned the little dragoness from behind to come forward. Placing a finger to his lips to gesture for quietness, Bai Xiaofan then tiptoes away with his sister for freedom. However, before he could even make it out of the palace grounds, a familiar scent had suddenly appeared in front of himself and blocking his path. Stiffly raising his head to confront the beautiful face, he greets her with an awkward grin. Auntie, what a coincidence. Xiaofan, where are you going with Dragoni? Di Xiaowan pricks her brow. Ugh, shifting his eyes left and right in order to come up with an excuse, me and Dragoni are going out to play, we will be back soon. Is that so? Said the demon princess with bemusement. Is your little outing to go look for your parents? Turning into a rock at being caught, when did this sweet dumbuklutz of a auntie become so clever? Auntie. Not giving up, he tugs at the girl's arm in a pleading manner. I miss mother a lot, can you let me go find her? Your mother said not to let you go out. If she finds out that it was I who allowed you to leave, then she's going to be very angry once she gets back. Auntie, I know you care about me a lot, but I really do miss mother. Getting all teary in the eyes, he decides to use the best skill in his arsenal, and, I am very strong now, I can protect mother. Auntie Princess, can you let us go? Dragoni also decides to join in on the attack and tugs at the other free arm with tears starting to fill her eyes. It's not impossible for you two to go, Xiaofan starts showing a cunning light in her beautiful eyes. Then, I can go with you, that will be fine. Bai Xiaochen just stared at the girl, unable to take in what he's heard for a good moment. But your strength, auntie. What? The demon princess gives a heavy knock at the boy's head to show her disgruntlement. Are you saying my strength is low that you're afraid? Just so you know, my strength is only weak because it's sealed away by that bastard, once it's released. But that's only if you can release the seal first. Bai Xiaochen unkindly retorts his aunt's logic. Bandit Di-tsang, 6, I don't care, you let me follow too or else. Xiaofan didn't even get to finish his sentence when her head felt a heavy force hitting it. Next thing the demon princess knew was her mind blacking out as she fainted away to the floor. Waving that little fist in the air in a triumphant manner, come Dragoni, let's put auntie aside first before setting off. Widening her eyes in startlement, the little missy shows a concerned face at what the boy did. But Highness, the princess is your aunt, isn't this a bit bad in what we're doing? Auntie is not so easily fooled anymore, so I can only use violence, otherwise we will be in big trouble if she tags along. With her strength, she will definitely encounter danger along the way. A frown surfaces as he says that. It's not like Bai Xiaochen wanted to do it this way, but he has no other method aside from knocking his aunt out. The sweet Dumbuklutz was too big of an unstable variable to their plan. Come on, help me carry her inside. He lowered his body to lift the demon princess up. However, the boy quickly discovered how heavy the girl was compared to her relatively thin body shape. Okay, Dragoni obediently ran to Bai Xiaochen's side to help. When the two kids said they are bringing Xiaofan back inside, they didn't exactly mean carrying like in the traditional sense, because the next second later, a noticeable thud could be heard after they literally threw the girl right across the air like some sort of throwaway baggage. Run! After finishing their deed, the little steambun hurries to grab onto the little missy's hand to run for the outside. Who? Inside the palace, the patrolling guards had heard the commotion by this point and came running for the noise. Quick, go call second elder and them, the princess has been attacked. The supervising captain exclaims and shouts out to his subordinate. Without delay, one of the cleverer ones rushed for help and returned with the elders in question. When they saw how Xiaofan has been knocked unconscious, one couldn't even begin to describe how dreadfully white their faces were at this point. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and go carry the princess inside. Second elder roars out at the palace guards while his legs trembled profusely. But before the task could be carried out, Xiaofan's consciousness had already begun to return. Princess. Fourth elder speaks with a nervous voice. What happened? Did those from the celestial realm attack? At first the princess was still rubbing the back of her head from confusion due to being knocked out, but that question immediately brought her back to reality. It's Xiaochen who hit me, he is running off to find Bai Yan. Go stop him. What? Fourth elder shuddered from the realization of that news. Due to the intense shock, he nearly fell backwards when his legs stumbled backwards. I will go find His Highness, you bunch here take care of the princess. It only took a blink of an eye after he said that to disappear from the spot. The man didn't want to waste another second here because he's afraid he won't catch up to the boy. Princess, how are you? The remaining elders honestly didn't expect the culprit to be Bai Xiaochen himself. Now not only do they have to worry about the princess's health here, they also have to worry about their prince encountering danger while not under their watch. Likewise, Xiaofan also felt guilty at being so careless. It's true she wanted to go with them, but this has gone far beyond what she wanted and it's all her fault. In the valley not far from the palace, Bai Xiaochen's ears had picked up some movement from the rear. In his haste, he pulls the little missy into the bushes to hide. Bandit Di-tsang, 7, here, eat this, he takes out a bottle and hands it to Dragoni. What is this? The little missy asks. This is a medicine that can mask your scent and aura. I took it from mother a while back. When I was at the Holy Land I would often go out with Sister Ee to do bad things, so this medicine was essential for us. Unlike all the other Dan pills in his possession, Bai Xiaochen could only recognize this one because of the frequent use. After taking the pill, both kids made sure to stay still while huddling inside the bushes as they hid. Thankfully their bodies are so small, thus allowing the leaves to cover their bodies very well and giving them ample opening to see fourth elder speeding right past their spot. How strange, the senior eventually came to a halt after noticing something was wrong. I clearly followed His Highness's scent. Why did it suddenly disappear after I've come this far? After a thought, he didn't hesitate and continued to chase. In fourth elder's mind, he only needs to continue the pursuit and he would find the prince. Seeing the figure disappear from his view, Bai Xiaochen became relieved and jumped out of the bushes. Let's go, Dragoni, he's gone now. We will take another road to avoid him. However, right as the boy is about to leave with the little missy, he stopped again and turned around to rummage through his storage bag for some ink and pen. I need to leave a message for fourth elder lest he continue to search for me. I can't have others getting into danger because of us. Finding a large tree nearby, he scribbles something along the trunk so there's no chance for others to miss it. Okay, Dragoni, let's go. He claps his hand with satisfaction and stored the items away. Perhaps it's because of how long he's been searching and getting no result that fourth elder decides to turn back. Where in tarnation did His Highness go? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock after seeing the lines of writing on the tree. Fourth elder, help me apologize to Auntie please, I didn't have any other way. Also, I must go find mother, so don't look for me and Dragoni, we will return with mother once we find her. Towards this message, fourth elder could only get a bittersweet flavor in his mouth. It seems that the prince must go to the queen. Even if we manage to bring him back, he will still leave again. Making a long sigh, he didn't continue his fruitless chase anymore and turned for the palace. How did it go? Di Xiaowan was anxiously waiting at the palace gate when she saw the man's return. It's just that the initial happiness on her face had faded away when finding the elder didn't bring the kids back as she expected. You didn't find Xiaochen? The princess asks with pursed lips. Fourth elder nods slowly. His Highness was too cunning and escaped my pursuit. He left a message for you and that he's sorry, but he will go search for the queen regardless of what we do. Freezing up in her posture, but the celestial realm is too dangerous. Bandit Di Tsang, 8, Princess, we have no solution to the prince's decision. Furthermore, I don't think we can bring him back even if we tried. The effects of a demon's blood lineage held a lot over those of inferior quality. If Bai Xiaochen truly doesn't want to return, he could simply use his control over these demons to order them not to interfere. Di Xiaowan knew what the fourth elder said there was very reasonable and held no lies. Nevertheless, her heart couldn't stop worrying. Xiaochen is still only a child, I can't let him go to the celestial realm alone, I must find him. That said, the demon princess then pushes the elder aside to chase after the boy herself. Princess! Fourth elder exclaims and hurried to stop this. You let me go, I must find Xiaochen, you, bunk. Finding how stubborn the girl was, the poor elder did the only thing that came to his mind, and that was to knock the princess out with a karate chop. Sighing, we absolutely can't let the princess run off by herself. She's been tricked by the prince already and she still fell for the hit by me, there's no way she will survive on her own out there. In comparison to the prince, these demons are more concerned with this sweet Dumbaklutz than anything else. What's more, it's well known by now that Bai Xiaochen had gone through the training inside the secret domain and gained immense strength in doing so, adding that with his cunning personality, it's reasonable to assume the boy would be fine even if he's alone. Fourth elder, aren't you afraid the princess will raise a fuss after she comes to? Crossing his arms around the chest, sixth elder asks with a bemused face. Shrugging, other than knocking her out, do you have any other plan? You know as well as I do that the princess is the type to be sold and then go count the money for the seller. After he said that, the elder didn't dally around and picked the girl up around the waist to carry back inside the palace. Once again, peace has returned to the demon realm for the time being after this little twist of event. Once they finished ditching their pursuers, Bai Xiaochen and Dragoni's first destination would of course be the border city. However, he was quickly disappointed when he discovered that Bai Yan had already left by the time they arrived. As such, the two kids also snuck into the celestial realm on their own after learning that. Against the new and interesting things, Dragoni have always been the curious one among the pair. Therefore, when they arrived at the closest settlement, her eyes immediately began to wander left and right at the new environment. "Damn beggar, how dare you come steal from our restaurant? Someone come, help me throw this beggar out of here." This was what Bai Xiaochen heard when he was frowning at what to do next. Turning his head around for the source, he could see several people dragging a dirty old man out of an establishment. The senior's hair appeared very messy, just like a chicken's coop, but the worst was the odor coming out of that body. "It stinks." But the group apparently wasn't done after they kicked out the beggar. Instead they began to start beating the old man with their sticks to vent their anger. Oddly enough, the dirty senior didn't even flinch at the assault and continued to gnaw away at the chicken in his hand. Clearly the food was the reason why he went inside the restaurant. This scene made the boy frown even harder. Unable to bear it, he starts walking over. "Stop." Perhaps it's due to how tender and young his voice was, but the group did stop in their act after his holler. "Where did this child come from? How dare you get involved with our business?" A middle-aged man of the group coldly snarls at the boy. "Bandit Ditsang, 9, isn't it just a chicken? I'll help pay for it, so let him go." Rummaging through his clothes, Bai Xiaochen tosses over a piece of silver to act as payment to the man. Coming before the old beggar, "Are you all right, Grandpa? I'm hungry, I'm so hungry." Maybe it's due to hunger or something else entirely, but the senior didn't pay any heed to the little steambun's inquiry and instead continued to gnaw away at the chicken. Normally one would be quite irritated at being ignored, but in this case, Bai Xiaochen only felt an uncomfortable sadness circulating from within. "Eat slowly, grandfather, no one will steal it from you." It's then the crazy old man paused in his gnawing and turned to look up at the boy's face. "Did you see my Bai-Bai? I'm looking for my little Bai-Bai." Taken aback by the question, the boy's lovely brow furrowed up. "Grandpa, who is Bai-Bai? If you tell me I will help you look for that person." "Bai-Bai is Bai-Bai, she is my good granddaughter. Let me secretly tell something, I actually snatched Bai-Bai off of my old friend's hands. Her talent is very good, so me and my old friend both wanted to accept her as our granddaughter. In order to win, I used a sneaky scheme to snatch her over." With that said, the crazy old man then bursts into tears and even tossed the chicken to the ground as he sobbed away. "I should have given her to him. He could have taken her to a secluded place where no one can hurt her. Bai-Bai must hate me to death, woohoo." To the senior's credit, his words were clear and credible, totally unlike his crazy appearance. Unfortunately, that glimmer of clarity only lasted for a brief moment before he returned to his usual erratic state with that silly dumb smile. "Have you seen Bai-Bai? If you see her, can you tell my Bai-Bai that I miss her?" Against this partially unstable old man, Bai Xiaochen just didn't know how to handle him. Nevertheless, his heart told him he couldn't leave this person behind. "Old grandpa, get up first and tell me how your Bai-Bai looks. This way I can help keep an eye out for her." "Boy." The middle-aged man over there had a better attitude after taking the little steambun's money, but that changed again into a sneer after hearing the old man's words. "Don't blame me for not warning you. This old beggar is a liar. He's been here for a few days already and has done nothing but freeload off others. Don't be fooled by him." Naturally, Bai Xiaochen wouldn't be swayed by a simple comment from some stranger, especially when they have shown such harshness against an old senior. Still showing concerned eyes, he helps the crazy old coot up. "My Bai-Bai is all pearly and white, oh yes, she's also extremely talented," and patting his chicken coop of a hair, The old man's gaze suddenly turned dull in the eye like he's lost in memory. I can't remember anymore. I think Bye-Bye has been gone for a long time. Highness. Giving the boy a gentle tug on the sleeve, Dragoni offers up a suggestion. Why don't we bring him to Mother for help? This old grandpa is too pitiful, I feel so sorry for him. Nodding after a moment of thought, all right, let's do that. Although it can be dangerous if he follows us around, but I can't see how it's better than letting him stay here in this place. Perhaps we will encounter someone that knows him along our travel. That's right. From out of the blue, the crazy old coot suddenly slaps his thigh and then obsessively stared at the little steambun's face. Your eyes are just like Bye-Bye's. You're both very bright in there. Bandit Ditsang, 10, by Xiaofan was stunned by that comment. If he were to use just that sliver about the eye to search for a person, then it would be a needle in a haystack. Where would he find such a person among so many? Grandpa, you follow us, my mother will help you find your Bye-Bye. Look for Bye-Bye. The crazy old man once again showed that dumb silly smile. Okay, let's go find Bye-Bye. In the end, the party of 2 has now become a party of 3 following the acceptance of this crazy old coot. Humph, don't listen to good advice then. Since the little steambun won't listen, the middle-aged man just huffs a grunt and returned to his shop. He could care less about some strange kid that has shown him so much disrespect. In a city not far away from where Xiaofan and them were, the patrolling guards at the city gate were just minding their own business today when they saw the unimaginable, a horde of demonic beasts trampling over to their location. Run, the bandits from the demon realm are coming, the guard's voice echoes across the entire settlement as he cries out this news. What? The bandits from the demon realm are coming? The denizens of this city were horrified by the explosive news. Without a care for whatever they're doing, everyone began to flee for their lives after quickly packing their stuffs. This includes the lord of this city as well, who emptied his treasury vault in a breeze. Yen, why don't we take root in this city? Those in charge of the celestial realm should have taken notice of us by now after all the noise we made. Ditsang softly asks after he halted the horde that's following them from behind. Gently caressing her own tummy, Bai Yen took a second to think about the proposal. All right, I was getting a little sleepy anyways, let's rest here then. As if getting the signal to start acting up from that answer, I will be sure to clear everything in the way. Though the ones we encountered thus far is not strong at all, but those with real strength is sure to come soon. Your husband, I hear, will definitely beat every single one and make them serve you. Bai Yen just didn't have the energy to tittle around with her man's antics and began rubbing her own temple. Ditsang, I don't know why, but my body's feeling rather restless lately. Do you think something happened to Xiaofan and them back in the demon realm? Of course not, Yen, you are overthinking this. He shakes his head in disapproval. With the amount of ruckus we're raising over here, those from the Celestial Palace will be too busy thinking up a plan to deal with us. Where will they have time to go attack the demon realm? Over the years, Ditsang has mostly figured out the strength and weaknesses of this celestial realm. What bothers him though were the lack of confrontation from those so-called keepers. Making an enlightened face, Bai Yen then thought of something else. Oh, that's right, Ditsang, I want to go inquire about Bai Ning's whereabout. She's not absolutely certain if this Bai Ning was her biological mother or not, but it's a glimmer of hope she doesn't want to give up on. What's more, she could perhaps get some news on where Bai Xiao was. The woman's getting worried about her brother after he disappeared a while back. Of course, I will go send my subordinates out to search, you stay at home and take care of the baby. If there's any news I'll be sure to come tell you. Nodding after concluding it's the best course of action. All right, I'll wait for your news. Spirit Fox, 1, First Elder. After Ditsang's attention shifted away from his wife, that handsome face promptly turned hard as he spoke. Pass my order down, this place will be our base from now on. As you wish. Cupping his fist, the senior respectfully complies. Even though there are not many enemies thus far, but the celestial realm's landscape stretches for millions of miles, there's going to be more coming for sure. Furthermore, they're only at the outermost stretch of the domain, they haven't even begun to touch the core area where there are dangers lurking at every turn. Also, send a couple of my strongest demon to guard the city gate, I don't want anyone coming or leaving without my explicit permission. After saying this, he immediately returns to helping Bai Yan into the city gate. However, unlike the bustling settlement that he expected of this place, what welcomed the couple was an empty husk that had toppled stalls and a street rolling with dried leaves. Looking at this scene, Di Tsang's expression instantly went black because he's really starting to question himself. Am I really that horrible that everyone will run before I even get here? Di Tsang, it seems your reputation is already infamous and far-spreading. Looking at this depressing sight of decline, Bai Yan's lips slightly curved upwards while trying not to let her husband notice the little slip-up on her face. Humph, these people aren't any better than me if that's the case. Narrowing his eyes in with an extremely sour note, they treated the demonic beasts as food and material, how are they any different? This world is like that, the strong eats the weak. Without strength, one doesn't have any right to dictate the rules. However, turning warm and gentle as he stared down at the woman in his arms, whether or not you are weak or strong, you will always be the undisputed one in charge of the demon realm. Very pleased by those sweet words, Bai Yan didn't mind being pampered right now, especially when her tummy was starting to show the bump of her child. Di Tsang, I'm tired, no problem, I'll find a place so you can rest. Inside the city, the most luxurious place would have to be the city lord's manor. The only issue was the emptiness of the estate. There are no decorations or supplies left in place after the previous owner fled in haste. As such, Di Tsang figured it's better to take his wife to a local inn instead where it's more functionable for now until an acceptable manor could be built atop of the old one. Di Tsang, I remember you mentioning there is a sizable population of demonic beasts living in this celestial realm, is that correct? She asks while fiddling with her man's silvery hair. Let's do this then. Announce to all of those demons that they can join us if they wish, and we will rename this place as Demon City to act as a beacon of our influence. That's easy to do, Yen Yen, I'll go pass the message down to First Elder so he can do it. Giving the woman a peck on the forehead, his voice was all doting and loving. You mustn't stress yourself during this period, the baby, and you need to rest, so leave everything to me. Not far from Demon City, there lies a valley which stretches for thousands of miles and was exceptionally dangerous. Nevertheless, two little adorable things are currently cutting through the shrubberies with their swords and carefully pushing forward. Spirit Fox, 2, Old Grandpa, you walk slowly. Bai Xiaochenk decides to say that after finding the crazy old coot was jumping around too much in the area and putting himself into dangerous spots. Dragony, you hold his hand so he doesn't run off and get lost, I alone will be enough to clear the path for us. Okay. Dragony originally wanted to go back to as she's instructed, but the second she started walking over, the old senior bolted. Not to the side or in the opposite direction though, rather it's directly for the little steambun who's leading the party like a rushing bull. Bai Xiaochen honestly didn't know what was happening when he got charged. However, by the time he came back to his senses he was already thrown to the floor and staring upwards at the sky. Boom! An invisible force from the back suddenly brushes past the toppled pair and smashes into a nearby tree, causing the huge stumpy trunk to explode from the impact and toppling over the last of the towering remains. What the? I didn't even notice that attack just now, yet this old man can react so quick. Is he really some random beggar? Oh, that was so scary, so scary. Despite what this old coot just did, he did not act like anything worthy of being called a powerful individual. In fact, that goofy grin and chicken coop at the top continued to give the iron-masked image of a senile old elder. Highness, Dragony runs over to help the boy up. Are you alright? Did you get hit anywhere? I'm fine. Turning sharp in the eye, Bai Xiaochen stares in the direction of where the attack came from. Come Dragony, let's go see what's happening over there. Although the little missy was very afraid of what lies ahead, she nevertheless listened to the little steambun's instruction out of habit. She's always been obedient to the boy's words and this won't be any different. Up ahead, the entire area had been flattened instead of the tree-filled terrain like the rest of the forest, but that's not the most important bit in their view, it's the group of hunters and women at the center of their encirclement. The ladies covered in blood and appeared enraged by the foes. "Spirit Fox, you have nowhere else to hide anymore after escaping us for so many years, ha ha ha." The one saying this was a man that had an elderly but muscular appearance. "I'll give you a chance, submit to me or die by my sword." The woman wearing the green dress in the middle promptly sneered at the proposal. "Even though she's clearly at a disadvantage and likely on the last leg, those eyes remain stubborn and full of fire." "Submit to you? Dream on. I am Spirit Fox, even if my soul is destroyed I will never surrender to the likes of you. In that case, I'll grant your wish." Narrowing those old eyes in, the buffed elderly individual in charge of the hunters revealed a glint of murderous intent when he drew his blade. Bat hump. Just then, right as the cold hard steel was about to slash down from above, a small rustling sound from the side had caught their attention, causing the hunters to pause and look over. They could see it's a young little boy stumbling out from behind a huge tree, and considering those fear-filled eyes, they figured the newcomer were no threat to the group. "Who are you?" the elder asks with a demanding tone and made the little boy burst into tears. "Spirit Fox, 3, I am looking for my mother, I am looking for my mother." Annoyed by the interruption, the old hunter frowned. "Your mother is not here, so hurry away, this is not a place for children to stay." Since the other side was only a child he didn't give too much care and simply shooed the other side away. "Grandpapa, can you take me to my mother?" The little boy looked timidly at the hunters, his mouth drawing into a thin line of pity and sadness. If it was under normal circumstances these hunters would have offered aid to a lost child for sure, but this was not the case today. They had more pressing matters at hand than to babysit a young boy. Go, hurry up and go, if you don't go then I'll have someone throw you away." The buff old hunter impatiently waves at the boy again. "Grandpapa," since the distance between both sides had drawn to a measurable short distance at this point, the act of shooing away the child was like a welcoming gesture to cling onto the man's sleeve. This for sure made the old hunter grow more impatient. However, he didn't expect the shaking gesture from his arm to earn himself a dagger through the palm instead. "You!" the old hunter exclaims and tries to blow his little assailant away. Unfortunately for him, none of his power would come forward when he tried. In fact, his arm that has been pricked by the dagger grew numb and powerless, thus making it all too easy for the boy to dodge to one side when he reached out. What innocent boy that's lost in the woods? What timid poor boy that only wanted to seek help? There's none of that, only a little devil that's showing a devilish grin. You're not bad, your entire body is covered in treasures that resist physical attacks from others. Aside from your face and the palm of your hand, none of my weapons would have been able to get through. Bai Xiaofan comments with his cheeky smile. "So how do you feel now? Do you like my poison that's on my dagger?" The old hunter's face had gone white at this point. He desperately wanted to expel the toxin by forcibly pushing the invading element out from his veins, but the more he tried, the worse it got. How can this be?" he mutters with clenched teeth while taking a step back. "Who the hell are you?" A twisted grin draws itself across the boy's face as a fluffy tail of silver came out of his back. Waving it in the air to show the old hunter, "Stupid, can't you see my identity?" Shock filled the hunter's eye. "Fox? You are a demon? This little thing is actually a demon?" "Impossible, even if it is a demon taking human form, I still would have noticed long before he got close. How did I not catch it?" "Dragony, old grandpa, you can come out now." Bai Xiaofan beckons her friends to come out of hiding from the huge tree behind himself. So fun, the crazy old coot was the first to jump out of the cover. Clapping his hand with that goofy smile, "So fun, little guy, can you lend me your poisonous dagger? I want to poke him a few times too." The comment instantly made the old hunter falter backwards a couple of steps. However, his body froze as soon as he took a closer look at the one speaking. Spirit Fox, for you. You are. How can it be him? The old hunter gulps hard, understanding he might have mistakenly poked at a huge hornet's nest this time. Although he had only ever seen him from afar at the palace, but the impression remains very deep and memorable. Sure, this old coot would often act crazy before the public, but even those keepers would abstain from provoking him. That just goes to show how prestigious and important this old coot's background was. On the other hand, the crazy old coot acted like he didn't give a care in the world. Using his dirty hands, the senile old Gramp began to pat the hunter's head like he's hitting a child. Come on, run, go on and run, this is too fun, ha ha ha. Bai Xiaofan didn't pay too much attention to the antics of the old fella, instead his eyes fell upon the woman lying to the ground. How are you? Somewhat surprised by the question, Spirit Fox struggles to climb up from the ground using the tree trunk as support. Heaving long raspy breaths, I'm fine, thank you little brother. Can you tell me why he is trying to capture you? Drawing her eyes downward in a dejected manner, he wants to use me as an ingredient in his alchemic recipe. I kept running away and hiding, but in the end he eventually found me. Giving an understanding nod, Bai Xiaofan knew he must help. I have some Dan pills here, but I don't know which can help cure your injury. Why don't you try them all, how about it? That said, he promptly pulled out multiple bottles to hand over one bead from each one. Happy and grateful in her expression, I'm thankful but medicinal pills are useless for me. I only need to rest for a while to recover, but as you can see, this place is too dangerous to do just that. When you leave, can you take me along? Okay, the little steam bun didn't hesitate to nod and places the pills away, then have a good rest, I will take you with us. Spirit Fox tiredly closes her eyes as her body lets off a blue glow. Moments later, there were no longer a woman leaning up against a tree here, rather there's only a blue fox lying on the ground already asleep. Dragony, you take her with you. Why me? Dummy, boys and girls need not touch, she is a female so it will be inconvenient to keep her on me. Not like she's little rice you know. Then turning his face into an almost serious yet hilarious look, Mother said, aside from relatives and my future wifey, I can't get too close to other girls. The crazy old coot gave up on torturing the old hunter at this point and ran over with his palms rubbing against itself. Are we having roast fox tonight? If we are then I want the leg, I like eating the leg part. Bai Xiaofan's face went black and immediately shot a stare over, this fox is my kind, she's not for eating. If you eat foxes again, I'll ignore you from now on. Puckering up his lip in grievance, the old coot was obviously unhappy at being yelled at. Fine, I won't eat then, why yell at me? You can't eat foxes, and you can't eat demonic beasts either. If you can't then I won't help you find your bye-bye. Forking those little hands against his waist, the little steam bun stands firm on the matter. I won't eat, you must help me find my bye-bye. In comparison to finding his bye-bye, filling the stomach meant nothing. That's a good boy. Praising the old coot by touching his head, you help us look after this fox and I'll do that, otherwise I won't help you. Okay. Casting one final glance at Spirit Fox, the crazy old coot's attention continues to linger around the little thing's body. I can only look and can't eat, this is too torturous. Spirit Fox, 5, running up to the old hunter after getting an idea, Bai Xiaofan began to rub the bottom of his chin. Your armor is not bad, quickly take it off and give it to me. Shuddering at the order, the poor man pleads, but I don't have any clothes underneath. I don't care, if you and your partners want to live then take off your armor. There's no room for discussion in his tone, a true props to his old man's lineage of being a ruler. In the end, the old hunter could only do as told under the eyes of his companions. He's naked standing there in the breeze, both hands tightly covering his important part between the legs as he shivered from the cold. Frightened by the sight, Dragony hurries to cover her eyes from the picture and hid behind the boy and old crazy coot. Black in the face at what he indirectly caused, the little steam bun hurries to remedy it. What are you all still waiting for, scram? But the antidote, the old hunter meekly says. Despite being the leader of this hunting party, the old hunter could only bow his head under duress. Blinking his cute little eyes at the request like he's some sort of innocent angel, but I only know how to concoct poisons, I don't know how to cure them. In that instant, the old hunter's expression immediately collapsed into outrage. However, right as he's about to lash out at how ridiculous it was to not carry an antidote, Xiaofan had shot another glare over and made the person cower away. This, you must be teasing me, how can you not have an antidote? Actually, making a frown on his cute little face, there is a way to cure the poison. You only need to get a child to urinate on the wound and avoid making contact with me. As soon as you draw close, then the poison will activate and increase in your veins until all of your flesh begin to fester from rot. Losing his soul from fright, the old hunter didn't need any warning on that point. He would rather not meet this little devil for a second time in his life. Alright, I've told you what you want now, so scram. Puckering his lips in dissatisfaction, Xiaofan demands again. Naturally, the old hunter and his goonies needed no urging on the matter. The party practically ran for the foot of the mountain like they've just encountered a ferocious beast and survived the encounter. Highness, does that poison really need a child's urine to cure? Dragoni asks with a gullible look of innocence. Of course not, mother never allows me to bring those poisonous things around, nor does she let me concoct my own poison. The stuff I slabbed onto my dagger is nothing but a neutralizer that numbs a person for an hour. Afterwards he will be fine and back to normal. Then why did you tell him that? Doubtful now, the little missy still believes the urine nonsense was true. That old hunter hurt a member of the foxes, how can I let him go without a lesson? The boy huffs a snort like he's done something great. Alright, we've wasted enough time in this forest, let's go and head to the nearest town. I'm sure we will get some information about mother and batty father there, since they are bound to make a lot of noise after their arrival. Dragoni agrees to the idea and nods right away. Truth was, her level of worship towards the demon prince has risen to a level of deifying the boy, so he could literally say the sun was black and she would still believe him. Hey, did any of you hear about the demons that came to our celestial realm? They apparently conquered a city and renamed it Demon City. Spirit Fox, 6, those demons from that demon realm really is bold, how dare they come invade our celestial realm? Seriously, why is no one retaliating yet? I reckon the powerful ones on our side is currently rushing over from where they are right now, there's no way they will allow some rambunctious demons trample around unhindered. But then again, I keep getting this feeling that the Great War from a millennium ago is going to start again from the way things are turning out. Inside the local tea house, Xiaofan continues to listen in on the various conversations of these patrons until he himself decides it's time to move on. Grabbing a passing waitress, he puts on a naive and innocent smile. Pretty sister, can I ask you where that so-called demon city is? Startled at first at being pulled from out of the blue, the waitress stops and looks down at the little man who instantly captivated her heart with how adorably cute he was. She's never seen such a handsome young boy, especially those eyes which seems to sparkle with light. Little brother, that city has been taken over by the demons, you shouldn't go anywhere near it lest those demons ruin you as well with their scourge. Xiaofan's face went black. Is this how the people of this world think of us demons? Beautiful sister, I'm only curious and want to take a quick peek, can you give me the directions to get there? Slightly giving another tug at the waitress's sleeve, he increases the level of his cuteness for the final blow. In the face of such a lovely little guy, no one would be able to refuse his request. When you head straight out of town, about a kilometer away, there will be a city patrolled by demons, that is the city of demons. Thank you, beautiful sister. Moving to bow his head in thanks, the little steam bun then turns to hold Dragoni's hand, who's been waiting the entire time. Highness. Despite others not knowing, the little missy definitely felt the change in the boy's tone, and it's not a pleasant one. My mother is not the type to indiscriminately kill others, and my father won't either with her by his side. Narrowing his eyes in after saying that, and based on what that beautiful sister said, the reputation of us demons are very bad in these parts. But I believe in my kind, they won't attack others so casually. Someone must be smearing our reputation. Back in the human world there are no shortages of demonic beasts, however, they have always huddled together in seclusion and away from human civilization. Furthermore, they would only attack if provoked first. That's a fact and not a belief, since humankind was able to live peacefully while having a horde of demonic beasts roosting inside the abyss forest. Dragony, let's go find mother first. No longer dwelling on the matter, Xiaofan was ready to go forward with Dragony in tow when a person suddenly collided with himself as he turned. As a result, he ends up stumbling backwards a few steps from the impact. Outrageous, do you not see my family's lady is here? How dare you get in her way and not move? Immediately, a loud holler came from the front. Raising his head, the boy could see the outburst had come from an arrogant-looking maid walking behind another female wearing a pearly white dress. The maid didn't look exceptional by any standard, but the maid's mistress that had bumped into Xiaofan definitely stood out with quite the beautiful contour. It was clearly her who bumped into my Gidge, big brother, why do we have to apologize? Dragony fights back with her logic and angry stare at the maid. Spirit Fox, 7, the maid flew into a rage, but right as she's about to go up to hit the girl who would disrespect herself, a raised hand had blocked the maid from moving. Enough, this is not a big deal anyways, why make it hard for a child? Yunruo, she extends her hand with a smile on that face as a gesture of goodwill. Little brother, it wasn't intentional on my end, so how about we reconcile with a handshake? First giving a look at the outstretched hand, then at the gathered crowd of onlookers, Xiaofan only took a second to muse over the decision as he lowered his head in an apologetic manner. My mother told me that one should apologize if one did wrong, so I'll apologize. I didn't see you and bumped into you. I thought I wouldn't hit anyone because of how slow I was walking, but I didn't expect. In other words, despite being not at fault because of his slow pace, he would still apologize since both sides held responsibility. Going stiff in the face at being pointed out, Yunruo, she shoots a warning glare to the maid behind herself before turning back to the boy with a smile. My maid is too impolite, so don't mind her. Is she your personal maid? Asked Xiaofan. She didn't understand why the boy would ask that but nodded anyway. She is indeed my personal maid. I've had her by my side since I was a child. Oh, nodding like he's enlightened, my mother said that a maid represents their master and mistress. If a maid is too arrogant, then that's the result of their master's deliberate indulgence, and in many cases, the voice of their master, because there are some words they don't want to say in person. That said, the little steam bun then raises his head to confront Yunruo she directly in the eye. There are no maids like that around my mother who doesn't know what is right from wrong, don't you understand that much? That made Yunruo she go from green to white, then from white to green in exasperation. It's exactly as the boy says, she's been indulging her maid over the years and would even use the maid to say things she herself doesn't want to say in public. But to be exposed before the public like so, it's making her extremely uncomfortable. Sure enough, the gathered crowd had started to turn their heads in disappointment, especially for those who thought the lady was some clean flower instead of the tainted rose whom she was. I thought this lady is gentle and kind with a good character, but then again, why would she have such a nasty maid if she herself wasn't so nasty? I know, right, if it wasn't for the boy we would still be in the dark. I say, who is the boy's mother? He's clearly very well taught. The murmuring was starting to have an effect since Yunruo she had clenched her fists up. The only saving grace was the fact that no one knew who she truly was, otherwise the image she maintained for so many years would be ruined today. Miss, look at this boy, Pa. Not going to give ammunition to the little steam bun, she directly slaps the maid in the face to keep that mouth from yapping. You be quiet. How many times have I disciplined you? If it wasn't for your father whom I owe a debt to, do you think I would keep indulging you? In other words, she only turned a blind eye to the maid's nasty nature because of a debt, not because of what Bai Xiachen said about herself. "You bitch, I finally found you." Just as Yun Ruoxi was twisting the story to her own advantage and clearing herself of any taint, the old coot suddenly pounced over from the side and threw a heavy punch to her head. Worse was that things didn't end there. The old coot also started to pull at her hair. The more he pulled, the harder his strength became until the situation crumbled into a mess. Spirit Fox, 8, the pain nearly made Yun Ruoxi break out into tears. She wanted to lash out in retaliation, but that's when she realizes who it was. In that instant, her complexion had lost all color. How can it be him? Why is this old man here? "You bitch, I'm going to kill you, you killed my good granddaughter, I'm going to kill you bitch." The crazy old man has now turned into a vicious old man. His fist was relentless when smashing down at the lady's face, causing it to go bruise and sore in all sorts of places. As painful as it was for Yun Ruoxi to take this beating, fear overtook everything else in this case. She knows, since that event back then, this crazy old coot hated her more than anything else in this world, to the point where she never once dared to appear before him. To think they would bump heads in a place like this of all places. Meanwhile on the side, Bai Xiachen had his eyes staring wide in dismay towards this interaction. He's completely taken aback and surprised by this twist of event. This old grandpapa, does he have a vendetta against her? Gidge, Dragoni nudges at the boy's hand, what's wrong with him? Why is the grandpapa acting like this? Didn't you listen? Grandpapa's granddaughter died because of her, she killed her. That's a death grudge. Drawing his lips into a sinister smirk, Bai Xiachen's sight now lands firmly onto Yun Ruoxi's body, who's curled into a fetal position for protection. Gidge, do you also hate this woman? Asked the little missy with curiosity in those eyes. With her understanding of Bai Xiachen, the boy wouldn't normally dwell on a matter like this unless it's out of spite. Since he did so, then it must mean he doesn't like or outright hate her. Strange though, this was clearly their first time meeting the lady since they arrived in the celestial realm, so why the heavy grudge? Yes, I don't like her, I didn't like her since the first second I laid eyes on her. Crumpling his cute little face into a frown, especially when I see her fake face, my dislike inexplicably grew deeper until it's become a form of hatred. Dragoni nods in earnest. If that's the case, then I also hate her. Grandpapa, Bai Xiachen saw that the old coot has done enough damage and waves for him to come over. Let's go, we will go find your bye-bye. That stopped the crazy old coot from continuing. With a goofy grin, okay, let's go find bye-bye. However, that's not before the old senior sent another kick at the bruised-up lady. Apparently hatred knows no bound, even if one becomes senile and unable to discern what's reality or an illusion. Finally free from her assailant, Yun Ruoxi's first instinct was to clean herself up so she wouldn't look like such a mess. Sadly for her though, aside from wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she couldn't do any more for her hair because the old senior had ripped some of her scalp along the process. Just touching the upper part of her head would bring a stinging pain that made her gasp. What are you all looking at? Scram. The maid snaps out at the gathered crowd after realizing no one was helping and made them disperse. Of course, that's not before they all bellowed out into a laughing fit at this hilarious show. Miss, are you all right? The maid quickly crouches down to help her lady up. That old man is so abominable. Pa. Sending another slap at her maid without any indication, Yun Ruoxi spoke with grits and stone between her teeth. Where the hell were you? Why didn't you help me? The maid shuddered because she didn't dare to say she's too afraid to help. Miss, the old man and the blasted child is too much, why don't we follow up with a... Flashing a killing light in her eyes, she makes a beheading gesture with that hand. Spirit Fox, 9, huffing a grunt at her maid's idea, go ahead and kill that old man if you think you can, but that child must die. Yun Ruoxi doesn't understand why either, but she detests the boy as soon as she's met him as well. Coupled with the fact that he dares to challenge her, it only made sense things would turn out this way. You immediately go inquire about that boy. I want to know where they went. If my guesses are right, that little girl is a demon. Yes, milady. The maid wasted no time to retreat from the lady's presence. She's afraid further punishment would befall herself if she lingered. Minutes later. Miss, I've checked, they're likely heading to that city of demons. City of demons? Yun Ruoshi sneered, recently the movements of the demon realm are getting bigger and bigger. Now they're also recruiting the local demons to their side, so I bet that little girl is also doing the same by heading there. Xiaoqing, maid, go see if those monarchs have come yet. Monarch, a title that could only be given if one possesses the strength of a high divine or above in this world. In that case, the individual would be allowed to set up his own territory and become a ruler of a region, somewhat effectively becoming a king of a domain. If they come, flashing a cold hard light in the eyes, tell them to come find me at the inn. I want to discuss with them on how to deal with the demon realm together. But before that, I must lead that old fart away from the demon girl and boy, otherwise he might end up joining those demons and turn against us. At this moment, right outside the walls of a city adorned with a plague inscribed with the word Demon City, thousands of demons and demonic beasts were being processed for entry into the settlement. Their treatment wasn't of the best out there, mainly because Bai Yan didn't have trust in these individuals who has lived in the celestial realm all their lives, but these demons didn't have any other better options out there aside from seeking protection from Di Tsang and his subordinates. Yen, you've been watching these demons for so long atop of this wall, what do you think of them? Di Tsang asks while bringing a coat for his wife to wear. Making a mild smile, at the moment I can't see anything out of place, but there is bound to be some down there sent to spy on us. After all, they've been isolated from the demon realm, so it's expected that some would become loyal to the enemies. It's better to be careful. She wants all of the demons to return to their roots, but that doesn't mean she would allow others to take advantage of this opening. Suddenly, Bai Yan's attention lands onto a woman hidden among the crowd, her eyes beaming with a touch of frost. There's something wrong with that woman. Drawing his lips into a smirk, Di Tsang also turns to the crowd that's below. You also noticed? Let's go. In one leap, she descends from the wall and surprises the gathered demons with her entry. Spirit Fox, 10, as beautiful as this woman's appearance was, the crowd greatly lamented the fact that she's pregnant and not a virgin, otherwise they would be conniving to woo this one. Yen, you be careful, we can't have you getting hurt. Landing with a frown, Di Tsang hurries to examine his wife for any issue. When I was pregnant with Xiaofan, I was running around outside still and getting into all sorts of fights. Do you see me getting hurt? Shooting a glare at her husband for over-worrying, my babies aren't so frail. If she and her baby could endure the damage from a lightning strike, then a simple descent from some city wall was nothing. After lecturing her hubby, Bai Yan returns her attention to the woman in question. Though ordinary in appearance, she just has a strange aching suspicion this individual wasn't normal. Say it, who sent you? Going slightly white in the face, I don't know what you're talking about. Won't tell the truth? Bai Yan continues to examine the person in a scrutinizing manner. You think I won't notice just because you're wearing a wolf skin? Why are you pretending to be a demon and trying to enter the city? Finding she's been discovered already, the spy didn't bother trying to keep up her facade anymore and bursts out laughing. In an instant, the aura explodes out of the woman and blows the nearby demons away in all directions due to the force created. Careful. Alarmed, Di Tsang hurries to pull his wife into a protective hug to shield her from the explosion. She is a high divine. High divine. Bai Yan was surprised because this high divine was the most powerful enemy to date. Are you the king of the demon realm? The spy ignored the pregnant queen and turned to Di Tsang instead with a look of desire. It's too obvious on what she wanted when that tongue stretched out to lick her own lips. Your strength is very good, grinning maliciously, with your strength marrying such a woman is too much of a pity. How about this, leave her and come to my side to become my husband, what say you? A flash of hardness flickered across Di Tsang's eyes after hearing that pompous statement. In order to reassure his wife, he immediately leaves a soft kiss along Bai Yan's lip. Just wait here for me, I'll come back after I finish dealing with this spy. Be careful. If they're only one enemy, then she's very confident her own man could handle it. Loosening his arms around Bai Yan's body, Di Tsang now focuses his entire attention to the opposite side. Boom! In this moment, gushes of air came blowing out of his clothes due to him releasing his full might, which causes the spy to narrow in her eyes as well. So the rumors are true, the Demon King is as strong as they say. It's good I came in person to get an impression first. Now I can take him as a male consort in my harem. Demon King, why go against the celestial realm when you're such a handsome beauty? There's no way you will prevail with only your level of strength and that useless wife of yours. That's right, in the eyes of this high divine, likely a monarch and ruler of one region, this spy thought of Bai Yan as nothing more than an ant, an insect that she could crush with one foot. However, the comment didn't infuriate the mentioned wife, it only made her break out into a chuckle. Celestial Realms Faction, 1, wait Di Tsang, there's something I want to ask her first. Slowly coming forward, Bai Yan's eyes were burning with fire. Although the Demon King didn't know what his wife wanted to do, but he's not going to stop her if that's her wish. However, he's going to remain ready in case anything happens. You're almost 50 or 60 years old now, right? She asks with a meaningful smirk. Maintaining one's youthful image wasn't hard for a cultivator, especially for those at the higher levels like the one before herself. That's right. Ticking her lip into a cheeky smirk, the spy had plenty of confidence her achievements are something to be proud of because there aren't many like her even in 100 years. Then what right do you have to call me weak and useless if it took you 60 years to reach the high divine level? An air of defiance exudes out of Bai Yan's body as she confronts the spy who looks down at herself. I began to cultivate at the age of 15 and is now 7 years in to reach where I am today. As for yourself, it took you over 50 years to break up to the high divine, how can you be so proud with that sort of achievement? What's more, my subordinates are barely 30 years old and is already at the bottom divine, it will just be a matter of time before they overtake someone like you. Bai Yan could ignore others trying to insult herself because she doesn't care about the opinions of others, but it's a different story if it involves the demon realm, nor would she allow others to get the impression that the queen of the demon realm was a useless woman that only knows how to rely on the man. Likewise, the spy's remark had infuriated the gathered demons gathered around the city gate. Their eyes are filled with anger at the woman who insulted them all. The only woman worthy of being my wife is already standing next to me. Di Tsang began to move after throwing this out there, and due to how fast his attacks were, a cloud of dust was stirred into the air as a result. You're also a high divine? The spy exclaims after being surprised by that incredible speed. Such a shame, a man this capable is being accompanied by such a useless woman over there. That's right, in the eyes of this woman who came to make trouble, any female with the strength beneath herself was a useless weakling that deserves to be trampled. Queen, what are you doing? First Elder was at first focused onto the battle that's taking place but quickly shifted to Bai Yan instead, who's setting up a pattern of stones on the ground at such an odd timing. Raising a smirk at the question, she gladly answered the elder's inquiry. I want everyone to know that Di Tsang's wife is not weak or useless. So what if she couldn't beat the enemy in a direct fight? It's not like brute force was the only way to win out there. The queen knows how to set up spell matrices. First Elder inwardly thought. Ignoring the strange and shocked look coming her way from multiple individuals at this point, Bai Yan continues to arrange her stones on the floor and furthered the effort by scribbling some strange diagrams with a chalk pen. Moments later and she was done. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she returns her gaze over to the battle that was still continuing with increased ferocity. Celestial Realms Faction, 2, as a result of the constant exchanges between the two that's fighting up in the air now, the ground has become littered with miniature craters due to their back and forth. In short, the earth has become a hazardous scorched earth appearance and many demons fled as far as they could without actually leaving the city outskirts entirely. Even so, The upper hand soon fell into Di Tsang's hands as beads of sweat became apparent across the female spy's forehead. Di Tsang. Suddenly, a faint yet crisp cry reached out from the rear and made the Demon King swing around at that gorgeous face. Throw her inside this spell formation I made and then inject your power into it. Without hesitation at his wife's order, Di Tsang instantly blinked behind the female spy and stomped down at the woman's back, causing an audible thud with his foot and landing a bullseye in the process. Then to seal the deal, he reached out with his hand and blasted his wife's work with a sizable chunk of his power in the form of a purplish flame. Naturally, that final gesture wasn't an attack, rather it's an injection like Bai Yan wanted, thus causing the spell to wink to life. Ah! When the red light rose from within at its activation, the female spy immediately screamed out in pain like the area inside were burning with toxic fume. It's excruciating and tortuous even to those listening in, so it didn't take much for others to realize what's happening. Painful. The spy flew into a desperate rage in no time, constantly throwing herself entirely at the transparent veil that's acting as her cage. Unfortunately for this poor foolish woman, whatever attempts she's trying to do were for naught because the weight of her attacks and body slamming didn't even make a dent in the veiled circle. Rather, it's herself who's tittered with scrapes and bruises from all that fussing. Let me out, you let me out now. Her eyes turned red, showing a look of madness as she continued. In awe at this amazing spectacle, First Elder had to ask again with increased variety in the tone of his voice, Queen, this spell formation of yours, it's able to trap a high divine? It's not like the Demon Elder was overreacting in this case. Even in the demon realm, a high divine was a rarity and could be considered a powerhouse among the Demon King's army. Word count, 1146, last edited by Bcat00 on March 18, 2020 at 1:19 p.m. Toggle panel, publish preview changes, opens in a new tab, status, published edit status visibility, public edit visibility revisions, 2 browse revisions published on March 15, 2020 at 2024 edit date and time moved to trash toggle panel. Patreon level require the below membership tier or higher to view this post. Makes entire post patron only. If you set a precise amount in advanced settings below, or had one set before, that will be used instead. Require the below precise $1 monthly membership or over to view this post. Optional, overrides the above select box when used. $1 require. And shrugging her shoulder like it's nothing, Bai Yan spoke with a hint of melancholy like what she achieved was nothing to gloat about. If by virtue of power then of course I can't imprison a high divine, that's why I borrowed Di Tsang's strength. That said, she then stares down at the prisoner with a taunting look, what now? Didn't you call me weak and useless earlier? How come you are trapped by the one you are looking down upon? Stopping now over that remark, the female spy clenched her teeth and showed a defiant face. You're only relying on your man to subdue me. Who do you think you are to speak to me in that manner? Well, at least I have my man to rely upon, you don't. At least I have my man to rely upon, you don't. If it was the old Bai Yan who still hasn't married yet, then she would never say something like that. Unknowingly, she too has been changing since their union. While the Demon King became more humanistic and less of a hard ass, the Queen herself has learned to give trust to others when carrying a burden. The spy couldn't retort to that statement since Di Tsang and Bai Yan are a couple after all. Like what else was she supposed to say in this instance when she's already caught? In the end, regret was the only emotion filling up this one because she didn't need to come alone today. She could have waited and attacked with the other monarchs who were still arriving from their territories. I haven't used this spell formation in many years already. Generally it's reserved for traders that has some secret I needed to know. Are you honored that it's being used on you? The spy didn't respond, only clenching her teeth in silent defiance. I call this the tortuous truth bind. It inflicts and intensifies the pain receptors of those inside it. Whenever you answer me dishonestly, then it will detect that in your brain, which would create a reaction. Just so you know, the pain you felt when the spell activated is nothing to what you are going to experience once I begin my interrogation. Despite her smile being so gorgeously mesmerizing, Bai Yan's face only looked menacing and dark in the eyes of her captive. It's the same as the Demon King's, only in the female form. Your name? The spy didn't take the warning to heart, of course. With a snort, she swung her head to the side without answering. Now that's when it happened. Glowing underneath the ground, the scribbles of weird symbols Bai Yan wrote on the floor with the chalk pen began to glow red again, and bolts of lightning just zapped upwards from out of the blue. Unlike the usual electrifying experience of being hit by thunder, these bolts of electric beams didn't get absorbed by the flesh, instead they acted like whips of thorns that whacked her fleshly body in every angle. This includes the face, the chest, and... well, a torturing device doesn't discern between a female's private parts, so those bits were also up for the taking. Ah! By the time the first wave was over, the spy could see her clothes had mostly been ripped and left her bare for the world to see due to all the damage. However, that's not the worst of it. Wherever those whips of electrifying madness landed, it would leave behind a line of blackness on her skin to show it's been severely burned from the contact. There's still white smoke smoldering out of her ruined skin. Celestial Realms Faction 3, her eyes were finally overtaken by the despair she felt from within. Those eyes of the demons coming her way, and the pitiful condition she herself was in right now, there's no hope to be found. I'll ask again, tell me your name. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you, this spell formation will increase in its intensity whenever you refuse to answer me honestly. This time it's a lightning whip, next time it might be some sort of fire or water attack. The spy's body trembled harder after hearing that. It's Mu Mei. Second question, what are you here for? Mu Mei tightly clenched her fists in frustration but answered anyways. I have been informed that the demon realm is attacking us, so all of us monarchs are to gather in this region to combat the threat. Monarchs? High divines are titled monarchs within the celestial realm because we are charged with the rule of a regional territory. Bai Yan nods in approval at the explanation. Then who is it that informed you of our coming? How many of you are there in this world? Please, the one who informed me is Yun Ruoshi of the Celestial Palace. She's the one you want. As for how many of us there are, it's somewhere between 40 to 50 the last I checked. That surprised Bai Yan. 40 to 50 monarchs? Then that means there might be even more high divine enemies hidden in the shadows. This battle won't be easy. One last question, do you know about a woman by the name of Bai Ning? Bai Ning, the name not only roused a reaction from Mu Mei, it downright made her frightened in that moment. There's open fear in the spy's eye after hearing those two words. Catching this unmistakable look of recognition, Bai Yan's expression turned serious and hard when pressing for more. You know Bai Ning? The one you're speaking of. Is she the one who escaped unscathed after openly assaulting the Celestial Palace, that Bai Ning? Yes, I'm talking about her. Do you know where she is? Bai Yan's heart tensed up and causes her to reach in with her hands without thinking. She's gripping Mu Mei's collar and almost choked the poor woman with her behavior. Yen. Afraid his wife's mood would become too unstable, Di Tsang hurried over to wrap his arms around her waist to show his support. He hopes the act would help calm her mood down to a manageable level. I don't know. Mu Mei stutters this out with great difficulty. She really doesn't know where Bai Ning was. In fact, the entire celestial realm wouldn't know either on where that woman was hiding, otherwise the Celestial Palace would have long sent its people to capture the criminal years ago. She's like a ghost, come without indication and then leave without a trail. Loosening her grip around the woman's collar, Bai Yan had to force herself to take a step back in order to inhale deeply. Only then did her emotions calm down a bit. Di Tsang, don't worry, I'm fine. She just wanted to see her so much. I'll help you find her, don't worry. Pained by his wife's appearance, Di Tsang gives her a rub on the shoulder as reassurance. Bai Yan knew she couldn't change the fact and nodded. Turning back to the spy, Mu Mei, since you're here already then you can forget about leaving. No one can undo this spell formation that I set. Shuddering, the spy frantically pounded at the veil. I've already answered your question. what else do you want? Snickering, just the fact that you peeped at my husband is enough for me to not let you live. This formation will last for 49 days, afterwards you two will disperse into nothingness along with it. Celestial Realms Faction, 4, don't you go, please let me out, I beg of you. Acting as if she didn't hear the plead, Bai Yan disappears off into the city with her husband, leaving only a crying Mu Mei in the background that kept pounding away at the Veil prison. After days of renovation, the former city lord's estate has now taken on a new look of replenishment when Di Tsang and his wife arrived at the site. Di Tsang, crossing her arms with a displeased look on the face, Bai Yan clearly didn't feel happy when she took a seat on the bedside. It looks like we need to rethink our plans in our attack of the celestial realm. There's too many powerful individuals out there that we aren't aware of still. If only my strength is higher. Then I won't have to be so passive. Getting a seat beside his wife since he knew he had to say something lest she starts getting dangerous ideas again. Yen, you only need to take care of the baby in your tummy, I will handle this until you are ready to fight by my side again. Showing a bittersweet smile, Bai Yan also looks down and rubs her already showing stomach. Perhaps this child didn't come at the right timing. If it is a few years later, then I could do something now instead of waiting. Don't dwell on the what-ifs, Yen. What needs to come will come, not to mention. Cusping his hands around hers, I will protect both you and our daughter. She didn't respond, only staring downwards at their hands for a long time before looking up at her own man. Di Tsang, Mu Mei mentioned before that the one who summoned them is a woman by the name of Yun Ruoxi. I don't know why, but I keep getting a sensation that I know that name somewhere. It's familiar to me. Unfortunately, the answer to the dilemma was like a bait dangling in front of a rod, so close yet so far. If you're tired, then rest early, I'll go discuss this with the other elders. Gently picking up his wife with both arms to tuck her inside bed, Di Tsang made sure to cover her body tightly with the cover before landing a peck on her forehead. Though still worried about their future, Bai Yan didn't resist the offer to rest. She's indeed really tired as of late, so her closes unconsciously began to close itself as the man left the room. Back over in the small town, Yun Ruoxi was currently standing with her back turned to the door of her room and facing the window when several figures suddenly appeared behind herself. You're all here? She asks with a pleased smile as she swung around. Miss Ruoxi, did you summon us here in order to deal with those from the demon realm? Asked a middle-aged man who took a step forward. Giving a nod as her answer, those eyes were full of sadness when she spoke. As we all know, the temperaments of the demons are cruel and ruthless by nature, such as their kind from eons past. Though we've managed to subdue them 1,000 years ago during that great war, but it's clear to us in the Celestial Palace that they're trying to make a return today. Please, I need the help of the monarchs. You all are the pillars supporting the celestial realm and the strongest fighting force we have. I know my powers are limited, but implore you all, please heed my command as vested in me by the keepers. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man bellows out a laugh. No need to be so polite, Miss Ruoxi, slaying demons are our duty. Even without your request, we will still do our part. Celestial Realms Faction, 5, thank you. Yun Ruoxi graces them with a genuine smile. You are all true patriots of the celestial realm. When I ascend onto the supreme throne, I will certainly not forget you all. Now that's what they're all waiting for. Immediately, a round of pleased smiles were shown across these monarchs' faces. Wonderful, I hope Miss Ruoxi wouldn't forget today's promise. We will return after we finish off those from the demon realm. The middle-aged man cusps his hand as a show of respect before rushing off towards the darkness. Quickly, the rest of the group were also gone from view, each heading off in the general direction of where the demon city was in their own separate fashion. They're all lords and masters of their own territory. Even if they're working together to take down a common enemy, they aren't going to rely on one another to watch their own backs. Pleased with herself, Yun Ruoxi was also ready to take her own leave now, since there's nothing more for herself to do. However, right as she's about to take a step back to leave this room, her eyes suddenly caught wind of a familiar figure up in the air. The man had a proud and divine air to him, beautiful yet lonely, like the world couldn't taint his very existence. The initial shock soon changed to joy as emotions ran wild in Ho's eyes. You're back? He's finally back. Excitement filled the woman's heart as a flush of red covered those cheeks like some young maiden who's never tried love in her life. She's shy and timid, the perfect picture of that when facing the man she loves. You go back to the celestial palace. Sadly, the first words coming out of Chu-yi God's mouth shattered the illusion instantly, leaving her heart frozen and broken. Why, she stutters this out with dryness in the throat, why should I go back? The demon realm is already attacking us in the celestial realm, why should I go back? This time the voice sounded commanding and not a request. Whatever fire she felt died in that second. Clenching her fist in frustration, Yun-ruo closes her eyes in acceptance as the gradual memories of their first encounter resurfaces again. It was a fine day like any other in the past. At the time, he was spoiling another girl by carefully removing the peach blossoms from her hair, and the smile he made was oh so gentle like nothing else. Perhaps Chu-yi God would never know this, but since then Yun-ruo had fallen for him due to that smile. It's like a drug to her, to the point she could no longer extricate herself from him. But why does his eyes only have her in his view and not me? Even if that woman is already dead, he still can't forget her. God, slowly striding forward with pain in those eyes, she didn't want to make this difficult but had to for her own sake. Is she not dead yet? The man didn't answer her, only floating in the sky silently with a face that couldn't be read. It's because she's alive that you won't let me go make trouble for the demons, isn't it? A borderline mad laugh escapes the woman's now tear-stricken face, causing that beautiful contour to turn ugly and unsightly. Why do you treat me like so? I loved you for so many years and waited a millennium for you, why are you so insistent on her? Is it because you knew her first? The outburst finally earned her a glance from Chu-yi God, however, those eyes weren't of comfort or warmth, it's a chilling gaze that made the woman freeze all over. Closing her eyes again, Yun-ruo knew this was how it's going to be, but still, to be so inferior to the dead only made it that much worse. I understand then. I won't go making trouble for the demon realm anymore, but you should know the keepers won't stand down just because I'm stopping. Celestial Realms Faction 6, looking upwards at the man's perennially emotionless face, Yun-ruo found it to be such a pity. It's such a wonderful face, a face that she could never get enough of. Yet, it has never once smiled again since that woman died so long ago, nor can she see the very first doting face that made her fall so madly in love with him. Good that you know what you can and can't do. Chu-yi God did not sugarcoat his words. Though it's not threatening or negative, it's neither kind nor warm, so there's a lot of room for interpretation. In this case, it only made the love-struck woman even more pained as she pierced those nails into her palm due to the intense strength she used in that clenched ball of a hand. She's finding it extremely hard to hold her breathing in check, and that made it insufferable. God. She reached out in a vain attempt to grab at the man's sleeve. Unfortunately, it only took a warning glance from the individual to make her falter backwards. When are you coming back? Pursing her lip, that voice was mixed with a begging tone. When it's time, I will naturally go back. That said, this emotionless man whisks his sleeve and departed without another word, leaving no traces of him ever coming or being here in the first place. Miss, the maid by the name of Xiaoqing timidly spoke from behind, are we really going to give up on the demon realm? Despite her promise, Yun-ruo's following answer was completely opposite of that. Give up? Why should I give up? The demon realm deserves to die. As long as it's something related to her, then they all deserve to die. Flashing a red glow in her eyes now, which was very different compared to her usual demeanor, we are going to that city of demons. I want to confirm with my own eyes if that woman really is dead or still alive. If she is alive, then I won't mind sending her back to the oblivion for a second time. No one is allowed to fight me for him, no one. Dragoni, we should be at the mentioned city once we pass this place. At this very moment in the dead of night, Xiaofan was still leading his companions through the darkness in this valley. It's then a slight rustling sound from up ahead caught the boy's ear. In his haste, he pulls the girl behind himself and got on alert. Who is it over there? As soon as he shouted that out, a snowy white figure dashed across their sight in an almost ghostly manner, causing the two kids to freak out inwardly. However, the crazy old coot on the other hand did the polar opposite and launched himself into a mad chase. Good granddaughter, are you my good granddaughter? Don't run, good granddaughter. Seeing how their companion just left them behind without understanding the danger this involved, the little steambun knew he couldn't just stand there. Pulling Dragony with his hand, they chased as well in order to stop him. Grandpapa, you wait for us. As a result of this sudden twist in event, a game of tag and mouse soon ensued within this valley in the dead of night. One floating white figure in the front, a crazy old coot chasing from behind, that's followed by two kids who kept crying out for him to stop. Eventually, all things must come to a stop though. The first in this case would be the old coot who ran out of breath as he gasped for air while clinging onto a tree. Why, good granddaughter, why don't you want to see me? Grandpapa, how do you know she's your little bye-bye? Xiaofan finally caught up as well with his stepsister. Hard of breath, he asks with a huffy voice. You're too dumb. My little bye-bye likes to wear white, that means she must be my bye-bye. The old coot angrily stomps at the ground in frustration due to his inability to catch his granddaughter. Celestial Realms Faction, 7, twitching his mouth out of reflex due to that ridiculous answer, Xiaofan almost wanted to scream, but grandpapa, that bad woman from yesterday is also wearing a white dress. It's not the same. Even if that bitch turns to ash, I will still recognize her. The old coot kept grinding his teeth when speaking. It's clear the grudge he held for Wuxia has seeped straight into his bones and would never be forgotten. Email protected, from out of the blue before anyone knew what's happening, a looped rope just dropped down from the tree where the old coot was leaning against and locked him into a tie. Now the poor senior was hanging upside in a bind with a clueless face at what has happened. Who's attacking me? Let me down now, I still need to go chase my bye-bye. Just as the old coot was trying to break free, a voice interrupts him from the rear. I'm afraid you won't have the opportunity to go after your good old granddaughter anymore. Coming out of hiding was Wuxia in person, her smile full of ridicule and mocking flavor when looking at her hated foe. Weren't you all about beating me before? What, where's your attitude now? Oh right, don't try to struggle, I stole the rope directly from the shrine altar of the Celestial Palace. It can subdue even someone of your level with ease. The altar was rarely visited by anyone, so she's very confident no one would discover the rope's disappearance until a much later date. If Wuxia had to lament on anything, it would be her wasting the precious treasure on the crazy old coot when she had intended to use it on the Demon King. What are you planning to do? Xiaofan's expression turned a darker note, and the white woman just now, was that one of your people? Almost showing a mad snarl at this point, the wretched woman did not hesitate to admit to the fact. Brat, just because you bunch managed to catch me in the public yesterday doesn't mean it will turn out the same tonight. No one is going to be able to save you. Though the person herself doesn't realizes it yet, but the face Wuxia made was borderline insane. Those eyes were wide with madness and that grin predatory like she's going to tear into them. As a result, Dragony instinctively hid behind the boy for cover and didn't want to come out of hiding. Let old grandpapa down, I'll let you do as you please with me. The little steambun offers, understanding there's no one else here to take charge unless he does. Ha! Cackling like she's heard some hilarious joke, the woman stares down at the brave kid with contempt. Let him down. This old thing has been making trouble for me for years. And yesterday he dared to humiliate me before the public, yet you still expect me to let him go? Showing a derisive smirk, and you shouldn't be worrying about others when you can't even secure your own safety. The last comment finally made the little steambun's heart sink. Deliberately lowering his voice into a hushed tone so it could only be heard by the little missy, Dragony, I'm going to toss you out of here in a bit, you go to the city and find mother and baddie father for help. Gidge, big brother. Dragony tightly clenched the boy's hand after hearing that, those eyes full of worry. Don't hesitate. There are only 100 miles left before the demon city, at your speed you should be able to reach it in no time. Only by finding baddie father can you save us here. Despite her unwillingness to leave, Dragony purses her lip and nodded in the end, knowing full well he's right and there's no other choice.